Good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to the first fixture in this year's Royal London Cup campaign. Now we are here at Trent Bridge for the first game, and also the final will be held here at Trent Bridge. So from a Notts point of view, they're looking to get their campaign off to a winning way. And if they can do, then they'll be back here for that final later on in the year. But first of all, you've got to get through the group campaign, and it's a tough group. There's sides in there such as Surrey, Warwickshire, Gloucestershire, a lot of different sides that we don't always see here at Trent Bridge. And don't forget that we will be out and about in Nottinghamshire for the other remaining home games, Welbeck and Grantham. Just obviously follow Trent Bridge for all the information on that, and Trent Bridge Live will be broadcasting from those venues for those other three fixtures. But today's fixture, as you can hear, the bell has just rang, play will get underway at 11 o'clock. It is the Sussex Sharks that are the visitors here, and let's have a look at your Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture. Okay, these two will be heading out very shortly to bat. It's Ben Slater with an average of 55.72 in this format, and Sol Budinger. The captain, Hasib Hamid, he will be out at number 3, followed by Matthew Montgomery. He wears number 14, and he's been in good form in the county championship. Lyndon James will be following Matthew Montgomery. He wears the gloves during this campaign. It is Dane Shadendorf, he wears the number 89. Liam Patterson-White, he's been very good in the county championship. He's a leading wicket taker for Notts with the spin. And Brett Hutton. Zach Chappell, he's been on loan at Gloucestershire, but he will be wearing your Outlaws kit today. And Fateh Singh wears number 90. And finally, Dane Patterson, he has 125 wickets in this format. That is your Notts Outlaws selected 11. Okay, so the umpires have made their way out into the middle. The two teams are ready, so it's now time for me to hand over to the commentary team of Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Just letting the noise of the hover cover die down. It was just out there as a little bit of a protection over the last few minutes. It is fairly grey, and overhead it does look a little gloomy, but I'm led to believe that the overnight and morning rain has now passed through the area. We may get a little drop at various times in the day, but nothing, I don't think, that's going to really interrupt the start of the Royal London One Day Cup. It's Nottinghamshire versus Sussex, Notts Outlaws versus Sussex Sharks, if you wish. The news from the middle is that Notts, with their skipper Hasib Hamid skippering the side for the first time, officially did the job in that washout at Norfolk on Sunday. Hasib Hamid has won the toss and opted to bat first, so Notts are batting. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. A very good morning to you, as I say, from the East Midlands. Ahead of this one, it's going to be fast and furious and frenetic, with 8 games coming up in the next just under 3 weeks for all the sides. Then the top 3 in each group will go through to the knockout phase. Just very interesting out there in the middle. Cheteshwar Pujara skippering Sussex. The ball has been thrown by the umpire Rob Bailey to the bowler, who is Ari Carvelis. He handed it to the umpire and then to the skipper Pujara, and he's gone straight up to the umpire. It seems as if they're not entirely happy with the ball, but Rob Bailey's told them to get on with it. We'll go through the two sides in a moment. We were denied a day of listening to Adrian Harms last week when that championship match finished in 3 days. So welcome back for day 4, my good chum. Here. Adrian Harms as we get underway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. And it's going to be Carvelis who's in and bowls. The opening ball of the match taken behind the stops by Tom Alsop, who's taken the gloves today from Ollie Carter, who kept wicket here in the county championship match last week. But Tom Alsop keeps wicket, and indeed Ollie Carter not in the side for Sussex today. So we run through the side in a minute. Sussex in their salmon pink tops. Would you say
is that what it is?
Would you say salmon pink?
No, I would think salmon is more orangey.
Would you?
Wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know.
I like it.
Carvelas in bowls and clips nicely off the hip by Budinger, who picks up the first run of the match, fielded down at deep backward square by Harrison Ford, who's in this Sussex side. Let me run through the Sussex side. I'm not sure if this is going to be in batting card order or not, but we'll see. These things often change around, but it is Ali Orr, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop, who's keeping wicket, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's skippering the side, Harrison Ward, Delray Rawlings, Daniel Ibrahim, Archie Lenham, Ari Carvelos, who's opening the bowling, Sean Hunt and Brad Curry.
The scoreboard doesn't seem to be working. This is Budinger down on strike.
Oh, my apologies, as in comes Carvelos bowls and Budinger is forward, plays into the offside, so they're both left-handers, which doesn't help Dave either. And it's a dot ball. Nice opening over so far from Ari Carvelos. There are two slips, a third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a short fine leg. The wicket is cut a little bit nearer the middle than it was last week. Margin is still a relatively short boundary on the offside as Budinger is batting. And Carvelos is on his way again. Bowls and let go outside the stump. Good length delivery taken by Alsop. Again, there is no run.
Royal London Cup starting up and down the country today. 7 matches, 14 teams in action. I can tell you already not, so I don't want to jinx them, but already doing better than Worcestershire, who to the first ball of the match against Kent have lost Ed Pollock 0-1 there. I'll give you the Notts team in full in just a second, doing a number of little bits and pieces here, getting all sorts of messages.
Carvelos in bowls and played into the offside by Budinger, and again there is no run. Good tidy start by Ari Carvelos, and there is no run. People are sort of drifting into the ground. It's about a similar size crowd, I would say, that was here for the championship match last week, but I did notice outside the ground a few quite a few children around. Lovely day out in the school holidays.
Here's Carvelos into bowl, and it's defended. Quite a start to this game, then just one from the first over of the match. Be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second. Just send a message through to Kirsty and the production crew in the production office if that can be picked up. One without loss. Second over. We'll just get confirmation in just a second. It's going to be Brad Curry to bowl the second over. As I said, I will go through the Notts side in full in just a moment. The significant team news is that Fateh Singh plays. James Hayes is the one that misses out from the side that played very briefly. I think they had about 15 overs at Norwich on Sunday against Norfolk. So one change from that side. Hayes out, Fateh Singh in. So Curry, the left armour who impressed in the championship match, is going to be bowling to Ben Slater. Here is that radio update. Well, we've just started. In fact, we're into the second over already. A wide there takes Notts on to 2 without loss. They're batting after Asiba Mead skippering the side in an official game for the first time, won the toss and opted to bat. Notts have made one change from the side that featured in that warm-up friendly against Norfolk on Sunday. Fateh Singh comes into the 11. James Hayes out. Notts opting for the extra spinner in the side. This the first, as you say, of 8 matches. Hectic period for Notts Outlaws, beginning here against Sussex. They're 2 without loss. Next ball is allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper, who's Tom Alsop. So we'll just settle down now we've got that out of the way. So Notts side, Ben Slater, Sol Budinger, Asiba Mead listed to come in at 3, Matt Montgomery, Lyndon James, wicketkeeper bat Dane Schardendorf is at 6, Liam Patterson-White, and then we'll have to have a little look. Is it Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, Fateh Singh, Dane Patterson? Be something along those lines. brief hold up here.
Yeah, there's already been someone moving behind the bowlers. I've just walked, a fellow had a cup of tea in the pavilion. He just walked straight behind the bowler's arm. It is irritating. I can't see any stewards down there stopping people moving around, but there is someone there now I can see.
Slater on strike. Little push behind square on the leg side. Harry Carvelis, who I thought also bowled very nicely here in the championship game,
yes,
doing the fielding. Right, so Notts in the all green, Sussex in what Adrian has described as salmon pink. I would.
You don't agree?
Well, I don't. I'm more. I don't know. If I open a tin of salmon, it was that colour, or I'd chuck it in the bin. It's very nice. It's
very good.
You can't generalise with lipstick, I know, but it's more lipstick pink. This is a striking Ben Slater on the pad, and there's no run. If you have a side that just maybe once a year will don pink shirts for the breast cancer charities, they are generally this colour pink, I would say.
Yes, I would agree with you. Yes, I would agree. Yeah.
The umpires, by the way, Rob Bailey, who is at square leg our end of the ground, and at the far end, making his debut here at Trent Bridge, Mansour Qureshi, as Slater has a little nibble at that one. Decent over this by Brad Curry, apart from the wide to begin with. Mansour Qureshi had a little natter to him out in the middle, wished him well. This is his first game at least A level. He's done over the last year and this year a lot of second 11 cricket, but lovely to see him get a chance. Hails from the West Midlands, done a lot of cricket in the Birmingham leagues over the years, and I'm sure we'll see him. He'll become more of a regular feature now, I think, going forward. This one wide of the off stump. So we've got one of the most experienced umpires, Rob Bailey, and one of the fresher faces on the scene, Mansour Qureshi. The latest ball goes through to the keeper. One or two people just mentioning, enjoying the live stream, which is available if you weren't aware. I'm sure there's a link on the Sussex County Cricket Club website, but also on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. This is very wide as well. That's going to be called a wide. So he's topped and tailed the 5 balls in the middle here with big wides. So 3 without loss. But if there are any slight sinking issues that you're experiencing, I'm told to mention, just please give it a little refresh. They've given it a bit of a reboot at this end. Again, there's somebody walking about behind the arm. There's obviously
2 more people.
No stewards. That's a little bit poor.
I wonder if they thought it was the end of the over.
Yeah, maybe.
And moved.
Maybe. Yeah, they'd counted to 6 but hadn't spotted that it was a wide. Here's Curry into Slater. He does let this go through to the keeper. So he says 2 from the over on the board, which is what it is, but there were 2 big wides in between. And to finish with 6 decent deliveries. 3 without loss. Dave Bracegirdle with Adrian Harms. Got no Grace with us for this game. Very much enjoyed Grace's company during the county championship match. She's gone off to play in the 100. We wish her well. So we'll be trying our level best to get 1 or 2 guests to pop up and join us. It can be a long old shift, this, can't it?
It can.
3.5
100
hours.
overs. Yeah.
3.5 hours. 2:30 it says on the board for the cut-off.
Well, it's going to be Harry Carvelos who's running in here from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Budinger, who steers that down to third man and picks up a single. He's on his way. And the Outlaws are 4 without loss. For those of you just joining us, Nottinghamshire winning the toss on an overcast morning in Nottingham. It's pretty humid as well. And I noticed the ground staff are not a million miles away. Well, in fact, they're leaning on the hover cover. I don't know whether they think... I mean, there was a little bit of drizzle around. I think the forecast is for a little bit of drizzle, but clearing up as the day goes along. But we've started on time, which is good news. And Carvelos is in and bowls. And up on his toes is Slater, steers that into the covers, fielded by Alior. And there is no run. If you want to get in touch, we've got the same details as last week. If you want to email us, it'd be lovely to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or @BraceCricket on Twitter or @BBC Sussex Sport. It'll all find our way round and keep Dave and I company during the day. Carvelos is literally just down below us. We're almost looking wicket to wicket today. from this wonderful vantage point as Carvelis is in. Oh, it's a good delivery. And he beats Slater outside the off stump, taken by Allsop. 2 slips in place. I just wonder, Dave, Knott's won the toss. Hasib Hamid had no hesitation in deciding to bat, but it may not be the worst morning in the world to be bowling. It could well be that it's just going to swing around a little bit because he's just got that feel about things this morning.
Agree with you entirely. In fact, I've turned down the effects microphone because it is a little bit blustery out there as well. If the swing bowlers can...
Carvelos in bowls and Slater drives it without timing into the cover. Actually misfielded there by Archie Lennon. He recovers. Not a great throw that nearly goes. No. Not great cricket all round, really. It was a fumble by Archie Lennon in the field, and his throw also was stretching as if he was going to sort of palm the ball over the crossbar. But he managed to collect it.
No, I was just about to say if they can sort of control the breeze as it blows across the ground for their advantage. Yeah, the swing bowlers may well excel during this early period.
Carvelos in bowls, short, and the ball goes through to Allsop, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson named in the Sussex squad yesterday, but not playing in the game. We don't know why, so we're waiting for. We won't speculate until we get something from the club.
Yeah, there's games coming thick and fast, Adrian, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, there's 2 games at the weekend. Sussex play Friday and Sunday, so it could well be
he is here, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
We saw him.
He was on the ground, so we'll wait to see if there's any particular reason why. In comes Carvelos, bowls and played into the offside by Michael Slater. Good start here by the Sussex bowlers, keeping it nice and tight. Yeah,
both this pair fell cheaply. I think there's only about an hour's cricket at Norwich on Sunday. Didn't go in the end. Lots of other factors came out on top of just curiosity value going across to Norwich. So disappointed I didn't make the trip, but didn't.
Carvelos in again, bowls and considers the offside. A quickly taken single. They need to get a bit of a shift on. In the end, Archie Lennon comes in, throws at the stumps, misses. It is backed up though by Sean Hunt. 1 more to the total. The end of another good accurate over by Carvelos. 2 overs, 0 for 5 at the end of the 3rd over. The Outlaws, having won the toss, are 7 without loss.
Yeah, Sol Buddinger got a first ball down there against Norfolk. Ben Slater lasted a little longer. He made 21. Hasib Hamid was out for 8, and then the rains came. Matt Montgomery and Lyndon James at the crease. Slater, and this is probably going to preempt his dismissal from the next ball he faces. Terrific one-day record overall, averages 55.7, but since he came to Trent Bridge in the one-day cup, an average of 64.5 for Notts from 12 matches, 710 runs, a century and 7 50s, so he really has blossomed in this form of the game, and he's on strike now. These 2 left-handers. In comes Brad Curry, left-arm bowler, and there's the first boundary of the contest, forced away in front of square on the offside. Last year both these sides missed out on qualification. They were in different groups. Nottinghamshire finished 5th in Group 2, won 3, lost 3, and 2 matches were washed away, so they finished up on 8 points. It's the top 3 that go through. The winner of the group goes straight into the semi-finals, and then they have like an eliminator, I think they call it. Second of one group is at home to third in the other, and vice versa. Next ball on its way down the leg side, but into the pads of Slater. They take a leg by. Sussex, Adrian, just looking, they finished 7th in Group 1, 8 matches, won 2, lost 4, and there were 2 rain-affected games as well, so 6 points. In Nottinghamshire's group, Yorkshire qualified in 3rd place on 10 points. Just looking at a bit of a marker as to what might get you through. They won 4, lost 2, and had 2 rained off. So effectively, they won 5 matches. 10 points got them through. But in the other group, there was a little bit of COVID about last summer, you may remember, and Gloucestershire went through, but they played a game less. They got that 3rd spot as Buddinger clips this to mid-on, and there's no run. They only played 7 of the 8 games, got 8 points, but anyway, it was all a little bit confusing because their match against Middlesex wasn't played due to COVID, and Gloucestershire's record in the other games meant they got the nod over Lancashire. So let's hope all the games are played this year. Here is Brad Curry from the pavilion end. That's a bit loose from Saul Budinger. Goes through to the keeper. Sussex, of course, one of the great one-day sides in the early period of one-day cricket. They won the first two Gillette Cups, 63 and 64, beating Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Have won 8 one-day titles in all. I'm reading this, Adrian. 8 one-day titles in
impressed.
all, 5 Lord's finals, and then 3 of the leagues, the Sunday leagues. This one goes nicely over the shoulder of the bat and through to the keeper. The old league in its old format, they won in 1982, and then the if you like, the group format that they had in 2008, 2009. Sussex won both of those. Under Chris Adams, of course, is on the ground.
He is.
Today we've seen him, and of course famously, I think it was 2008. They came here and were. Well, we might have a little look at that one later on. Well, they were dead and buried, and Notts were going to win the title. Another lovely delivery from Curry, who's really bowled beautifully in the early stages. He's been hit away for 1 boundary in his 2 overs and 2 wides. It's 12 without loss after 4 overs. Yeah, Murray Goodwin.
They were good wind, weren't they? Yeah.
Put on 100 Charlie Schreck, I remember, into the lower Radcliffe Road, the last ball of the match for 6, to win not only the match but the title and deny Nottinghamshire. But there was something stupid, 80 for 8 or something, chasing a lot, and Murray Goodwin came to the crease and, as he often did in his Sussex days, made a telling contribution. 12 without loss after 4.
Harry Carvelos to bowl the next over from the Radcliffe Road, and he's in and bowls to Ben Slater, who plays that to backward point fielded by Orr, and there is no run. And sadly those days have seem a long time ago now, Dave, because Sussex's recent sort of 50 over record has been really pretty poor. Not just last season, but over the last few seasons. It's a competition they just haven't got to grips with. T20's been a slightly different kettle of fish. They reached finals day in 2018 and finals day last. In fact, they reached the final in 2018, losing to Worcester. They reached finals day last year, but lost to Kent in the semi-finals. But the 50 over record really hasn't been good. Now, changing the field, Tom Clark's gone into a very short gully position from second slip. Carvelos in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a really good delivery, and a play and a miss from Ben Slater through to Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Total remains 12 without loss. The ball just nipping about a little bit, Dave.
Yeah.
It's not a bad morning.
No, they've both bowled beautifully, actually. Really have. Sean Hunter, we saw in the county championship match. Clearly, he'll come on and offer more.
Yes, he will.
Might have a little bit of Tom Clark, would you imagine?
Yeah, absolutely. In conditions like this. In comes Carvelos and bowls, and Slater just plays this very carefully to point, fielded by Orr.
And then
there is no run.
Archie Lenham and Danny Ibrahim also with options.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see a bit of Rawlins as well, a bit of Delray Rawlins with his spin. Yeah. First email of the morning's coming from Gary Knight. Hello, Gary. Lovely to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to drop us an email throughout the day, keep David and I company on a overcast morning in the East Midlands, but mercifully, only a few drips and drops of rain so far as Carvelos is in and bowls, and played uppishly by Slater through the mid-wicket region. He's going to come back for a second run, but it was a slightly forced shot. The ball was in the air for some time, and Ward comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field, but not before Slater's come back for a couple. He goes to 8 and Notts to 14 without loss. Gary says, I'm looking forward to watching and listening today and hopeful that Sussex can make a good start to the competition. With regard to the team we have selected, it's disappointing that Ollie Robson isn't playing, as I thought he would be looking to take every opportunity to prove his fitness to the England selectors. As in comes Carvelos. Bowls, that's a cracking delivery. And Slater beaten outside the off stump, taken by Alsop, and there is no run. Surely playing today and then one of the Friday-Sunday games would have made sense. Yeah, we don't know. Ollie isn't playing. We don't know why, and we're just waiting for confirmation from the club. As Dave was speculating, so many games. Yeah. Maybe there's a reason behind that. And of course, Ollie is very much governed by the ECB in terms of appearances.
And I tell you what, he was very, very impressive in the county championship game. He really was.
Yeah. Carvelos in bowls. Oh, a little nudge behind, and he gets his reward, does Harry Carvelos. And that's good bowling. It just nipped away from Ben Slater, who had a little feel for that one outside the off stump, and a little nick through. And Tom Alsop behind the stumps in this match makes absolutely no mistake. And Sussex have picked up a wicket. Ben Slater is on his way for 8. And I think, in fairness, the way Sussex have bowled in these opening 5 overs, they probably deserve that wicket,
Yeah,
Dave.
it's been very difficult for both the left-handers. Ben Slater out for 8, batted for 20 minutes, faced 22 balls and 1 4. And I did say it was almost inevitable after I'd read out what terrific career stats he got in this competition that he would fall. But bowling, as Adrian said, has been right on the money. Top-notch stuff from Sussex this morning. To get that first wicket is no more than they deserve. I think it is the end of the over as well. So it's 14 for 1 after 5 overs. So a very decent start. 10 overs, isn't it? The initial power play. Yes. We'll have to get used to all the various nuances of the 50-over game. Asiba Mead on his way to the middle, skippering knots, because he normally opens the batting with Ben Slater in the county championship. He comes in at 3 in this format, and today he's replacing his normal county opener. Just as a little word from with Sol Budinger. Played a couple of matches last year, should have been the captain for this competition last year, but just before it started he was named in the England squad. They let him play in the first 2 matches, and indeed he rattled off a century against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in the first game. Only the third player after Brian Bowlers and Joe Clark, and now Asiba Mead, to score a century on his one-day debut for Notts. He's at the non-strikers end, and it's going to be Brad Curry to bowl to Sol Budinger. 2 slips in there, and this one goes through to Alsop, who doesn't take it cleanly.
I'm just finishing off Gary's email. He said, I've been encouraged by the performances of the 2 trialists, Curry and Carvelos. I'm wondering if you've heard any indication of whether they may be signed on permanent contracts. No, but it's a question I'll ask, and I think it's a point well made, because I think they both bowled really nicely here this morning, and they bowled well last week, I thought, in the championship match.
Curry in again, bowls. Budinger just advances a pace or 2 out of his crease, and found himself short of the ball, and then had a fiddle at it, and lucky not to get an edge. Yes, Sussex would have been very disappointed with how things panned out last week here. Bowled out for 143 and 142 to lose to Notts in 3 days. They'll be looking for a better response as they return to the ground. Absolutely bizarre that not played here for 5 years and then have to come back in consecutive weeks. In fact, within the space of 4 days. Single taken by Budinger, just dropping this on the leg side, and he moves on to 2 now from 12 deliveries. Brings Mead onto strike. The rest of the Nottinghamshire top order: Matthew Montgomery due in next, Lyndon James, who played in the championship match, Dane Shardendorf, a young wicketkeeper batsman born in Zimbabwe, and then Liam Patterson-White, another one who played in the championship game, the slow left arm spinner. Mead has just taken guard from umpire Qureshi. Just having a little look up and down the country as this one passed the outside edge through to the keeper. They're not playing at Old Trafford. Lancashire, Essex, rain there, inspection at 1:30, so no cricket for a while, and they're off between Yorkshire and Northants, but they have started. Yorkshire 29 without loss. Elsewhere then, where there is play, Gloucestershire 41 without loss against Warwickshire. That's in the same group as Notts and Sussex. Curry in again to Asiba Mead off the thigh pad, fielded by Dan Ibrahim at short fine. Surrey and Leicestershire also in this group. Surrey batting at Guildford, they're 20 for 1. Derbyshire playing Glamorgan, the holders are 4 for 2 early on. It's a disappointing start for them. And Worcestershire 29 for 1 at home to Kent. They lost Ed Pollock, first ball of the game, to Matt Henry.
he either gets runs or he doesn't, does Pollock. It seems to be all or nothing.
Yeah. Curry bowls, Hamid. Again, just a little drop onto the leg side. We'll have to see if there was any bat involved. There must have been. No appeal, no signal. So the end of the 6th over, 16 for 1. Very much a quiet start this by Notts. We've often seen Slater and Budinger when they have had the opportunity last year go crash bang wallop at the start, but one has gone and one is very restrained in the early stages. 16 without loss. Curry 3 overs, none for 8. Carvelis, I beg your pardon, 3 overs, 1 for 7.
And just getting some official news from Sussex on Ollie Robinson, who's was in the Sussex squad but not picked or not playing in this game. And the official explanation is he's having an extra day's recovery after that first 4-day game in 2 months. So
might have made sense to let him rest back in Hove then, wouldn't it?
In comes Carvelis, bowls to, I mean, who's forward, the ball strikes him. I thought it was a little high. I thought it was more sort of thigh paddish.
Yeah.
The ball dribbles on the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, so Sussex's next game is on Friday down at Hove. So hopefully Ollie Robinson will be fit for that. So that's the official word from Sussex. So thank you to the club for that. But Carvelos is doing a very good job in his place at the minute. 3 overs, 1 for 7. Runs in and bowls. Termeeb, who's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Just moved away slightly from the right-hander. I don't think batting is that easy out there this morning, you know.
No, they're setting the tone, this pair, beautifully, though. The change bowlers will have to make sure they don't allow an easing of pressure when they come on, because this has been a terrific start from Carvelis and Curry. Notts winning the toss, opting to bat first, so clearly Asib Hamid, the way he's going to see it is put runs on the board and try and defend it.
Carvelis in and bowls, and forward comes him. He just runs that one down to third man, picks up a single, fielded there by Sean Hunt. The total goes to 17 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle back here at Trent Bridge. We were here last week for the championship match.
I know they say a quick game is a good game, but Derbyshire are 6 for 3 against Glamorgan.
Wow, I wonder where that's being played.
At Derby.
All right.
At Derby, yeah.
Interesting.
6 for 3. It looked good last year at Glamorgan. I came here for the final, of course, was here last year and will be here this year. Glamorgan beating Durham.
Carvelos in bowls and driving down the ground is Bunny just slightly across the line to mid-on, fielded by Ibrahim, no run.
It was unusual seeing a combination of Glamorgan supporters, Durham supporters, and the nosy Notts fans, and one or two casual cricket supporters who'd managed to get a ticket or purchased a ticket for the final all together.
Carvelis in bowls, and that's hammered away, and that's a good shot by Budinger. It was just slightly wide of the off stump. And so Budinger very quick to seize on anything short, and to be honest, there hasn't been very much short or wide, and that was probably the first one, and it was cracked away through the covers for a boundary. Good shot. He goes to 6, and the Outlaws to 21 for 1.
Normally, if I'm here on the ground and you see opposition players, opposition fans celebrating, it's normally been a very bad day for Notts, but it was quite bizarre, really, because I could sort of enjoy the celebrations with the Glamorgan followers and commiserate with the Durham followers as well. But it was a good day's cricket.
Carvelos in bowl. Oh, that's a good delivery. How that didn't bowl him, I have no idea.
No.
That didn't miss by very much. And Carvelos looks heavenwards as if to say, how on earth did that miss the stumps? Well, we may well get an action replay of that one. Yes, we are going to, which is terrific. Here we go. Carvelos in. Oh. Anyway, it did miss. Coat of varnish, really.
Yep.
Anyway, Budinger remains on 6, and the Outlaws are 21 for 1 after 7 overs.
Yeah, just on that, the final this year, once again at Trent Bridge. It's in September. It's on a Saturday this year. Obviously, a lot of people will wait and see if their side gets through and what have you. But tickets are still available. Tickets are available if you want to take a punt. A lot of talk about no weekend cricket for people to watch, but if you want to come along to a final, bound to be a good atmosphere, whoever's playing in it. 21 for 1 as Curry starts a new over. This past the outside edge and goes through to the keeper. I'm sure there are one or two people saying, well, I'm not going to drive 150, 200 miles to watch County X versus County Y when I've no affiliation, but the finals are, they're usually good days out, aren't they? There will be some passionate supporters in the ground, and clearly it'll be the two best teams in the competition as Mead gets a single away on the offside. Outlaws after it, and they come back for two. Poor old Outlaws, he got two absolute snorters in the championship match from James Pattinson. The first one, I've looked at the replays, and it bowled him, didn't it, neck and crop as they say, but I just couldn't see a gap where you could get a ball between the bat and the pads to go on to hit the stumps. But somehow Pattinson found it, and then he bowled a bouncer that just reared up and would have probably clonked him on the nose had it not been fended off by Outlaws. Mead blocks this one, 23 for 1. Mentioned Sussex, very distinguished one-day record. They'd actually won 5 trophies before Notts won their first, which was the Nat West in 1987. Notts followed it up, beating Essex in 89. Eddie Hemmings and John Lever and all that, final ball of the match. Notts won the Sunday League in its guise at the time in 1991. This is steered to backward point, no run, and in relatively recent times they've beaten Glamorgan at Lords in 2013 and then Surrey in the Royal London One Day Cup final. And I'm open to correction, but I do believe that Notts, in winning the Nat West, the Benson and Hedges, the 40 over competition and the Royal London, I think I'm right, but please, I'm sure you'll correct me, 23 for 1. Next ball's on its way and help to short find. They've won the Blast as well a couple of times. I think Notts are the only one to win trophies in the 20 over format, the 40 over format, the 50 over format, the 55 the Benson Hedges, and the 60 the Nat West win, which is
that's true. What a great record that is. That's a great stat. That's a good pub quiz question, Dave.
23 for 1. Mead has 4, Budinger has 6, and Asiba Mead just punches this into the offside. A left arm throw from wideish mid off. Left arm throw. Won't be Brad Curry. Who's that with it? Sean Hunt. There we are, it's Sean Hunt, and he may well be coming on shortly because Chiteshwar Pujara is just having a little natter to Sean Hunt. 24 for 1 after 8 overs, and also not really shown any great sign in looking to take this on in the power play. 51 previous one-day meetings between these two sides. Notts have won 27, Sussex 21. There's been a tie as well over the years.
In comes Carvelos, bowls to Hamid, who's forward. Oh, I'm going to miss my update. Crumbs almighty, let me go.
And with that, he was gone. Yeah, just gone 11:30. I'm sure Adrian will be there in time. 24 for 1. Start of the 9th over. Rob Bailey is the official at this end of the ground. James Whittaker is the match referee. This one's left alone. It goes through into the gloves of Allsop. And Cosworth is Nottinghamshire scorer for this competition. Graham Irwin here once again doing the notching for Sussex. Welcome both. Ian Smith working the big screens here at Trent Bridge, and Paul Harrison over there in the pavilion looking after the players' comfort during the game. Here's Carvelos. Right arm, bustling medium pace. Been able to put it right on the spot here, and Asiba Mead happy to defend. It's going to be a radio update for local radio listeners. Yeah, it's been a bit of a sticky start, sort of start that replicates the overhead conditions. A muggy sort of day, muggy sort of start by Nottinghamshire here. They're 24 for 1, but we're in the 9th over. Used to seeing a little bit of crash bang wallop at the top of the order from Ben Slater and Sol Budinger. Well, Budinger's there still. He's on 6 from 15 deliveries, but he's lost his opening partner, Ben Slater, out. Made just 8, caught behind. The Sussex bowlers have really been right on the money. Asiba Mead skippering Notts today. He won the toss, opted to bat first. He's out there on 5. We're in the 9th over, and Notts in really muggy conditions are 24 for 1. Here's the next delivery. Carvelis in, bowls to a Mead, and this one gets caught in the thigh pad. No run. .24 for 1. Some off-mic deliberations as to who's going to do the first coffee run of the day, and Adrian's hopping downstairs just to get the first of what will be hopefully many drinks during the day. 50 overs aside, remember. Outlaws 24 for 1. Next delivery allowed to pass through to the wicket keeper, and I think that's a maiden. It is indeed. That's the first maiden of the day. So Carvelis 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Brad Curry 4 overs, none for 11. Curry is going to get his 5th over, so Pujara has been able to just use these two through the power play, which would have been absolutely what he would have wanted to do. But you sort of, I suppose, always fearful if a side just suddenly goes quickly out of the blocks and they're 40 after 3 or 4 overs. You might just be forced into an early change just to try and slow things up, but he's not had that problem. Cheteshwar Pujara, lovely fella, played here in 2017. This is a firm shot down the ground by Budinger for 4. Have a little bit of that, says Sol Budinger, and he moves into double figures on 10. The ball thumped into the boundary boards at the far end of the ground. Talking about previous meetings in matches that Nottinghamshire have hosted, there have been 22 at this ground, 1 at Worksop, 1 at the old John Player ground in Nottingham back in 1972, and they actually played 1 game in 1999 at Cleethorpes, which of course is in Lincolnshire. Budinger again going for a big hit, this time on the leg side, but missed it. Sussex have hosted the fixture on 26 occasions, 18 at the county ground in Hove, 4 times at Eastbourne, once at Arundel, and 3 times at Horsham. Last meeting here was in 2013. Sussex won that one. Budinger on 10 on strike. Curry bowls to him. He's lifted this one up in the air, and it should be the end of Sol Budinger. Should be taken by Lenham on the deep square boundary. It is, and Notts are 28 for 2. It's not been a particularly well played power play, this by Nottinghamshire. It's been superb stuff from the Sussex bowlers, and more reward there. The board says actually it's Ali Orr with the catch, not Lenham. So I'm sure they're right. Pulled away on the leg side, and Budinger goes 18 balls, 2 fours, 28 for 2, and Sol Budinger out for 10. Notts, well, they need a partnership from somewhere. The 2 left-handed openers have come and gone fairly cheaply today. Slater out for 8, Budinger for 10, with a wicket apiece to Carvelis, and now Curry. Here comes Matt Montgomery. Made his Nottinghamshire first-class debut in the match down at Glamorgan and started with an 80. Was 24 not out on Sunday against Norfolk when the rains came. 22 years of age, born in Johannesburg. Has a total of 12 one-day appearances. 4 of them in South Africa for KwaZulu-Natal. They included a century last year for Notts. Played 8 matches, top score though of just 35. Also bowls a little bit of right arm off spin, which we may see later on. So 3 balls left in this over. The right-handed Montgomery on strike. 2 right-handers there. Blocks his first ball. And there's no run. 28 for 2. Just update the socials there. In between deliveries. End of the power play imminent. 2 balls left. Curry to Montgomery. Good delivery again. Just a little bit of shape back into the right-hander. Couldn't get it away. Mark says, morning everybody. Teams with the fewest players away in the 100 might have an advantage, e.g. Glamorgan last year. It's a warm and windy Rutland water this morning, says Mark. Good morning. At Brace Cricket at Adrian Harms, and Adrian's got the old email address, which I'm sure he'll remind us of in the fullness of time. Montgomery to face the final ball of the power play, and again just runs it to Orr on the offside, and there's no run. So 28 for 2 after 10 overs. And that's a very, very decent start by the 2 Sussex bowlers. Curry 5 overs 1 for 15. Carvelis 5 overs 1 maiden 1 for 12. And now it's going to be over to the support bowlers just to maintain that that accuracy and that thriftiness, if you like. And it's going to be Dan Ibrahim as Adrian returns. What a superstar he is.
I missed a wicket, Dave.
You did. Shortish ball, Buttinger took him on. If you listen to the commentary, Archie Lenham took the catch on the deep square leg boundary, although it wasn't Archie Lenham, it was Ali Orr. Judged it nicely. So that's the power play done and dusted. So where are we now, Adrian? It's 4 allowed outside the circle up until the end of the 40th over, isn't it? Or
that's it. As in comes Ibrahim down the leg side. That's not a great start taken by Alsop. And a wide is signalled by umpire Bailey.
Been a terrific start.
It has.
For Sussex. Not very much under the pump.
Yes, that's been. I just noticed Brad Curry there when he finished bowling that over. He just had his hands on his knees. I don't know whether he's got a little injury or something. I saw Cheteshwar Pujara just come up and have a little word with him. But he's okay, he's still on the field, which is good, as in comes Ibrahim bowls. It's a better delivery and just jags back into Hamid, who's forward defensively. He's 5 off 19, which gives you some indication of how difficult batting is this morning.
Very much so, yeah. I think he was, sort of told, that's it, mate, have a blow. Great stuff, because Pujara's also been talking to Sean Hunt, so I'm sure he's going to have the next over from the far end, or I would imagine that's what will happen.
Comes Ibrahim, bowls and let go this time by Hamid through to Alsop, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place, a third man, there's a point, a deep cover, a cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. So as Dave was saying, 3 men out, 4 men outside of the circle, a third man, a deep cover, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Ibrahim, number 40 on the back of his pink shirt, runs away from us, comes in to bowl to Hasib down the leg side, clipped away, and he's going to get a single. Rather lucky just to get away with a single there is Dan Ibrahim. Well fielded down there by Brad Curry, because that was down the leg side, and he was looking to clip that one away down towards fine leg for 4. Didn't quite get it fine enough, and enabled Curry to get round and just restrict to a single.
Just whilst you're out of the room, just again going through one or two of the stats from bygone days, Adrian. The first meeting between these two sides, 1969, a fella called Les Lenham scored 70 for Sussex.
But there we are. That's a great. In comes Ibrahim Bowles. Good delivery. And forward comes Montgomery. The ball just dribbles down in front of him. There
is that his dad, Les?
That's his granddad.
That's his granddad, yeah.
Yeah.
Crikey. 1969.
Well, that's a great stat. So it was the first time the sides met in...
Yeah, 1969 in the John Player League here. First meeting, the first of the 51 meetings between these two sides. Notts actually won by 7 runs. It was nip and tuck. Les Lenham got 70 for Sussex in the chase.
Yeah, Dad is Neil as in comes Ibrahim Bowles,
yeah.
and clipped to mid-on by Montgomery. Picks up his first run. Nicely timed shot to mid-on. And a well-judged single fielded there by... Is that Harrison Ward there? I think it is. Or is it... turn round, young man. Yes, it was Harrison Ward. No, it wasn't. It's Harry Carvelos. I'm sorry. One more to the total. 31 for 2. Ibrahim. It's a very straight approach to the wicket. Here's in and bowls. And he drives uppishly past backward point. It wasn't that far away from Delray Rawlings. And it's a single to Hamid, who goes to 7. 32 for 2 at the end of Ibrahim's over, and Sussex made a good start here in it's fair to say at the moment anyway, bowler friendly conditions.
Yep.
It's pretty humid, it's fairly breezy. The light is improving all the time though. I mean, it was a little gloomy to start off with, but the light does seem to be improving, and there is some bad weather around, as Dave was saying, further north from here, but I think the forecast here is to sort of improve during the day.
It is, so if you're listening locally, you want to come down, you'd be very welcome. £5 for adults, £1 I think for juniors. Sean Hunt will be the 4th Sussex bowler to be used from the pavilion end. He'll be replacing Brad Curry. Despite all those previous meetings we talked about, 51 of them in all, there's only been 12 centuries, 5 by Nottinghamshire, 5 Nottinghamshire centuries, 7 by Sussex batsmen. The differential there is that Alex Hales has scored 2 of the 5 Nottinghamshire centuries. Paul Pollard, Jason Gallion and Paul Johnson with the others. As round the wicket comes Hunt, driven down the ground for 4 by Hamid.
That was I think he actually intended it to go there, but that was very un-Hamid-like, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He just crashed the ball through mid-on.
Dragged it a little bit. Sussex, 7 centuries against Notts, the highest of which is a tie, 123 not out by Carl Hopkinson at Hove in 2007 and Ed Joyce at Hove in 2013. Mike Buss 121, Imran Khan 114, Kepler Vessels 106, Keith Greenfield 102, and Chris Adams here in 1998 as Hamid plays this on the leg side for a couple of runs. And so Hamid on to 13, and Sean Hunt 2 balls, none for 6. Just got to drag this back a little bit because Sussex have been right on the money this morning. Maybe Hamid has decided now is the time to accelerate. Some fine players.
There's some great names, isn't there? I've got an email actually talking about all your research, Dave. I'll read out at the end of the over.
Next ball on its way past Hamid, leaves it alone, goes through to Allsop.
I noticed that Finn Hudson-Prentice is on the field at mid-on now. He's on his 12th man, so somebody's gone off, and I'm wondering if that's Brad Curry, who I thought just looked in a little bit of discomfort at the end of his 5th over. I mean, he wasn't sort of hobbling, but he just looked as if he was just in a little bit of trouble.
Just gone for a comfort break,
yeah,
mate.
Yeah. Let's hope he's okay. Anyway, Hudson-Prentice is on at mid-on.
Next delivery is popping up on the offside and might be caught. Is caught by Rawlins.
I'm not sure he is.
Right, Hamid has stood there. It's popped up off the shoulder. Asib Hamid is standing there. Umpire Mansour Qureshi, not sure. He's going to talk to Rob Bailey, who's not going to be able to see this. Rob Bailey can't see that, to be fair, because he was at square leg. This was taken at point, and they've given him out. Hamid has to go. Sussex were confident, absolutely no problems with any of that whatsoever. Sussex claiming the catch, Hamid standing there waiting to be given, umpires chatting, and decided between them that the probability, if you like, maybe more than that, maybe they saw it absolutely 100%, but Hamid is out, caught by Rawlins, bowled by Hunt for 13. So Sean Hunt did come back, didn't he, after going for a 4 and a 2 the first 2 balls, and that'll be a Very, very disappointing. Asiba Mead, who walks off, won the toss, and Notts almost emulating what they were at Norfolk on Sunday afternoon before the rains came. They're 38 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think all round there, everybody was was in the right. Hamid was quite within his rights to wait for the umpires to confer. It was a catch taken no down. I think the onus there is on the fielder. Rawlins came in and took the catch. He claimed the catch. I thought for a minute he was just hesitating, but he. And sometimes with those, and it is, you can go for those and you think, yeah, I'm pretty certain I've caught it. It all happens in a blink of an eye. But he claimed the catch, and the umpires conferred him. He waited, and the umpire gave him out.
Yeah, there's a lot on umpire Qureshi there. He had to. He had to make the decision because I'm pretty sure Rob Bailey at square leg.
No, I would agree.
Couldn't offer a great deal because he stood quite a way away. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strips away from the one they're playing on at square leg, and it was taken about 6 or 7 strips away at point, and it would have been absolutely, I'm sure, an eye line that Rob Bailey had obscured by Asiba Mead.
Yes, I agree. I mean, it's one of those. If this was a one-day international, we had television cameras all over the place. That would definitely have been a decision that would have
been reviewed.
Would have been reviewed without any question at all. But I think you were relying in this situation on the fielder's honesty as much as anything. And Rawlins claimed the catch.
So Sean Hunt bowls. New man is Lyndon James. Pushes this back to Sean Hunt. It's a dot ball. We're in the 12th over. 1 ball left in the 12th over. Notts 38 for 3. Just a 50-year-old, so perhaps a bit of a strange decision, Dave, to bat first in swing-friendly conditions. Clearly, Notts wanted to. They'll have chatted about it, and Hamid, the skipper, I'm sure, will have had sway as Lyndon James pushes this out to Rawlins. So end of the 12th over, 38 for 3. Notts will have decided they want to put a score on the board and defend it. They may yet go on and be able to do that, but you're absolutely right. In swing-friendly conditions, Sussex, I don't think will have minded too much. Ross says, thanks Ross. Yeah, just confirming everybody. The group winner goes straight through to the semi-finals. Second and third will play second and third in the other group for a spot in the semi-finals. What have you got, Adrian? And again, I did promise actually while you were out the room that you'd remind everybody of the email address.
Yes, as in comes Ibrahim bowls and turned to the onside by Montgomery through mid-wicket, picks up a single as Alior comes sprinting off the deep mid-wicket boundary to field, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you. Leo from Lewis has done exactly that. Lewis, who were we're getting some good press, not for cricket but for football over the last couple of days. They've got a very and have had for many years a very
are they fan owned?
Yes, a flourishing ladies section of Lewis Football Club. They play down at the Dripping Pan, lovely name for a ground, as Ibrahim is, and the ball comes off the thigh pad, bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. But Leo says, "Hi Adrian, many thanks today for his statistical research and analysis.
However,
it gives context to the current match. And there is no however, which is wonderful. His claim that Notts are the only club to have won all formats of one-day cricket got me thinking, as Sussex won the early Gillette Cup over 65 overs, which means they've won trophies over 20, 40, 50, 60 and 65 overs, but never won the B&H over 55 overs. So it's a 5-all draw, I believe." Thanks as ever for the coverage. What a great email from Leo.
Yeah, well done, Leo.
In comes Ibrahim bowls and forward comes Montgomery.
And he's right, I'd forgotten that, but he's absolutely right. When the Gillette Cup started, it was 65 overs a side, 130 overs in the day. Great stuff. And of course Sussex were the masters. Was Ted Dexter the skipper? I know he was very much
I think Ted Dexter was the skipper in 63.
Lord Ted.
Yeah, a lot of people felt, and sadly no longer with us. People felt he was, before his time.
I met him a few times.
In comes Ibrahim bowls, and just run down by Montgomery down to third man, fielded down in the distance, way down in the distance by Sean Hunt. Montgomery goes to 3, brings Lyndon James on strike, who batted really nicely here, Lyndon James, in the championship match last week, made 56 in the second innings. But I was just looking at that championship game because Notts in that game were 41 for 3, and they're 41 for 3 now. Second innings, they were 40 for 3, so it's very much following the course of that game as in comes Ibrahim bowls and driven firmly by James down the ground, fielded by Carvelos, who's very quickly in, and there is no run. Overcast morning here in Nottingham. But I think the crowd has filled up a little since we started. It's by no means a big crowd, but it's away to our right-hand side. This middle tier is very well patronised. Just £5 to get in, and you could get good value for a day's cricket.
Nice to see them.
Ibrahim bowls, and James turns up with a flick of the wrists, slightly wider this time to Carvelos, and I think Montgomery was thinking there may be a single there. He was at the non-strikers then, but James in no hurry to come through. End of the over, 41 for 3.
I'm laughing because we all know about autocorrect and predictive text and whatever, and I wonder if Bob you've been victim of this, because he's put not a good Tolstoy win so far, and I presume Bob, you meant to put not a good toss to win so far, but not a good Tolstoy win so far. I mentioned it before a couple of years ago. I have no idea where I was, but my good lady had said, if you let me know when you're leaving, when you're on your way home, I'll put the dinner on. Might have been from here or whatever. And I got a new phone. Here's Sean Hunt to bowl his second over. Matthew Montgomery's on strike, and he pushes this into the offside. So I did as I was told, Adrian, because that's the most important thing, isn't it, to keep them happy?
Absolutely.
And sent a text or a WhatsApp or whatever, which I thought was leaving now. When I got home, it had auto-corrected to leaving you, which is a completely different thing. and for half an hour or so, it had completely made her day. But changed leaving now to leaving you. 41 for 3. Hunt bowls Montgomery, stylish player, lovely push into the offside, just through the gap. We get a couple of runs, and Ali Orr has really had to work hard to prevent that from going for 4, and some of those over there.
Yeah, I think some of the spectators felt that had gone for 4 actually.
I don't think it is going to be a 4. Delray Rawlins went over, and it's not Delray Rawlins, that's the skipper who chased out there as a backup. Went over and gave Ali Orr a little bit of a congratulatory low 5. Montgomery on to 5. To
be fair, no one in that stand sort of jumping up and down saying that's gone for 4.
I think the moans seem to come from this stand as Montgomery takes a single, 44 for 3. Yes, not a good Tolstoy win so far. Did you watch the Lionesses?
I did watch the Lionesses. Yes, I did on Sunday afternoon. I was charging around doing various things. Besides, I watched the best bit of the game. I watched the whole of the second half and an extra time as well.
Yeah, 44 for 3. And Lyndon James has a single slapped away. Lyndon James has got 5. Smashed that through backward point. Ball raced over the rope, and in fact it's gone underneath the railing there, and it'll be thrown back by the spectator at the front of the William Clark stand. Yes, towards the end there, and certainly the celebrations. I think somebody must have been peeling onions in our house. It was a bit emotional, wasn't it? Delighted for them. 48 for 3. It had everything that you wanted, didn't it? You know, the if you like, the euphoria of taking the lead, and then the typical response, if you like. We've seen it many times against German football sides, and then if you like, the result that the majority of those present wanted, and then the celebrations. 49 for 3. Montgomery back on strike on 6. Lyndon James has 6.
No, absolutely, and Hope Powell, who is now the manager of the Brighton women's team, has been speaking a lot as well, because of course she was England manager for a long time.
Next ball is pushed to backward point, but down to a wideish third man, fielded by Carvelos. Mike Brown, who's from Guernsey, but I know he's on the ground, says, Dave, explain to us why Notts battered, given the cloud cover. So, Mike, you didn't say why I've not spoled, given the cloud cover, I suppose. No, it must have just been the skipper's hunch, or the way they want to go about this, put a score on the board and defend it. I see Guernsey got a medal, didn't they, in the Commonwealth Games yesterday for the first time. I think it was in the bowls. So when you get back home, Mike, I'm sure there'll be some celebrations. The umpires are getting together here, but it's not about the ball, because Dan Ibrahim's got it in his hand. 51 for 3 after 14.
Oh, just a quick natter.
I didn't make a note of the score at the end of the 13th over. I don't know if you did.
No, I did. In fact, I've been a bit of a miss there.
Yeah,
My
it's
apologies.
38 after 12. Oh, well, who knows?
In comes Dan Ibrahim running in to bowl to Lyndon James, and James almost plays an involuntary shot down to third man, almost as if he was looking to take the bat out of the way. But he was the full face of the bat. The ball rolls away down to third man, where it's fielded by Sean Hunt, and James goes to 7, and the Outlaws to 52 for 3 in the 15th over. Joe has been in touch. Hello, Joe Jeffries, and he says, "Hi, Adrian. Forgive me if you've answered this already, but why are there no Sussex fixtures or tour matches at Arundel this season? And do you think this will sadly become the norm from here?" As Ibrahim is in bowls, and again worked backward of square on the offside past Rawlins at backwards square. They think about a second, and they're going to move on, but they do come back comfortably in the end as Hunt fields, and good applause around Trent Bridge as the sun makes a breakthrough as well, and the weather seems to be
We'll be all right
improving
now.
all the time. Joe goes on to say, with so much cricket being played these days, you'd think there'd be plenty of opportunities for Arundel to host matches. These Royal London One-Day Cup fixtures in particular feel made for the place and would no doubt draw big crowds. I'm sure you'll agree that watching top-level cricket at Arundel, as in comes Ibrahim bowls and clips straight to mid-on, and that's a good call by Montgomery, because it was straight to Harry Carvelis, who then threw the stumps down at the far end of the ground. In fact, he's knocked the stump clean out of the ground, but not before Lyndon James had made his ground running from the non-striker's end. Total goes to 55 for 3. He says, "I'm sure you agree that watching top-level cricket at Arundel is one of life's greatest pleasures, and it'd be a real tragedy if it were to become a thing of the past. All the best, Joe." Well, I think to reassure you, Joe, the reason for no cricket at Arundel is a sort of a hangover, if you like, of what's been happening during COVID. As Ibrahim running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end bowls. Forward comes James. Good length delivery, played out into the offside and fielded by the alert Rawlins at backward point. There is no run. So certainly the decision for this season has been made that it's quite a costly business moving cricket to outgrounds, etc., etc. And I think Sussex, understandably, with revenue cut back so severely during COVID times, wanted to maximise as much as they possibly could this season. As in comes Ibrahim bowls, and that's not a great shot by Lyndon James, and he knows it. Didn't move his feet, looking to cut that one away through backward point. The ball whistles through to Tom Alsop, and there is no run. But my understanding is that of next season, hopefully we'll be back to normal, and I'm sure it isn't the end of cricket at Arundel. Most beautiful ground that is. Have you been to Arundel?
I haven't.
Right.
Nor Eastbourne.
Right.
So if you can arrange that for me at some point, next time we come down there.
Here comes Ibrahim in bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Probably the shot of the day. He's a good cricketer, is Lyndon James. I thought he batted beautifully last week, and that's a lovely on drive by the right-hander, straight down the ground. Not too much wrong with the ball from Daniel Ibrahim, but a quality shot. James goes to 11, Montgomery on 11, and the Outlaws are 59 for 3 at the end of the 15th over.
Yes, 8 from that over. So Notts just getting a little bit of momentum, almost up to 4 and over. Just have to do a quick radio update. Where for the first time today, the sun just starting to break through. I don't think Nottinghamshire's batsmen will mind that in the slightest, because with heavy cloud cover, they've lost 3 wickets in the first hour of this match here against Sussex. They're 59 for 3. Asib Hamid, the skipper today, won the toss, opted to bat first, and he's one of the 3 victims. Slater out for 8, Buddinger 10, Hamid himself out for 13, but Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James leading a little bit of a fight back after 15 overs. Notts are 59 for 3. Now 60 for 3 with a single taken by Matthew Montgomery. He's just gone ahead of his partner, 12 to 11.
Yeah, I mean, certainly one-day cricket in the last 3 seasons, or pre-COVID, Sussex started playing again at the Saffrons at Eastbourne. So that's very much on the outground map.
There's Sean Hunt bowls, another single taken by Lyndon James, 61 for 3. Has there been any outground cricket this season?
No, so that was a decision that the club made, and as I say, I think with revenue streams, they're looking to maximise everything they can from Hove this season. But I think the intention of the club is that next season they'll be back to playing at Arundel, playing at Eastbourne. I mean, the intention originally was this season to play at Eastbourne and Horsham in the 50 over, from memory. So I think it's still very much on the agenda. So hopefully, Joe, that'll carry into next season.
61 for 3. Matthew Montgomery has 12. He's just guided this. Might give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's guided it. Had it been more obvious, he might even have edged it down to third man, but either way he's got himself a single, and he's on to 13. 62 for 3. What have you spotted?
Well, just watching Matt Spence, who's the strength and conditioning coach for Sussex, walking around the boundary with Henry Crocombe and Ollie Robinson. So Ollie not playing in this game, having played in the 4-day game last week, having another extra day off.
Hunt bowls. James again has driven the ball down the ground. So strong in the V. He's a big tall man, very, very elegant, technically sound. Has played a sumptuous drive there, just to the offside, almost through the bowler Sean Hunt. Lovely shot. James on to 16, 66 for 3 in the 16th over.
Well, he's played the 2 best shots of the day so far, the on drive and now the off drive. He looks a good player to me. Very, very well last week.
That actually matches his 1-day best. Only played a handful of games, 7 appearances, 66 for 3. In fact, a couple of those he didn't get to bat, so not played all that much in this format. Not just for the first time have found themselves with a run rate over 4.
Is he? My who's who is in the other room, but no, it might be here actually. Look, Lyndon James, is he a local lad, Dave?
He is indeed. Next ball on its way. This is pushed back to the bowler. Worksop born. He actually attended Oakham School, the same school as Stuart Broad went to. End of the over. 66 for 3. 23 years of age. As we all hope and believe he'll have a long and very successful future in the game. Does most of the right things. Strange burst of music there.
I was going to say, I wonder what
if that was Spot the Intro, I've no idea.
I thought it was coming through my headphones. In comes Dan Ibrahim, runs in and bowls, and cut away firmly by Montgomery through backward point. They'll look for 2 here. It's fielded out there by Ward. He's a very good fielder. He's very quick across the ground, but he can't prevent a second. Nice shot by Montgomery. He goes to 15, and the total to 68 for 3.
They're off for rain at Derby now, where Derbyshire are 31 for 4 against the holders Glamorgan. Still no play at Old Trafford. Lancashire Essex inspection at 1:30. Playing all the other games.
Ibrahim, just the one slip in place now. Over the wicket bowls to James, who punches this through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. There won't be 2 here because Orr again is very speedy. The boundary fielders here for Sussex are quick across the ground, notably Harrison Ward and Alistair Orr. 1 more to the total. Both bats on 16. Notts 69 for 3, having won the toss. Something of a recovery here from Nottinghamshire at one stage with 38 for 3. A very good opening spell by both Brad Curry and Ari Carvelos. And Sean Hunt picking up the wicket of Hasib Hamid. In comes Ibrahim bowls. Good length delivery, which James plays with respect to point, fielded there by Delray Rawlins. And there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email. That's not just for Sussex fans. If you're a Notts fan listening in, or any fan of any county, you'd like to make a point, then please get in touch. It'd be lovely to hear from you throughout the day. Mercifully no rain here so far, but it seems if it's Rain isn't sort of that far away, which is a little worrying, as in comes Ibrahim and bowls, and played nicely by James, punches that one away through mid-wicket, fielded by All on the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to the total. James to 17 off 17 deliveries.
Yeah, and that now is his highest one-day score. You know, he's getting all sorts of headlines for his performances over the last year or two in the longer format, but just to show he's not played a great deal of white ball cricket. 17 not out, Lyndon James' highest one-day score.
In comes Ibrahim. Well pitched up, driven down the ground, and they've taken a single. Good cricket all round, actually. It was punched down the ground by Montgomery. Immediately called for the single. Carvelos was very quickly round for mid-on, fielded, shied at the stumps. He missed, but they've scooted through for a well-judged single. The Outlaws to 71 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle guiding you through the action on a sultry day here in the East Midlands. The sun periodically breaking through as Ibrahim is in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery there. Just cut back a little bit to Lyndon James, who played it well out into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. End of the over. 71 for 3 at the end of the 17th over.
Sussex bowlers have been right on the money this morning, but however good they are, I don't think any of them's going to better the Sussex best against Notts. Adrian Jones 7 for 41 here in 1986, and that is the best one-day figures by anybody against Nottinghamshire. The other Sussex bowlers that have had 5 wicket hauls against Notts: Devon Smith, the West Indian, the Barbadian, 6 for 29 at Hove in 2009. He got a hat-trick. Bilal Shafayat, Kevin O'Brien and Jake Ball, who was making his Nottinghamshire debut that evening. The other 5 wicket hauls for Sussex: Imran Khan, 5 for 38 here in 1981 as Hunt bowls to Montgomery, pushes it into the offside. And the other 5 wicket hauls: Tony Gregg and Roger Knight. Some very famous names there indeed. I think they always used to say, didn't they, if you had to go and play on a hard, fast, pacey wicket at Hove against Imran Khan and Garth LaRue, that was pretty much as tough as it got round about that period. Sean Hunt in his 4th over bowls to Montgomery, just drops it on the leg side. Nottinghamshire 5 wicket hauls. Clive Rice 6 for 18 at Hove in 1982. Gareth Clough got a 6 for here in 2006, and Harry Gurney, the last time that Sussex came for a one-day match 9 years ago, he got 5 for 48. Hunt bowls, watery sunshine overhead. Montgomery eases this into the offside, and there's no run.
There's blue sky above the ground now, Dave. It's fairly grey away to our right-hand side of it, but it seems to be getting lighter there as well. I mean, let's hope there was talk of some showers around, but certainly not here at the moment. It seems to be sort of clearing all the time.
I think we'll be all right.
The man in the car park assured me it wasn't going to rain this morning.
Pete down there looking after things, as this one's tickled fine by Montgomery. I presume there's a fielder down here. We'll have to just have a little look. There is indeed. It's Dan Ibrahim, and they come back for 2. 73 for 3. Away to our right, Adrian, County Hall. You may be interested to know, or may not, but it's reopened for business today. You were here on Thursday. There was quite a serious fire on the first floor round the other side that we couldn't see, but we could see all the fire engines and whatever. So that was Thursday. They've reopened for business today. So
that's good. It did look really serious for a while, didn't it? We were quite worried.
73 for 3. Hunt bowls to Montgomery. Just holds the bat out there, runs it down to Carvelos at third man. 74 for 3. You travelled up this morning again?
I did, yeah. I think there must be a lot of people, perhaps away on holiday, and of course it is the school holidays, and the traffic was really pretty light. There's always that you never quite know, and there's a long period on the M1 at the minute where there's a 60-mile-an-hour limit, but it was relatively clear, to be honest.
Lyndon James on strike, 74 for 3. Next ball's clipped by James through mid-wicket for 4. Just for a second I wondered if he'd found mid-wicket, but he'd placed it superbly, hadn't he, to the left of mid-wicket, to the right of mid-on, and it raced away for 4. And again, another semi-decent over for not 7 from it. I don't think yet, just having a quick look, they haven't yet, Adrian, had an over where they've taken double digits.
No.
7 and 8 are the highest they've taken, but I feel there's just a little bit of momentum. This partnership 40 now from 38 deliveries, 78 for 3.
Well, it's Dan Ibrahim who's going to carry on from this, the Ratcliffe Road, and comes in and bowls to Montgomery, who plays with a very straight bat to mid-off, fielded by Archie Lenham, and there is no run. Sean Hunt's 4 overs have cost 30 runs, and I can see Archie Lenham is warming up, and at the end of that over, Tom Alsop and Cheteshwar Pujara, wicket-keeper and skipper respectively, were having a little chat in the middle of the pitch. And I just wonder whether that was about, whether we need to make a little change. Sean Hunt now fielding down at fine leg as in comes Ibrahim. Bowls and play without timing into the offside by Montgomery. There is no run.
You know, what a lovely man Pujara is, isn't he?
Yes.
And he makes, he takes time to speak to everybody and have a chat. Very engaging, great ambassador for the game, for Indian cricket, and indeed for Sussex cricket. Lovely fella.
And he's done,
decent player as well. Let's not forget.
Yeah, and that, absolutely, and that's just what Sussex needed in their batting order as Ibrahim is in and bowls. Clip down the leg side, and that's a bit of a gimme wicket if it's given.
Bad, I think.
No, it was down the leg side. It would have been a wide. Looking to clip that away down the leg side was Matt Montgomery. It was a good tumbling take by Alsop. You probably heard a slightly stifled appeal, and it's one of those that had Montgomery got a little nick on that, he'd have been furious with himself. But it's a dot ball. Archie Lenham, I reckon, is going to come on because he's going through a pretty rigorous warm-up down below us.
Yes, he'd hope to have a good bowl today, wouldn't he?
Yep. There's Ibrahim. Bowls driven nicely, powerfully by Montgomery to mid-off, fielded by Archie Lenham, and there is no run. Pujara's just coming across and having a word to Ibrahim, maybe a suggestion about a fielding change. Let's just wait and see. In fact, the mid-on, yeah, they are going to make a change. So the fine leg is coming up inside the circle, and Ward, who was at mid-on, is now going down to long on, so making sure they've still got those 4 fielders outside of the circle. But a change in the field as in comes Ibrahim, bowls and clips away to short fine leg. We have to say it's a good bit of field placing because they brought the fine leg up inside the circle, who was Sean Hunt, and he prevented the single being taken.
Yeah, a yard either side of him, you might have you might have questioned it.
Yeah,
it's one of those, wasn't it? It's straight to the fielder.
Absolutely. He clips it for 4 runs, and you say, well, that wasn't a very good bit of captaincy. As it turned out, it looks a very good piece of captaincy.
It's like when you have one slip, isn't it? You move him to second slip, you stand there, and it goes straight to him. Saying what a brilliant bit of captaincy if it goes through first slip.
Ibrahim bowls, and this time played down to long on, and it's Ward who's in. Sorry, Carvelos is in very quickly, and can't do anything about preventing the single at the end of Ibrahim's over. Just the 1 run coming off of it, and Notts are 79 for 3 at the end of the 19th over, and it is going to be Archie Lenham time. The young 18-year-old leg spinner is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Sean Hunt out of the attack.
Yep. Your earlier correspondent, of course, talking about 65 overs aside the Gillette Cup, those early years. Of course, they also just stopped for lunch and stopped for tea as well, and then had a 10-minute turnaround. It's different now, of course. We'll play for 50 overs, then have a half an hour break. I know when they first went to 50 overs in this country a few years ago, back, was it 2014, 2015? 2014, I think.
Yes.
They had a 45-minute break, which lengthened the day. So if you are looking at timings today, we should go from 11 till 2:30, the interval 2:30 till 3 o'clock, and then Notts should be in the field, or Sussex should be batting 3 till 6:30. They should be the timings. Lenham's coming on, having assured Adrian that it will be
Well, it's raining.
fine and dry. We've now got some rain just blowing over the ground, which is going to muddy the pitch a little bit as Lenham from the pavilion end bowls with a wet ball.
It's raining quite hard.
It's a no ball, and this might be the last action. So Lenham started with a no ball, so he's going to be 0 for 2, and he's not yet started. And it's a free hit. It's a free hit. The ground staff are ready, so it may not blow over. We may just have a little interruption here. Free hit, Matthew Montgomery on strike, unloads and gets a thickish outside edge, which will run down towards third man, but should be dragged back. And they'll come back for 3. Yeah, good running between the two of them. So Lenham right now has the peculiar figures of 1 ball, none for 5.
I don't think we are going to go off, you know. I think whatever it is.
Well, the ground staff are ready. Well done, umpire Mansour Qureshi.
Yeah, way to the right, Dave. Periodically it goes. It's quite shrouded in low cloud now, isn't it?
You can't see the tower of the power station.
That's always a guide.
When we can't see that, that's never good news. But let's hope it does blow away. Lenham bowls. Lyndon James helps this on the leg side. That's the 47th run of this partnership. Notts Outlaws 85 for 3. They've lost Slater for 8, Budinger for 10, Hamid for 13. As we go down the scorecard, they've got progressively higher the scores. Matthew Montgomery is on 24 not out. Archie Lenham bowls. Nice bit of turn and bounce there from Lenham. The leg breaker that went, and Montgomery was playing down the wrong line. Well taken by the former Hampshire glove man Tom Alsop, who it's now a permanent move, isn't it, by Alsop to Sussex.
Yes.
This one slashed away just wide of slip, and they'll get a single. 86 for 3. It wasn't too far away there from Tom Clark at slip, was it?
It wasn't, and Archie Lenham had his hands on his head momentarily. It's brightening up away to the right, Dave.
I was just going to say, and the good news, I suspect, in a sense, is that they're back on at Derby, and straight away Derbyshire have lost another wicket. They're 34 for 5 against Glamorgan. Next one is just played by Lyndon James to backward point, and even from here, you know, he was disappointed with that. He threw his head back.
He did, didn't he?
Felt it was one he could go after, but didn't. 86 for 3. 1 ball left in an over that's already cost 7. James on 22, and he'll punch this down the ground for a single. So 8 from that Lenham over. It did start with a no ball and then the free hit straight after it. So he was playing catch up from then on, but caught up nicely. None for 8 to Archie Lenham. 87 for 3 after 20 overs. So Notts now just heading towards 4.5 and over. 4.35 it is at the moment. 87 for 3. Difficult to know what's a good score to defend, of course, but had it been a nice, warm, fairly still day, we've seen all sorts of scores here over the years. Of course, we've had, I think 3 times Notts have scored over 400. Not going to be today.
Ibrahim comes in, but playing a miss from Lyndon James outside the off stump, taken by Tom Alsop. And there is no run.
Been some astonishing games of 50 over cricket in the last 3 or 4 years here. Notts have 3 times scored over 400. First time they did it, they got 445, and Northants came back with, was it 425 or something? What a game that was. Similar high scoring side, both sides scoring 400 when they played Lancashire.
Ibrahim again. And in bowls forward comes James, plays out to the offside. There is no run, followed by Pujara.
England too, when they've played here, have churned out some colossal scores in 50 over cricket. So generally the wicket's conducive to stroke play, but the bowlers have held sway today so far.
Yeah, I think Sussex have bowled pretty well.
Just brightening up a little bit, Adrian.
No, it is
good news. Yeah,
it is good news. Ibrahim in and bowls and up on his toes as James steers that down to third man. He's got to look for 2 here, and there will be a comfortable 2 as the throw comes in from way down in the distance from Brad Curry, who's back on the field. 2 more, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. 89 for 3, 51 from 54 balls between Lyndon James and Matthew Montgomery. And they played very nicely. They've had to consolidate after losing those 3 wickets. Slater, Budginger and Hamid all back in the pavilion with 38 on the ball, but these two have consolidated and kept the, you know, they've kept the run rate going along, you know, relatively nicely. Ibrahim in bowls, lovely shot by James straight to mid on, but he looks such a good player, this lad. He really does. It was just the way he was in position and, you know, just punched the ball down the ground to mid on, fielded by Carvelos, and there is no run. Sussex without anyone in the slip cordon now. Still just those 4 men allowed outside of the circle. There's a third man, a deep cover, deep mid wicket and a long on. Ibrahim in bowls, James forward to a ball of good length. Nice little spell this by Daniel Ibrahim, and he's in his 6th over. He's only conceded the 23 runs. He's just bowling. I think he's a little bit more than medium pace. He's certainly not medium fast, but he's, you know, wobbles the ball around a bit. The ball's done a bit off the pitch. Difficult to believe he's only 17 years of age, you know, is he? I'll just check that is the case. I don't think he's 18 yet, as in comes Ibrahim bowls, and up on his toes as James played into the offside. There is no run, so just a couple of runs off of the over. And Notts at the end of the 21st over are 89 for 3. Martin Mahoney's been in touch. He says, hello guys, from a not so sunny High Wycombe. And apologies if this has been mentioned earlier, but is this the first time that Pujara has captained a first-class one-day domestic side? Now, there's a question. It's certainly the first time that he's captained Sussex.
And Hamid, it's the first time he's captained anybody above second 11 cricket, he says. There's Lenham from the pavilion end, bowls, and again, it's clipped through mid-wicket, this time by Montgomery. Takes a single, 90 for 3. I would have thought Pujara would have had some captaincy experience, but that would have just been, you know, an off-the-cuff comment. Vastly experienced, is held in high regard, isn't he, with the Indian squad. Lenham a high full toss here, driven away by James for another single, 91 for 3. Nice to see them both at the toss, wasn't it, Pujara and
No, absolutely.
Hamid?
No, absolutely.
Next delivery. Slashed away for 4 by Matthew Montgomery. Slashed makes it sound a little bit crude. He sensed the opportunity was there to drive it through the offside and literally gave it both barrels as it crashed into the advertising boards. Nice looking shot. 95 for 3. Lenham to Montgomery. He'll take a single. Notts have played this over very nicely indeed. 96 for 3. You just sense that there's some impetus building here, and it's going to go obviously one of two ways. They're going to, you know, really going to rattle along with the momentum they've got now, or one of them's going to make an error and cough up a catch. This one's steered to backward point, fielded by Carvelos. No run. 96 for 3. John Simpson's been in touch, not come today. Some tram works have created a few problems for me, so I'm watching it on the stream. It's raining in Bulwell, says John, but that was a couple of minutes ago as James drives it down the ground. Not the Middlesex wicketkeeper, John Simpson. 97 for 3. I say that every time, sorry John. After 22 overs, so what do we get? We've got 8 from that one. That's still the best we've had from any over. Just there, those of you watching on the live stream will sort of see how miserable it looks overhead. But you know,
it's brighter over there, isn't it? We can see the tower.
I'm going to say we are fortunate just to be able to have a little bit of a lean forward and appear left, right, and centre, and we can see one or two gaps where it is starting to break up. The forecast this morning was that you might just cop a shower, but by and large it will be a dry day. So let's hope that's what happens.
So 22 overs gone, 97 for 3 as Ibrahim is in and bowls. Oh, and a play to miss outside the off stump. I don't think he nicked that, did Lyndon James? It was a really good delivery by Daniel Ibrahim. It nipped away off the pitch, went through to Allsop. My immediate reaction was he didn't hit it, and umpire Bailey agreed. Total remains 97 for 3, but it's been a good little spell here from Daniel Ibrahim. He's in his 7th over, figures of 0 for 23. John Harrison has been in touch. Hello John, thank you for your email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As Dan Ibrahim turns and runs away from us. Bowling to James, who clips this one firmly through mid-wicket. Ali Orr is in hot pursuit at deep mid-wicket. They won't take a second because Orr is onto the ball in a flash.
Just before you read your correspondence email, yeah, can I tell you it's 12:30 in case you've got an update to do? Did you catch the last one?
I did. Literally.
You left here with your tail between your legs.
Literally, the presenter was reading the weather and we follow the weather, and she said, so, and that's the end of the weather forecast, and here's the cricket jingle. And I thought,
oh yes, you get a jingle.
I do get a jingle. Yeah, I do get a
don't get a jingle.
A little jingle I get. In comes Ibrahim, bowls and nicely run down by Montgomery down to third man. It'll just be a single, fielded way down in the distance by, who's that down there? I think that's Carvelas.
It is Carvelas. Just for the Nottinghamshire listeners, would you like to give us a burst of your jingle?
Yeah. No.
Come on. I don't get a jingle.
Well, it's like cricket update with Adrian Arms. Sometimes they don't play it though.
That's not very musical.
No, there's a bit of an underlying sort of. In comes Ibrahim, bowls and lovely straight drive by Lyndon James to mid-off, fielded by Brad Curry, who throws at the stumps and hits the stumps. But the non-striker Montgomery was in his ground, and there is
good omens for Notts here, because twice now Sussex have shied at the stumps when there's been no need to, and twice they've hit. So there might be an opportunity. You better go, you'll miss it.
Daniel Ibrahim is 18 on the 9th of August. So he's 17 at the moment, nearly 18 is Dan Ibrahim. Yes, I'll do this over and I'll disappear, then I'll read my email from John. So
okay.
I haven't forgotten you, John Harrison from Hove. Dan Ibrahim runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and plays with his hand off the bat, does Lyndon James, through the covers, picks up a single. Gets a nice round of applause, and the reason being that the Nottinghamshire 100 is up. 100 for 3 in the 23rd over. James on 29, Montgomery on 32.
And it is much, much brighter, but I have half a feeling there might just be the odd spit or spot in the air, but I think we'll be all right. Go and do your update, and
it's very. Oh yeah, I'll do this. One more ball of the over. It's very humid here, as in comes Ibrahim and bowls and clipped away nicely by Montgomery. Picks up a single. End of the over. 101 for 3. Dan Ibrahim, good figures. 7 overs, no maidens. 0 for 26. I'm going to disappear.
4 from that over. More from Adrian in a second. Yeah, you just have a good listen to that jingle. I want to hear it in full when you come back. 101 for 3. Lyndon James 29. Matt Montgomery's just got ahead of him on 33. Toby Petman's just brought them both a drink out there, and a change of gloves, I think, for Matthew Montgomery. 101 for 3. 5 Sussex bowlers used so far. Carvelas, Curry, Ibrahim Hunt and Lenham. It is going to be Archie Lenham to continue. Might have a bit of Delray Rawlins. We might have a bit of Tom Clark, but not as yet as Montgomery. There's a shy at the stumps, and this time he does miss. Brad Curry with the attempt. I think Matt Montgomery would have got home. Doesn't really matter when he misses. 102 for 3. Lenham bowls to Lyndon James. Radio Nottingham update on its way after a burst of Lewis Capaldi. Lenham bowls. We've had a little bit of rain, but they stayed on, and Nottinghamshire now coming out the other side of that poor weather with a flurry of runs. The 4th wicket partnership still intact, now worth 65. That's between Lyndon James, who's gone on to 30, Matthew Montgomery on 34. Slater, Budinger and Ameed all out relatively early on, has not slumped to 38 for 3. This, of course, the first of 8 matches in the 50-over competition. A lot of players, of course, missing from both sides away. Shortly to represent their respective franchises in the 100, but this Nottinghamshire 11 currently 104 for 3. There's Lenham bowling to Lyndon James, and he's played a nice looking push away on the leg side. Gets a single, 105 for 3. Lenham has 1 ball left in his 3rd over, 0 for 20. His figures. He's going to be bowling to Matthew Montgomery, who pushes this away, and they'll again go for a fairly brisk single, but he gets home. So Montgomery on to 36, and that now means that's his highest Nottinghamshire one-day score. As I mentioned, when he came to the crease, he played a little bit of one-day cricket in South Africa for KwaZulu-Natal, and indeed had a century for them 2 or 3 English winters ago. 106 for 3 after 24 overs. So closing in on the halfway stage, and Cheteshwar Pujara has seen fit to make a change. He's going to bring back Sean Hunt, who bowled 4 overs 1 for 30 earlier. Be bowling from the Radcliffe Road end in front of us. And the sky's definitely brightening now, so hopefully that's the end of the fairly dodgy looking stuff. Hunt then round the wicket to Matt Montgomery on 36, just dabs it down to 3rd man for a single. 107 for 3. Elsewhere at Bristol, Gloucestershire 118 for 3 in the 24th over against Warwickshire. Those 2 sides are in the same group as this pair, as are Surrey and Leicestershire, who meet at Guildford. Surrey 96 for 2. Hunt bowls to James, no run. The other 4 matches today are all in the other group. At Derby, Derbyshire 48 for 5 after 15 against Glamorgan. No play yet at Old Trafford between Lancashire and Essex. They'll have a look at 1:30. At New Road, Worcestershire 134 for 4 after 25 against Kent. As Hunt bowls down the leg side, helped away, tickled away by Lyndon James. Going to be touch and go, but it's been fielded down there at fine leg, and they come back for 2. 109 for 3. And Yorkshire Northants, Yorkshire 90 with Outlaws. Will Frayne had a brief period with Notts before starting with Yorkshire. He's 64 not out from 55 balls and has hit 4 sixes, so he's going along nicely. And that is at York Cricket Club. Next ball pushed into the offside. Notts went there last year. They just started. Budinger and Slater were at the crease for Notts early on. Just the 2 Notts batsmen to get to the crease and going along nicely when the rains came, and that was it. It was washed away. 109 for 3. Hunt bowls. Lyndon James again just chops it down on the 45. Gets another single. 110 for 3. Loving the Sussex pink. Regards to everybody down there on the south coast. There's Hunt past umpire Rob Bailey's left shoulder, bowls, and getting the ball run down to 3rd man. Absolute procession of singles down there. That over brought 5 runs in all, so at the halfway stage, Notts are 111 for 3. They're on Nelson. Lyndon James 34, Matt Montgomery 38. They've added 73, and clearly Notts will be looking to push on in the second half of the innings. It was very difficult early on, it's fair to say, and Sussex bowled well. They made the most of those cloudy overhead conditions. 111 for 3. Adrian's just landed to my right. 111 for 3. Yep, switch your mic on, old boy. He'll give us a burst of his jingle, and then he'll be into the action.
In comes Lenham, bowls, driven away nicely. That's going to race away Well, I thought I was going to go for 4, but it's a very good bit of fielding by Alistair Orr out on that cover boundary, who gets in a good throw. That was really good cricket by Orr. He was very quickly around on that cover boundary. I thought that was 4 runs. It was beautifully played by Matt Montgomery, who's impressed me this morning. He's on 39. Lyndon James on 34. Archie Lenham in his 4th over in and bowls, and James works this one to short extra cover fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
Several things. I've got to remind you to read John's email, and also I'm well aware it's my round for the coffees. Do you want one now or after my 1 o'clock update? Are you ready for...
In comes Lenham, and it's played away, slashed away through backward point. Who's that at backward point? Tom Clark got a hand to that. Managed to save it going for a boundary, and just a single on this occasion. I think I can wait till 1 o'clock.
I'll go after my 1 o'clock update then.
Very kind of you.
And don't forget John's email.
Yes. Archie Lenham coming from the pavilion end to bowl to Matt Montgomery's on 39. He's in and bowls, and Montgomery eases that one through the covers.
I also need to know if that's your best pen that you've got in your hand.
Do you like it?
Well, is it the one?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I have a message for you.
from the gentleman who came up here the other day.
I have a message for you.
Yes, I found it. In comes Lenham and bowls, and James firmly down the ground to long on.
It began. I don't like being accused. No, it didn't. It didn't. Steve said, honestly, I didn't see it and haven't picked it up. Hope Adrian finds his pen, but you clearly have found it.
I found it, funnily enough. This was last week in the county championship game when Dave had a guest. As in comes Lenham bowls and cut away by Montgomery, and as far as backward point stopped by
It was
Clark.
Steve Lamotte, the Notts Heritage Officer, and I've also got an update from Steve on something else, but yeah, go on.
So first of all, end of the over, 115 for 3, James 36, Montgomery on 40, Archie Lenham 4 overs, 0 for 25. So just the 4 runs coming off of that over. And this partnership between these two are now worth 77. And we're going to have a brief change because someone wants a new bat, I think. So we've got some bats being bought out and some drinks. So yes, Dave's guess was up, and I had a pen that I was using for my various notes. And it's no real sentimental value, but I just mislaid it, and I was making a bit of a fuss of it on there. Where's it gone? And
you did.
And
you did.
Then I wandered in to do an update. And there was the pen sitting on my desk underneath some cables and bits and pieces. So my apologies. The pen was here all the time.
I knew it wasn't you, Steve.
It wasn't. No, we wouldn't. So give us the update from Steve.
I will in a second, but Sean Hunt's going to bowl.
He is.
Have we changed ends, or is this is your end? No, you can carry on this end.
Okay. Sean Hunt running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and nicely run by James down to third man, picks up a single. He goes to 37, 116 for 3.
Well, Steve was talking about the Duke of Edinburgh and royal visits here at Trent Bridge, and he had a photograph that he really was in need of help with identifying some of the people on it. It was cricketers walking out of a pavilion with the Duke of Edinburgh and needed it identifying.
Hunt, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Montgomery just eases that through square leg, and they pick up a single fielded by Orr. 1 more to the total, 117 for 3.
And Steve says, Dave, could you please thank Bill Barnes, because he got in touch to say it was at Arundel, in fact, 1953, the Duke of Norfolk's 11, mainly comprising Sussex players.
Hunt in and bowls, and he's going to be caught. Is Lyndon James? He mistimes that completely. I think that's stuck in the pitch a little bit, but take nothing away from Sean Hunt. He's picked up a wicket. The catch taken by Tom Clark, and out of absolutely nowhere, Lyndon James is batted beautifully, is on his way for 37, and Nottinghamshire have lost their 4th wicket. They're 117 for 4.
Yes, it's a tame wicket, never a good sign when the hand comes off the bat handle. Out for 37, that's broken a really blossoming partnership for Notts Outlaws. 117 for 4. Came out of nothing. It was just what Sussex needed, really, and we're in the 27th over. 117 for 4.
Yeah, a partnership of 79 between them. I'm not sure if that's stuck in the pitch a little bit, or whether Lyndon James decides to change his shot, but nonetheless, The ball just ballooned in the air, and a very simple catch for Tom Clark running in from mid-wicket to take the catch. And Sean Hunt's second wicket, which, having been a little expensive in his first spell, he picked up a wicket, and he's done the same again. And say the partnership worth 79 between Matt Montgomery and Lyndon James. I'm just looking at the condition of the weather here. We've got blue sky above the ground now, but away to our right hand side, Dave refers to the big power station or the chimney that we can see on the horizon, which I don't know how far away that is, but when these little squalls of rain are making their way and you can't see that chimney, well, now it's absolutely crystal clear, so that maybe gives us some kind of indication of what the weather is making its way in and around Trent Bridge. And at the moment, looks like we're going to be okay for a little while.
This is the Notts wicket-keeper batsman, Dane Schardendorf, was 20 on Sunday. Zimbabwe-born, former Zimbabwe, I think under-19 skipper, made 8 appearances last year. In fact, played in all the matches in last year's Royal London One Day Cup. Highest score 44 not out. Been getting lots of runs for the seconds this year. Has one first-class appearance for Notts.
The sun is firmly out as in comes Hunt to Schardendorf, who's forward and plays it back down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling and there is no run.
Yes, you will at some point say Schadenfreude. It's just
Sure
absolutely inevitable. I think his mates call him Shady. Notts went to, 180 years without any Danes in their side. And of course, they've got 2 now, Dane Patterson and Dane Schardendorf. Yeah, thanks to Bill for coming up with the identification of that match. We were
Hunt in bowls and Schardendorf gets his first runs down to deep mid-wicket field out there by Hudson Prentice, who's on the field as a 12th man. We'll find out who that is in a moment's time. One more to the total, 118 for 4.
Yeah, Bill said to Steve that the players there were Bob Wyatt, Jim Sims, Alf Gover, Laurie Fishlock, Mike Parker, and passed on all the relevant details to Steve, and Steve just wanted to use this medium for me to thank him on Steve's behalf.
In comes Hunt bowls, and that's a wayward delivery. He's annoyed with himself, is Sean Hunt, and that's a very comfortable 4 runs for Matt Montgomery, who just deflects that one down to fine leg and picks up a rather easy boundary. He goes to 45, end of the over, 122 for 4. Nonetheless, a wicket taking over from young Sean Hunt, who takes his sweater and wanders away down to his fielding position. 122 for 4, 41 Montgomery, 1 to Schardendorf. Interesting you mentioned about Alf Gover. I was actually driving through Wandsworth on Saturday evening, and just reminded me that that's where Alf Gover had his famous indoor cricket school in Wandsworth, where I think some pretty high-profile players, I think Viv Richards amongst them, attended Alf Gover's school.
Yes, it was
no longer there, unfortunately.
No, it's very much a name that was known to all cricket followers, cricket watchers.
Yeah.
Guess an early cricket academy, if you like. This one's tickled away by Schardendorf, no run. Ellie says, should we be worried about the number of young cricketers that Notts have lost recently? Everson, the latest in a line. Milnes, Blatherwick, Frayne, Billy Root, Luke Wood, Jake Libby. 122 for 4. This is tossed up there, driven down the ground by Schardendorf for a single. 123 for 4 in the 28th. I know Notts very disappointed to lose Joey Everson. Offered him a new 3-year contract, but maybe chance of regular place in Kent's first 11 was a factor. I don't know. Not spoken to him. Only read the press release, the same as everybody else. No, Notts disappointed that he chose to move on. 124 for 4. Next delivery cut away by Schardendorf for a single. He wears squad number 89, Dane Schardendorf. We'll see Fatty Singh as well at some point in the innings, I'm sure, or certainly bowling later on. He'll wear squad number 90.
I was impressed by Joey Everson. He made 109 not out at Hove early this season, batting number 9.
Next delivery is worked away on the leg side, single for Montgomery. Yes, he's had a first-class 100 and a first-class 5-foot. And I think sort of, without knowing obviously anything at all about what he's been offered or promised by either Notts or Kent, you can sort of see both sides to the equation, can't you, as this is steered to backward point. Desperately, I'm sure, wants to play first-team cricket all the time. 126 for 4 after 28 overs.
Better over that from Archie Lennon. Just conceded the 4 runs, 5 overs for 29. I mean, you know, interesting, isn't it? And a very good question there. You know, can Notts afford to lose those players? Well, you know, it shows the strength of the Notts side, I guess. I mean, they were excellent here in the county championship. No one likes to lose young players, but you know, if they're not getting cricket, that's what young players want to do. So it's a difficult juggling act, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't keep everybody. That's the problem. But he was very impressive at home.
Yeah, certainly think he'd have featured in all the Royal London matches.
In comes Sean Hunt, running in and bowls, wideish of the off stump, cut away by Montgomery, who gets a single out to deep cover, fielded there by Harrison Ward. One more to the total. I need to read out John's email, which I still haven't done. So he says, Dear Adrian, sorry John for taking so long. He says, firstly, playing at Arundel means a lot of members can't go because of the steep hill from the station. As a lot of members are elderly and can't make it. It's a good question, actually. It's a good point, actually, John, because it's the most beautiful town, Arundel. It really is. But the cricket ground is at the top of a big hill up by the castle, as in comes Hunt and bowls and worked away to backward point footed by Rawlins, and there is no run. But the station is right at the bottom of the town, so it is a bit of a step from the station up the hill. Beautiful high street, lots of sort of tea shops, and it really is a lovely town to visit, Arundel. So thank you for John. He says, secondly, is Ollie Robinson being rested by the club or by the ECB? It's a fair question, John, because clearly, you know, Ollie is a centrally contracted player, and ultimately the ECB make the decisions as in comes Hunt and bowls, and driven this time by Schaddendorf out to deep point again, fielded by Ward. One more to the total, 128 for 4. So, you know, the answer to that question, I think, is probably the ECB would make decisions around Ollie's fitness. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary. I hope the rain blows away quickly. Well, the good news is, for the moment, John, it hasn't. Actually, above the ground, we've got some blue sky, although the sun isn't out at the moment. But thank you for listening, John. Great to hear from you. Hunt in again, bowls, and up on his toes is Montgomery. Plays into the offside, fielded by Pujara as he runs across some green matting that's covering up a wicket to be used for a future game. There is no run. Brilliant, a lot of cricket here, Trent Bridge, this year. I guess with the Test match, and they can be used for the 100 as well. So the ground staff are going to be very busy here over the next few weeks.
And of course, the Royal London One Day Cup final will be held here in September.
I was reading how busy the ground staff have been at Edgbaston because they've also got the Commonwealth Games there at the moment. So there's been a lot of cricket played.
I think England are playing today, actually.
Here comes Hunt around the wicket bowls. Good delivery from Sean Hunt that hits Montgomery high up on the thigh pad and bounces out into the offside, fielded by the alert Rawlins, and there is no run. Still only 4 fielders at this stage of proceedings allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Third man, deep cover, deep mid-wicket, and long on are those 4.
Not seen either Rawlins or Clark with ball in hand yet.
No, we haven't. That's a very good point, as Hunt in his 7th over is in and bowls. That's a good delivery by Hunt and played with respect by Montgomery to backward point, and that's a much better over from Sean Hunt. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42 for Sean Hunt, and the Outlaws 128 for 4 at the end of the 29th. Just the 2 runs off the over.
Yeah, partnership of 11 from 15 balls. It just goes to show, doesn't it? A wicket can, it can destroy all the momentum that had been built up there. They were just starting to chug along nicely. Lyndon James and Matthew Montgomery, and then it's a good decision from Pujara, as it turned out, to bring Sean Hunt back. Got his 2nd wicket, broke that stand, and now Notts have got to get going again with young Shady, who's one of those with the fashionable day glow orange heels to his cricketing footwear. Gets a single here, just bottom edging this past the keeper Allsop. Single taken. 129 for 4. Schaddendorf on to 5. Montgomery on 44. Next delivery hit down the ground by Montgomery. A single, a timely tweet from Patrick Anderson. Hi Dave, Lyndon James must have a strong chance of a Lions tour this winter, you would have thought. And the reason I say it's timely is because I know that sometime today, Patrick, there is going to be an announcement. The Lions are playing at Canterbury next week against South Africa, a 4-day red ball match. This is cut away for a single by Schardendorf, and at some point today the side of the squad for that will be announced. 1:31 for 4, so we'll have a little look at that, Patrick, see who might be involved. Next one on its way, and this is pushed into the offside. I guess, Adrian, if he's fit, it perhaps wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Ollie Robinson might be included. That might sort of...
Yes.
Not sure when the game starts, but it's next week. A 4-day match pulled away magnificently, majestically, gloriously by Montgomery for the first 6 of the match, which takes him to a Trent Bridge half century for Matthew Montgomery. Comes up from 58 balls with 1-4, and that's 6. 76 minutes at the crease, just too short from Lenham, and very quickly onto it from Montgomery. Pulls it away over the deep mid-wicket ropes. Lenham in again, bowls, and Montgomery slashes this, cries of catch. It falls short of backward point. That would have been a tame end.
Super shot though, wasn't it? I mean, it was almost like a short arm pull. David, it was beautifully timed by Matthew Montgomery, who's batted really nicely here. Came in at a difficult time.
We had 9, I think, Adrian, if the old Rachel Rileys are right from that over. The first time that 9 has been scored from an over. We haven't yet had a double-digit over. 137 for 4 after 30. They used to say, didn't they, double the score after 30. I'm not entirely sure that ever does pan out, but if it does, and Knott's got a 274, I don't think they'd mind too much.
No, I think you're
from
right.
the position they were in.
Been a little expensive, Archie Lenham, hasn't he? 6 overs for 38. He's going at 6 and over. Sean Hunt comes in and bowls to Schardendorf, who works that one down to Ward's third man. Rawlins, who's very quick across the ground. That prevents anything more than a single. Darrell Rawlins, who got a contract in the 100 last year, played down at the Southern Brave, but not fortunate to get one this year. He might have just slightly hurt his knees sliding away to field that particular one, but I think he's okay. Very fine fielder to have in that such a key position in one-day cricket, white ball cricket I should say. As in comes Hunt and bowls. Well, that's wide. He's lucky to get away with that, is Sean Hunt. Had Montgomery decided not to play that, it would definitely have been called a wide, and I think Sean Hunt's just sharing a joke there with Matt Montgomery as he wanders back to his mark. Always good to see players sharing a bit of a joke. I think Sean Hunt's probably saying sorry about that, because it was a wretched delivery really, but he rather got away with it. Montgomery to 52, 139 for 4. Hunt on his way again, bowled always down the leg side. Good diving save by Alsop, but it will be called a wide.
It's funny, from here I thought it had just clipped the pad, but clearly Rob Bailey, the umpire down there, said no.
John Malone's been in touch. Hello, John. He says, hello, lads. Good to hear from you, John.
Lads.
He's a regular contributor. Yeah, I think Dave and I are probably... Will we still call us lads? Well, yeah,
lads.
We'll take that.
Lads,
we'll take that at our age, Dave.
Lads with the bants.
Yeah, we'll take that. As in comes Hunt. Bowls, playing a miss by Schardendorf outside of the off-stump. Good delivery by Sean Hunt. It was a bit too close to play that shot from Dane Schardendorf, and the ball goes through to Alsop, no run. He says, overcast with drizzle, which is good for the plants in Bexhill-on-Sea, but should brighten up for a walk on the beach later after the cricket. Talk about Bexhill's not a million miles from Eastbourne. I was reading yesterday, John, about a deer that was swimming in the sea off of Eastbourne yesterday. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and driven fully. That's a lovely shot. Oh, what a good cricket all round. A really fine stop on the edge of the circle by Brad Curry. Good shot by Schardendorf. Driven away, and Curry saving a certain boundary there. Single to Schardendorf. He goes to 8, 141 for 4. And then I think it got onto the beach and was running along and was getting pretty frightened. But the RSPs were on hand and did a good job and rescued the deer, which is good news. But apparently deer are very good swimmers. So that was a bit of entertainment at Eastbourne yesterday, and the deer was okay, which is the main thing. In comes Hunt, played to backward point, good stop by Rawlins, very quickly round, prevents the single, which has got nothing to do with your email, John, apart from the fact that Bexhill isn't a million miles from Eastbourne. He says you're coming through loud and clear on the stream. He's enjoying the coverage. Now, do you have any thoughts on going back to the 40 over tournament that was so popular? I used to enjoy matches.
Sunday League, vote for Bracegirdle. But the first thing I do, bring back the Sunday League.
Yeah, I used to enjoy matches following Sussex at the old outgrounds. In comes Hunt, bowls. Oh, looks to drive that through the offside and gets a thick inside edge. The ball ends up at backward square leg, fielded there by a sliding Ibrahim. One more to the total, Montgomery to 53, 142 for 4 at the end of the 31st over. Schardendorf on 8, Montgomery on 53. Goes on to say, yeah, I used to enjoy following matches at the old outgrounds, namely the local one to me, the Central Ground in Hastings. Sadly no more, now a shopping centre. Says John. John, thank you for getting in touch. I think you need a bit more than a bit of drizzle down in Bexhill for the plant, because it's incredibly dry down in the southeast at the minute. But, you know, once it starts raining, we'll all moan like crazy. So I think we perhaps should enjoy it while we can. And having said how well Delray Rawlins has fielded, he's now going to get a chance to bowl. And I think possibly because Archie Lennon has just been a little expensive, 6 overs for 38.
Yeah, that 6 might have been the end for him. Mentioned Will Frayne a moment or two ago. Ellie asking about players that had left Notts. A maiden one-day 100 for Will Frayne, who's now with Yorkshire from 85 balls, 9 fours and 5 sixes. Yorkshire going along nicely in that one as Rawlins starts, bowling to Montgomery on 53 now. Chops this to backward point, no run. Next delivery on its way, pulled by Montgomery just to the left of the mid-wicket fielder there, Tom Clark. Thought for a second it might have been catchable, but it wasn't. 143 for 4. Just looking down my notes, I know I'd made a note of something Sussex yesterday. I've found it now. It's not really pertinent, but I'll mention it now we've got that far. In the Notts 12 today, left out of the starting 12, if you like, James Hayes. He played at Norfolk on Sunday, might have been in for his Nottinghamshire debut today. Push back to the bowler here, 21 years of age, born Haywards Heath in Sussex, James Hayes. I wondered if there's any link down there. He did go to King's College, Taunton, and plays his cricket in for Bridgewater in the West of England League. Single taken, was that off the pad? Yeah, yes. It was. 144 for 4. Anyway, James Hayes isn't playing in this game, so I might as well be talking about somebody who is playing in this game, and it's Delray Rawlins.
Did you say born in Haywards Heath?
Yes.
Right.
144 for 4. Attempted reverse by Montgomery. Gets nothing on it. Delray quickly threw his first over for just a single. Terrific opening over from Delray Rawlins. 144 for 4 after 32 overs.
Interesting, actually, born in Haywards Heath, because there's one or two players. I think Tom Clark is born in Haywards Heath, but I don't think it means necessarily living in Haywards Heath. There was a hospital in Haywards Heath. I'm not sure whether it's still a maternity hospital or not, or part of it was. I think Tom Clark is shown as born in Haywards Heath. Anyway, in comes Sean Hunt, running in from around the wicket, in and bowls, and worked down to third man by Schardendorf, who picks up his 9th run. He goes to 145 for 4. Osis, who's been in touch at Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. There's no name on it, but the email address is leswoo3. So thank you for getting in touch. We've got an update coming on BBC Radio Nottingham, so I'll leave it with Dave and I'll read your email in a couple of moments' time.
Hunt down the leg side. I think that one did just clip the thigh pad. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of work to do for the local radio listeners in just a second.
Yeah, Tom Clark, born in Haywards Heath, February 2001.
Been going for a couple of hours now in the 33rd over of the innings. Nice push to Rawlins at backward point, and he can't resist shying at the non-striker's end. Lennon backing up, no run. Hunt to bowl to Montgomery. He's pulled that one away. Out onto the leg side and for 4. Ali Orr can't cut that off. Nice shot from Montgomery. My word, he's looked good in this innings, Matt Montgomery. Came to the crease with Notts in a little bit of early trouble. They were 28 for 2 when he came out in the 10th over. Lennon was up inside the circle, just been pushed back to long on. Hunt in Montgomery defence, and again Delray Rawlins shies at the non-striker's end. 149 for 4. There is that radio update. And Notts Outlaws currently 149 for 4 as we just witnessed the final ball there of the 33rd over. Matthew Montgomery is very much leading the Nottinghamshire recovery here. He takes a single there. 59 not out to him. Dane Schardendorf, the young wicket-keeper, is 9 not out. Notts have recently lost Lyndon James out for 37. They were 38 for 3 after winning the toss and opting to bat first. They'll be looking for a real acceleration in the back end of the innings. After 33 overs, Notts are 150 for 4. They did take a single. Which was a shall we, shan't we? I didn't think they were going to, but then they did. So we've had 33 overs.
In comes Delray Rawlins to bowl his second over, played away to backward point. I have to say, fielded by the Archie Lennon. I've been very impressed by the Sussex ground fielding here today. Yep. It's been really very sharp. I mean, they're a young size, and you'd expect them to field well, but they've done very well today. As Rawlins is in bowls, and Montgomery again plays that one to backward point. This time Lennon has to move to his left to field. And it's just one to Montgomery. And
thorny issue, dare I say, the over 8's good as well, because
yes.
Well, should we draw a veil over the county championship match?
Well, they've lost 5 points for slow over 8s in the last 2 matches of Sussex. In comes Rawlins bowls, and that was well bowled actually, because he could see that Schardendorf was looking to get down the track after him, and he just fired it in a little shorter, did Delray Rawlins.
I'll pay my dues and go and do a coffee run.
Oh, you're top man. In comes Rawlins again, bowls, and Schardendorf just works that to backward point. Good stop by Archie Lennon. He can't prevent the single. The total goes to 152 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle here on commentary. Rawlins is in reverse swept by Schardendorf, and another good stop on the end of the edge of the circle. This time by Brad Curry, who can't prevent a second run being taken, but he certainly saved 4, did Curry, who's again got his hands on his knees, and he doesn't look entirely comfortable to me, Brad Curry. I have to say, I think it was Gary who sent an email in earlier on. Gary Knight was saying how well he thought the 2 loan signings had done, or trialists. That's Brad Curry and Ari Carvelos, since they came into the side a couple of matches ago, and they have done well. As in comes Rawlins bowls, and looking to sweep is Montgomery. Picks up a single. There was a cry of catch it, but it was nowhere near Sean Hunt, who was fielding at short fine leg. Another over goes by. Rawlins does get through his overs very quickly. 2 overs for just 6 runs from Delray Rawlins, and at the end of the 34th over, Nottinghamshire are 155 for 4, with Schardendorf on 10 and Montgomery on 63. A little weather update for you. We've got blue sky in part above the ground now, and away to our right, Dave was talking about that big chimney which we can see way in the distance, but I think is from a power station, and we can see that clearly, and that seems to be where the weather is coming from. So on that basis, at the moment we look set fair, and there's hazy sunshine across this lovely cricket ground on the banks of the River Trent, with the Nottingham Forest football ground and Notts County just behind that. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Montgomery, plays into the offside, picks up a single, does Mac Montgomery. He goes to 64 and Notts to 156 for 4 in the 35th over. The field, there's a third man, a backward point, fielder on the cover boundary, then an orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, long on, deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg as Hunt is in and bowls and cut away by Montgomery, and for the umpteenth time today, straight to Delray Rawlings. When I say straight to Rawlings, I think that's credit to Delray Rawlings because he's so quick in moving into position to cut off those runs. He reminds me a lot in terms of his fielding ability to Danny Briggs, who when he was at Sussex fielded in exactly that position. It's such a key position in one-day cricket. Briggs is excellent in there, and Rawlings similarly. In comes Hunt and bowls, and that's smashed down the ground, and that's going to probably go for 4 runs. Yeah, that was too short from Sean Hunt. It was absolutely belted back past him by Dane Schardendorf, who goes to 14. A welcome boundary for Nottinghamshire, who go to 160 for 4. Just clubbed straight back down the ground, and nothing the fielder down here at long on, that's Archie Lenham, could do about that. Schardendorf to 14 off 21 deliveries. Hunt is in bowls. And that's a much better delivery in Schardendorf to a ball of good length, pitching around middle and leg. Just plays defensively onto the leg side, fielded by Tom Clark. Looks like he's got a big bandage or something on his right elbow as Tom Clark. Or maybe he's got, or maybe underneath his pink top, maybe he's got another top. Either way, he's fielding in there at a very shortish mid-wicket. Hunt in again, bowls, and looks to run that down to backward point. It's a dangerous game, taking a single to Delray Rawlings, who's quickly round, but good running by Montgomery, who was at the non-striker's end and called his partner through for a single. And it's 1 more to the total, 161 for 4. Dave gets the tick in the box for bringing the coffees, which are very welcome indeed. Thank you, Dave.
Have I missed anything?
Well done, Dave. No. Dave's done his steps down to get the coffees, which are down on the first floor. Oh, that's a horrible delivery by Sean Hunt. There's a full toss down the leg side, and he's a little lucky to get away with just the wide being called. It is 1 more ball to go, is Sean Hunt. This is his final over, and that would have been his final delivery of the match. But he's got to bowl another one now. 2 for 58, so could you say relatively expensive in terms of the match, but he's picked up a couple of wickets. In comes Hunt, bowls, that's a better delivery, but it's cut away down to deep backward point. They've taken 1. I don't think they'll come back for the second, because Harrison Ward is not only very quick across the ground, but he's got a good throw as well, although that wasn't the best throw. 1 more, Tim. End of the over. 1, and Sean Hunt, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 59. So going at the best part of 6 and over, which you'll be a little disappointed with. But he has picked up a couple of wickets, and he's got the knack of doing that, because Sean Hunt. At the end of the 35th over, and knots are 163 for 4.
Yeah, 2 decent wickets as well, Asiba Mead and Lyndon James. So there'll have to be a change at this end.
It's reading about Harrison Ward. He played in a competition at the end of last season. I think it was sort of a 10-over competition where England were playing in a European league, I think it was.
Oh, right.
And he was playing with a guy called Dan Lincoln. Come back to that in a minute.
There's Delray Rawlings bowling, and that looked a very risky shot from Matthew Montgomery. He's got a single with a reverse paddle, but that was fraught with danger, really. Brad Curry was up there on the 45 inside the circle. Hit it straight to him, but could so easily have just offered up a catch as Schardendorf pushes this back to Rawlings.
I'm not sure he's a big spinner of the ball, Delray Rawlings, but he's a very canny bowler. He does mix it up, and he's always looking at what the batsmen are looking to do.
Gets through his overs quickly as well. Doesn't give you time to settle. And Schardendorf this time with the reverse, and he has hit it straight.
And fielded.
To Curry. So 15 from 25 balls for Schardendorf. Looking to push that on, and again he comes down the track and he's in trouble here, and there's a throw and out. Schardendorf run out, good bit of work from Sean Hunt, whipped the ball back in quickly, and Dane Schardendorf is still down on the ground. I'm sure he's had the bad news. He'll know that Sussex are celebrating all around him. Run out for 15, really good work by Hunt. He came down the track to Delray Rawlings, clipped it fine, straight to the man. He was already with forward momentum making his way down the track. He was 2, 3, 4 paces down. Montgomery tried to send him back, but it was too late despite the full-length dive. Really good work by Sussex in the field. A little bit of a gift. Just fancy he was just getting a bit bogged down. 164 for 5.
Yeah, I would agree with you entirely, Dave. And on every count there, I think he was feeling a little tied down. I think Rawlins has done a good job here. One thing he does do is to get through his overs very quickly, and you just got the impression that Schaldendorf was getting a little frustrated. But take nothing away from Sean Hunt, and I've commented today on the Sussex ground fielding, which I think has been really very good indeed. And Sean Hunt, who's a big man, was in very quickly, got in the throw and all sorts of set to whip off the bow. So, yeah, good cricket by Sussex. And Liam Patterson-White, who has batted well against Sussex this season, comes to the wicket. So still plenty of batting to come for Nottinghamshire. Yeah, just going back to Harrison Ward, we were talking about him. Yes, he played in a competition at the end of last season. I think it was a 10-over European Cup or something like that, and he was in the side, and England won it. But he was playing with a fellow called Dan Lincoln, who played a bit of cricket for Middlesex a couple of years ago. And he's a cricketer footballer because he also plays in goal for Dorking Wanderers, who this season will be in the conference for the first time in their history. And I noticed that Dan Lincoln got 100 in one of these warm-up games at the weekend. I'm not sure who he was playing for or against. I need to look it up. So a budding footballer cricketer, Dan Lincoln.
Left-hander at the crease again in Liam Patterson-White. There were a couple at the top of the order. Ben Slater and Sol Budinger. They didn't last long. Rawlins bowls and Patterson-White's away. First ball, nice looking cut down to
that's Ward.
Wide-ish third man. They come back for a couple. Harrison Ward doing the fielding, and LPW is away. 166 for 5, as the ground is now bathed in sunshine, which is lovely for everybody to see. Another delivery from Rawlins, just dragged down a little bit. Patterson-White at full stretch cuts it out there into the deep end of the over. Single taken. 167 for 5 after 36. Successful over for Sussex. Of course, it's a team wicket, not one to go against Delray Rawlins or for Delray Rawlins, but 3 overs, none for 10. He's done a good job since coming on, hasn't he?
Very good job. I think he's bowled excellently. He mixes his bowling up. So I don't think he's a huge spinner of the ball, but he's a very fine one-day bowler. And Dan Ibrahim it is who's going to replace Sean Hunt at the Radcliffe Road. And Sussex are rattling through their overs here, and I wonder whether they've had a bit of a talking to about getting on with things, because the field were in position. A bit of credit here to Pujara and Tom Alsop, the keeper, who's...
I wonder if collectively they had a bit of a
I wonder if they did, because it's been really noticeable today.
Yeah.
How they've really rattled through the overs.
Talk of rattling along. Yorkshire, beg your pardon, 191 without loss against Northants.
In comes Ibrahim bowls, and Patterson-White deflects that down to fine leg, picks up a single fielded in the distance by... Is that all the way down there? Harry Cavellos who gets in the throw.
Will Frayne, 131 not out. 191 without loss after 28 overs.
Wow.
Yorkshire against Northants at York.
Yeah, so we had this email came in a little while ago, and I do apologise. It came from Les, who's been in touch. I'll read your email in a minute, Les, as in comes Ibrahim in lovely sunshine now here at Trent Bridge. He's in and bowls to Montgomery, who works us down to third man, picks up a single, his 67th run of 78 deliveries, 169 for 5. And Les goes on to say... Thanks for your commentary. Talking of Arundel as you were, do you think that Arundel is a more attractive ground than Sedbergh, where Sussex played Lancashire last year? I would go for Sedbergh with those magnificent hills as a backdrop. No, I think Lancashire are playing at Sedbergh today, and I think it was raining up there, so it's probably not so nice when it's raining, but in comes Ibrahim. Around the wicket bowls and pulled away onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's just out of the reach. It's a good shot actually by Liam Patterson-White, who picked his spot. There are 2 men back on the leg side, and he pulled the ball away for a boundary. I thought for a moment Harrison Ward was going to get there. He's very quick across the ground, but he didn't.
Nice looking shot from Patterson-White, who's quickly into his work. 8 from just 4 balls faced. Just need a little bit of impetus, don't they, really, Notts?
Made runs at home, made runs here as well in the championship match. There's Ibrahim in again, bowls, and played a little late,
Yeah.
cut it away to back. Well, I thought for a moment he was going to be bowled, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. I mean, it's probably heresy to I mean, they are both beautiful cricket grounds. I mean, there's no getting away. You know, both of them on the beautiful scale of cricket grounds get 10 out of 10. But on a lovely sunny day, which it was when Sussex played Lancashire yesterday, Sedbergh was breathtaking. I mean, absolutely.
I actually watched that game that you're referring to on the live stream.
In comes Ibrahim and bowls. Oh, and he beats Patterson White outside the off stump, taken by Allsop, no run.
Yeah, because I'd obviously heard about the majesty of Sedbergh. A number of people who'd been there, Martin Emerson, Paul Edwards, all telling me how glorious it was. So I watched that game on the live stream. It was a cracking game as well, wasn't it? Right down to the...
It was a really good game. It was a smashing game of cricket. Yeah, Les is saying actually, living near to Sedbergh, but Brighton born and raised, I was wondering which of the grounds you like the most. As in comes Ibrahim bowls and White plays it to mid-on, fielded by Curry, and there is no run. So Brighton born and living in Sedbergh. That's a long way from home, Les, but thank you so much for getting in touch. So yeah, as I say, probably heresy to say this, but Sedbergh on a sunny day really does take some beating.
Does the Wi-Fi work? I mean, there are always two separate things when I'm asked. Am I going as a spectator, as a fan, as a cricket watcher, or am I going as a member of the media, hoping for things to work? Because I've been to some places that look glorious, but the Wi-Fi doesn't work, and you just can't broadcast or work. There's Rawlins bowling, and this one's chopped away on the offside by Montgomery for a single, 174 for 5.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, the whole experience, as Sedbergh, was wonderful. I mean, I stayed in a pub that was recommended by our colleague from BBC Lancashire, Scott Reed, that was right in the middle of the village, and it was just delightful, the whole experience, and the Wi-Fi did work, and so yeah, it was what it's like there today on a wet day. It's probably a bit different, if we're being honest.
Rawlins bowls, Patterson White pushes it back to Delray Rawlins, 174 for 5. So this is the 38th over. A couple more overs, another fielder can be popped out of the circle in the deep. Patterson White backs away, cuts it into the offside. No run. Liam Patterson White is another one. He's not really played much white ball cricket at all. Just played the Royal London games last year. This one's hit down the ground for a single. Top score of 27. But enjoyed it with the ball. Picked up 13 wickets in last year's competition. Of course, not thrown in the field for 6 of those matches. This one's cut to backward point. Got a 5 for against Northants at Grantham as well. 175 for 5. You can see him bowl his full allocation of overs a little later on, I'm sure. Montgomery on 68. Again, a little push and run, and they'll have to be quick here, and it's thrown to Montgomery's end. Not entirely sure Lenham took the right option there.
No.
But they got home, 176 for 5 after 38 overs. Don't think it happened when I was out of the room, Adrian, but we still haven't had an over where 10 runs or more have come.
No, you're right. And Rawlins doing a really good job here for Sussex. 4 overs, no wicket for 13. And at some stage you think, I mean, don't want to go mad just yet. They've still got 12 overs to go.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who will go mad, actually, because there's this pair, and then just to come, Brett Hutt and Zach Chappell, Fatty Singh and Dane Patterson.
Well, Daniel Ibrahim is to bowl his 9th over, figures of 0 for 33 from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Montgomery, who plays onto the onside to mid-wicket, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run. Alex has been in touch. Hello, Alex, good to hear from you. He says, following on from John's point, re the steepness of the hill for older members getting to the Arundel Castle ground, why don't the club offer a shuttle bus service from the station to the ground? Surely it would be worth financially. The Arundel Festival would usually be a sellout for a majority of the days. Kind regards, says Alex. That's a very good question. I don't know whether that's something that's offered at the moment. I mean, clearly it's a while since we've had any cricket at Arundel. But it's an interesting point. As in comes Ibrahim bowls, clipped away by Patterson White. Now that's a nice looking shot through mid-wicket. There's going to be at least 2 or possibly 3 here. No, just the 2, as Harrison Ward is very quickly round at mid-wicket and gets in the throw to Tom Allsop. But a beautifully timed shot by Liam Patterson White. He goes to 11, the total 179 for 5. And I do know, Alex, that the down in the offices down at Hove, people will be listening to the commentary, so I'm sure they'll make note of one or two of these emails. Perhaps that's something to be raised when fixtures are being discussed next year, and I'm sure Arundel will be back on the circuit. Let's hope so. As in comes Ibrahim Bowles, cut away by Patterson White down to third man, and Dave's laughing because Archie Lennon has lost his cap, which will tell you how windy it is.
Yeah, it was very noticeable as well. Just as he was letting go of the ball, the cap absolutely took off. It made a bolt for freedom, and poor old Archie, he didn't know whether to follow the flight of the ball or
Follow his
turn and chase after his cap.
Nonetheless, Patterson White has taken a single 12 off 12 deliveries for the left-hander.
What's the score, Adrian? Go on, in your best darts commentator's voice.
180 as in comes Ibrahim Bowles to Montgomery, who's forward, plays it back down the track, footed by Ibrahim. There is no run. In terms of sports, Dave, where does darts rank in your love of sport?
Yeah, right up there.
It's right up there, isn't it?
Right
I know
up
that.
there.
Yeah. Have there been any? Now I'm going to do myself a disservice here. Famous darts players from Nottingham?
Well, that's a very good question.
Oh, good. I'm pleased about that. So I thought you were going to say, haven't you heard of? In comes Ibrahim Bowles. Nice shot straight down the ground from Montgomery, but it's only going to be a single because Tom Clark is fielding down here at long on. Prevents anything more than that 181 for 5. Montgomery to 71.
Rather than an outstanding player, Nottingham has been at the forefront of many of the world champions over the years, because you'll all be well aware. I know there are many other cricket bat manufacturers, including some fine ones down in Sussex, may I say. But the Gun and Moore cricket factory is here, not too far away at Colic. I'll come back to the point in a second.
Ibrahim into Patterson White, who plays this firmly to mid to extra cover, fielded by Pujara. There is no run. End of the over, 181 for 5. Patterson White 12, Montgomery 71. Ibrahim 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 38, and that's the end of the 39th over.
And I'm not sure of the relationship, whether they're the same company or jointly owned, or the brother and sister or what, but half of the factory that makes the Gun and Moore cricket bats, the other half is Unicorn Darts, which is of course one of the leading darts manufacturers, dartboard manufacturers and whatever. And I know Unicorn sponsor a lot of the players, so we very often get the likes of Michael Smith. I know one of the top players, Gary Anderson, one of the top players, and several more sort of spend a lot of their time in Nottingham here at the Unicorn factory. This one's run to backward point. Sadly, I have to report, recently died the Australian Kyle Anderson, who was one of the top players. He was based here in Nottingham when he was in the UK. Of course, a lot of the tournaments are UK based. Kyle Anderson was based here in Nottingham, and he sadly died over the last couple of years. Very popular player. This one's chopped out onto the offside, and they'll get a couple of runs. 184 for 5. But with regards to Nottinghamshire players making a splash at the top of the game, well, Mick Todd, probably the best known Nottinghamshire player, Newark based, not too far from me, has had a little bit of success over the years as Patterson White pulls this away on the leg side. 185 for 5. But yeah, the Gun and Moore factory not too far from here, and of course down in Sussex they've
the Newbury.
That's it.
Yeah.
Cute. Used to have one of those when I played, with the day glow orange stickers. Single taken here. This one slashed to backward point, nicely stopped by Curry, but he couldn't hang on to it, and Lenham did the fielding. 186 for 5.
And Gun and Moore, I guess. Derek Randall used to bat with the Gun and Moore.
Yeah,
didn't he?
a lot of the Nottinghamshire players, a lot of the current guys as well. Just so easy for them to pop to the factory. This one's dropped on the leg side. 186 for 5.
Good little spell this by Rawlings, isn't it?
Indeed.
He's got one more ball to go of his 5th over. He's only conceded 18 runs.
Patterson White on 15. He's quickly got there, mistimes this one into the offside. Again, an over that in terms of time taken was absolutely rattled through. 186 for 5, and just refreshing, speaking out loudly and refreshing in my own mind, that's the end of the 40th, so we now go into the final 10. And do we call this power play 3 or some such? There's the signal from Rob Bailey.
Yep.
So 5 fielders are allowed outside the circle, I believe.
Yes. It does go. Now, who's this? So I can see Brad Curry warming up just down below us as well. There we are. It's going to be Harry Carvelis who's going to.
We still haven't got a photo of him.
No. Poor Harry. 5 overs.
Somebody's missed the trick because he was here all of last week. I know he was because I saw him.
Terrific figures. 5 overs, 1 for 12 for Harry Carvelis. He's going to be bowling to Matt Montgomery, who's on 73. So the fielders outside of the circle, I'll give you those in a minute, as Carvelis runs away from us in and bowls. And Montgomery pulls that one to the leg side. Is that going to go all the way for 6? No, it just drops inside the boundary in a very good stop by Tom Clark, running back, who manages to drag the ball back, and it's just 2 runs. Carvelis is rather worryingly holding his right shoulder. I don't know if he's strained something in delivering that delivery. He's wondering. Oh, he looks. Well, but maybe it's just his shirt. He's adjusting his left shoulder now, so hopefully he's okay. Away to the right of the ground, where the weather's coming from, it's got horribly dark.
Well, I was just going to say, they're off for rain again at Derby, and Derbyshire will be hoping it's terminal because they're 106 for 8.
Wow.
So let's hope the rain's not blowing.
Yes.
Down the Brian Clough way from Derby to Nottingham.
I mean, it's still very breezy here, so you would hope that if it does rain, it's going to pass it really quick. But it's got noticeably darker, and a lot of very dark, angry-looking cloud away.
We've had nastier weather than the lady on the television this morning promised me. She said it'd be all right after the breakfast rain.
In comes Carvelis, bowls, and punching down the ground is Montgomery. Picks up 1, so 3 off the first 2 balls of the over. He's still holding that. Well, maybe it's just sort of one of those things he does, Carvelis, but he just sort of reaches for his right shoulder.
I seem to think you commented on it a few times in the championship match, because I said perhaps he's just had a new tattoo, Adrian.
Yes,
flippantly.
Did. Yeah, I mean, perhaps it's just something he does to adjust. Well, he's now sort of stretching and doing some sort of exercises as Harry Carvelis. Those 5 fielders outside the circle. There's a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long off, a cover, and a deep backward point. So 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle as in comes Carvelis. Hammered away by Patterson White. That's a good blow over extra cover, and that's going to roll away for 4 runs. So there was bound to be an attack at some stage from Notts, and Liam Patterson White is providing that impetus. Lovely shot using his feet down the wicket to Carvelis. Drives the ball over extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 19. The total to 193 for 5. Good shot.
You know better than me, but at no point have I said, who's that, Adrian? And you've said, oh, is so-and-so on as a 12th man. I'm not entirely sure anybody's had a comfort break or there's been a 12th man on,
no, the only time was, I think Hudson Prentice might have gone for a little while, just for Curry. In comes Carvelis bowls, and Patterson White works this one back to the square on the offside and picks up a single footed by Sean. I'm going to have to disappear, not for a comfort break, but to do my update, Dave.
Okay. More from Adrian, no doubt, in the fullness of time. 194 for 5 as he heads off next door. What can Notts muster from here? 6 or 7 and over would get them obviously up to around about 265, 270. Montgomery on 76. He's driven this one crisply, but too crisply, because he did it straight to Brad Curry at mid-off, so no chance of a run there. Montgomery 76 from 89 balls. And that's absolutely fine. He's picked up the tempo when he needed to. It was difficult when he first came out there. A couple of wickets had gone, and immediately a third went down, and he's gone down on one knee and just paddled this away for 4. Superb shot there from Matthew Montgomery. Timely boundary for Notts, and at the end of the 41st, 198 for 5, and I make that 12 from that over, so that's the best over of the innings for Notts. As perversely, Sussex for the first time are allowed 5 fielders outside the circle, so clearly they weren't able to block all the boundaries. 198 for 5. Brad Curry's coming back, 5 overs, 1 for 15 earlier on. He got rid of Sol Budinger, caught on the rope by Ali Orr in the 10th over. This pair have rattled along. A partnership of 34 from I say rattled along. 34 from 32 balls. Just doesn't seem that long since Liam Patterson-White arrived in the middle. He's on 20 and he's on strike. So Curry, left arm medium fast from the pavilion end, can bowl out if he bowls all the way through. And Liam Patterson-White's hoisted this down the ground. It is going to clear Lenham and will then go all the way indeed for 6. My word, he's got hold of that. Lenham was backpedaling up inside the circle. Thought for a second he might have half an eye on getting there, but the ball just obviously got a therm or two and went away for the second maximum of the innings. So that's a fine start to the over for Notts. Not so for Brad Curry. And that brings up the 200, 204 for 5. Notts will have something to bowl at. How many more can they get? Next delivery on its way. Just chopped a backward point to Rawlins. No run. And Delray dearly wanted to throw that at the non-striker's end. Montgomery had come a pace or two down, but Delray Rawlins knew that the chances of him hitting with nobody backing up were probably no better than evens. And that's, I guess, being kind. Wisely hung on to it. 204 for 5. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Delighted to have you along for the start of the Royal London One Day Cup competition. Notts and Sussex doing battle. This full-length delivery, full-pitch delivery from Curry thuds into the pads and runs away on the leg side for a leg by. 205 for 5. Just around the country they're playing in 5 of the matches off at Derby currently, and now at Guildford. They've not started at, I beg your pardon, just playing in 4 because they haven't started yet at Sedbergh. Inspection at 1:30. Next delivery on its way, and beautifully timed by Montgomery. Chips it over the offside and away to the unprotected cover boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot, and Montgomery on to 84. This is very good from Matthew Montgomery. 209 for 5. Our television gantry in front of us has now obviously become a public walkway. People wandering along in front of us. Not great when the camera crew are out there trying to work. 209 for 5 in the 42nd over. This will be the big over maybe for Notts. Certainly the last one, Adrian, produced 12 runs. Now the push, a timely one here as Montgomery chips it down the ground. Can they run to? They can't. They settle for a single. 210 for 5. Montgomery on to 85. So we had 12 from the last over. We've had 12 from 5 balls in this one.
Well, at some stage the acceleration was going to come.
Yeah.
I think Matthew Montgomery has played a beautiful innings here, beautifully paced, and Patterson-White has now come in. We know he could bat. We saw him bat at Hove earlier this season, and just given the extra impetus that was needed.
I can't believe the one earlier in the over just sailed away for 6.
Great shot.
Picked it up nicely. He's got this one away for a single on the leg side. So 13 from that over, the most expensive in the innings, and 25 have come from the last 2. 211 for 5 with 8 overs left. Montgomery on 85 not out. Liam Patterson-White on 27 not out. And this partnership worth 47. And Curry 6 overs, 1 for 27.
I was just a little surprised that Cheteshwar Pujara decided to take Delray Rawlins out of the attack, because Rawlins are bowled really economically. And certainly Patterson-White in particular seemed to be enjoying the ball coming onto the bat a little more. So I wonder if we might see Delray. One thing Sussex have done is rattled through their overs, because the cut-off time is 2:30. There's only 8 overs to be bowled, and it's only 25 to 2. But it's going to be Carvelos who's going to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road in. His last over cost 12 runs. Let's see what he does here as he runs away from us. In and bowls, and Patterson-White attempts a little scoop over the. It's been signalled a wide.
I think that's right myself. Others may disagree because he went a long way outside the off stump, but clearly it was going quite a long way down the leg side wherever the batsman was stood, but others may have a different opinion.
Nice email in from Patrick, who's Joffre Archer's stepdad, who listens to us regularly over in the Caribbean. Hello to you, Patrick. Lovely to hear from you as in comes Carvelos and bowls, and clipped her on the leg side by Patterson White, picks up a single to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 28, 213 for 5. He says, I'm currently vacationing in Lakeland, Florida, and I'm following the cricket. Nice to see Sussex doing well today.
Very nice.
Lovely to hear from you, Patrick. Hope all is well over in the... well, I know you're not in Barbados at the minute, but not an island I've ever been to. I know you've been a regular visitor, Dave, down the years.
Dual nationality.
One day, that's on the bucket list. I keep saying this bucket list needs to be got through because, well, he just does. In comes Carvelos over the wicket bowls, and that's a lovely little scoop shot from Montgomery. Picks up a single. He's going to come back for a second run as Alistair Orr fields at deep mid-wicket, and Nottinghamshire just stepping on the accelerator at the right time here. And that's a 50 partnership between these two. 51 from just 41 balls. Well, we said at some stage that Notts were going to need to accelerate, and they've certainly done that. But Sussex need to hold their nerve. I think Sussex have done well here today. Their ground fielding's been very good. But now with the two seamers on, they're not...
I just hope he doesn't miss a straight one, reverse sweeping or some such, because he's 87 not out. I mean, there is a really, really big, important milestone just around the corner there for him. And his last 2 or 3 scoring shots have all been improvised shots, haven't they? They
have. He's facing again. 2:15 for 5. In comes Carvelos, and he looks for a reverse sweep. And is he nicked that? Yes, he is. And exactly as Dave forecast, he's looked to reverse pull that one down towards fine leg. He's got a nick. It goes through to Tom Alsop. And, well, I don't know whether he's Mystic Dave today, but that's exactly what... It was a shot he didn't really need to play.
No, could see it coming.
But he's gone for 87 in 122 minutes in 94 balls. 4 fours and a 6, and a very good innings from Matthew Montgomery comes to an end in a slightly undistinguished way, but that's not to take away from what's been a very fine innings.
Terrific stuff, Matthew. Batted for 2 hours. 94 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Just hope nobody says I jinxed him. I was trying to do the exact opposite. Just if I could have had a little word in his ear then before that ball, I might just have said, you've got to 80 odd not out, playing proper orthodox cricket. There's enough runs there to be had. You're scoring quickly enough. Liam Patterson White at the other end scoring quickly enough. Just no need to just go to all the reverses and all the scoops, much as we love to see them.
Yeah.
Just crack a couple of balls away, get to 3 figures, and then maybe you can perhaps bring out some of the fancy shots if you're still there with 2 overs to go. But that's a real shame. But a terrific innings nonetheless. 215 for 6.
Yeah, it was. And actually, you make a good point, Dave, because actually Patterson White, 28 of 24 at the other end, is providing the acceleration. So, always easy to say from up here, but perhaps a shot he didn't really need to play. Anyway, he did, and the wicket has gone down, and the new man in is Brett Hutton, who is a fine batsman. I don't think he's a bad number 8 to be coming out in this position. The strong-looking figure of Brett Hutton, who'll be doing plenty of bowling, I'm sure, and he's going to face Harry Carvelos, who's racing in from the Ratcliffe Road end bowls, and Hutton turns his first delivery onto the leg side. They're going to pick up 1. There will not be 2 to Delray Rawlings, who comes running in from a deepish mid-wicket to field. But Hutton is on his way. 2-1-6 for 6 in the 43rd over here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms and Dave Bracegirdle enjoying the delights of Trent Bridge. An uninterrupted day. There's been a bit of drizzle around, but a very strong wind blowing here in the East Midlands, and any showers that have come through have blown away very, very quickly. So far, so good. And the chimney that we look up, I don't know, how many miles away is that, Dave? But Dave was saying once you can't see the big chimney...
about 5 or 6.
Right.
It's just shy of East Midlands Airport.
Carvelos in again, bowls, and Patterson White with a plan. It's good delivery from Carvelos, who took pace off. And Patterson White was through the shot before the ball got there, and it goes through to Allsop and no run.
So what have you got after this? A couple of home games at the weekend?
Yes, we've got a
at
game
Hove.
game on Friday against Gloucestershire at Hove, and then Sunday against Leicestershire at Hove. So a busy start to the campaign, and then 4 days off before we go to Edgbaston next Friday.
Well, Notts on Thursday are at Taunton, and then next Wednesday at Bristol.
In comes Carvelos, pulls away by Patterson White to deep mid-wicket. Just a single to Patterson White. He goes to 29 of 27. End of the over, 217 for 6. Carvelos 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30. So 7 overs remaining. Notts 217 for 6. That doesn't seem very clever planning
really.
somewhere on the line, does it?
Not really. You know, you're going on the bus down there. If ever there was a case for playing 2 in 2 days or 2 in 3 days.
Yeah, I agree.
I tend to do it with Durham a little bit, which is understandable, isn't it? Because it's a long way from Durham to anywhere, and if they're going down south, they sort of tend to give them. Who's this coming on? Is this Finn Hudson-Prentice rushing on with a helmet?
It's...
No, maybe not. No, that's not Finn.
Who's that rushing on? Oh, it's James Coles who's come on with the helmet. He's got a gilet on as James Coles. And actually...
Good shout, Adrian.
Yeah.
Bring back Delray, said Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, 5 overs for just 18. Now, it's not to say that they're not going to look to get after Delray Rawlins, but certainly was a little expensive, Brad Curry, in that last over that went for 13.
Thanks to Julie James. Fabulous innings from Matt, she said. Agree with you, Julie. Your lad didn't let himself down either. Lovely knock from Lyndon James, who in that partnership with Montgomery got Notts going again. This is pulled onto the leg side. Ooh. Now then, single taken by Liam Patterson White. Clearly, who's that? Is that Ali Orr out there?
Yeah, and I think Delray Rawlins is saying, why didn't you go for the catch?
It's
one of those,
yeah.
but...
It's one of those.
Yeah, I think Rawlins... Difficult for Ali Orr, because he's maybe thinking, perhaps I should go for it, but or do I save the fall?
Yeah.
Rawlins clearly felt he should have gone for that.
Yeah, do I risk my teeth here diving forward for this one? Where it actually pitched, I would suggest Ali Orr made the right decision. But for a second, I wondered if it might carry to the fielder. This one's hit Brett Hutton on the pad. Oh, crikey now, and there's an opportunity here as Brad Curry fields, but they get home for the worst leg bye in cricketing history. They, the calling then was probably non-existent, but if it did happen, it would have been yes, no, shall we, sorry mate, whoops, crikey. Thank heavens. 219 for 6. Rawlins bowls. Patterson White with more conviction from him. Would suggest perhaps he takes the lead for a moment until Brett gets his bearings. Single taken. 220 for 6. Very gusty once again. Just the one flag on top of the pavilion. Don't know what's happened to the Sussex flag as Brett Hutton heaves this onto the leg side, and they'll come back for 2. In comes the throw, and had it been right over the top, Brett might have been struggling, but it wasn't. So they get back, and we've got the old Richie Benno up on the board. 2-2.
Yeah, the Sussex ground fielding has been excellent, but Delray Rawlins was really unhappy. They picked up 2 runs. They just need to make sure they keep it together here, Sussex, because they've been really good so far.
Brett Hutton on to 3. They'll drive this down the ground. Goes on to 4. This is Brett's 24th one-day match. Mostly with Notts, but played a handful during his time away with Northants. Has a top score of 46 in one-day cricket. 2-2-3 for 6. Next ball, again nicely played by Patterson White for a single. Just keeping the board moving, aren't they? 224 for 6. What a shame for Matt Montgomery to get out when he did. 6 overs to go. 224 for 6.
Was that 6 off the over?
Yeah.
Which I think Sussex will settle for.
I've got 7 actually, 217. So maybe there was the leg bye as well. The shocking leg bye.
Yes, you're right.
They're back on at Derby, and Derbyshire have lost their last 2 wickets. Bang bang. So they're all out for 110 against the defending champions Glamorgan. 110 all out.
Yeah, and I think Glamorgan haven't lost that many players to the 100, and I think, you know, they, as I say, we were discussing this last week about the merits of this competition, and Glamorgan as a county have really benefited from winning that competition. Not least, in comes Carvelos in and bowls, hammered away by Patterson White, but he's going to be caught, and that's a good low catch by, or does he put it down?
He's not claimed it.
No, he's not.
One thing we'll say.
Well, I thought for a minute he claimed the captured Harrison Ward. It was pulled away onto the leg side. Maybe it bounced in front of him, but he certainly went for the catch. I'm not sure whether he spilled it or whether he actually didn't go for it in the end. Either way, it's a single to Patterson White. He goes to 33. The crowd is gathering again. As Carvelos comes over the wicket this time to Brett Hutton. He's in and bowls, and Hutton drives firmly down the ground. Good stop by Pujara, who actually, in so doing, in stopping the ball, he sort of parried the ball, and it allowed Hutton to go through for a single. He goes to 5, 226 for 6.
Might actually have been a brilliant bit of fielding from Harrison Ward.
I mean, he is excellent in the field, and I thought when that ball went to him, I thought that's probably out.
Yeah, if he'd sprung up and claimed it, I don't think anybody in the ground would have argued.
No, I would agree. I would completely agree. So it's a very, very honest bit of cricket as Carvelos is in, and Patterson White with a play and a miss outside the off stump through to Walsop, and there is no run. I was going to make a point about something, and I've completely forgotten what it was.
In all probability, he sort of scooped it up on the half volley.
Yeah.
But it was underneath his body because he was throwing himself forward trying to catch it.
Carvelos.
Rhymes with Barbados if you're looking for a limerick.
Runs away from us, comes into bowl to Patterson White. He's in a bowl. Patterson White hammers that one away on the leg side, and that's a maximum. That's a good shot. Pulled away for 6 runs, and I have to say Liam Patterson White is playing a little gem of an innings here for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
He goes to 39 of just 32 deliveries and knots to 232 for 6. Wasn't a hugely bad ball, but it was a little too short, and Patterson White just pulled it away onto the leg side for 6 runs. Fine shot by Liam Patterson White, who made 32 in the second innings here last week. And looked in good nick in that. It didn't actually, he was out for a duck in the first innings, but that's a big blow for 6 runs. Carvelos again in and bowls, and he's hammered down the ground on this occasion, and it's just going to be a single fielded down in front of us by Brad Curry. One more to Patterson White. The sky's looking really threatening away to our right hand side, but
You'll be all right.
I'm just wondering if that's sort of slipping away from us a little bit.
Yeah.
Patterson White to 40 off 33, knots 233 for 6. We're in the 45th over here.
It's on the way to the kingdom of Newark to water my good lady's tomatoes.
Yeah, so long as it stays away from Trent Bridge, we'll be quite happy. Oddly, the sun is almost sort of, well, it is out now. As in comes Carvelos in and bowls, and Hutton pulls that one away, and he's going to be caught. No, it's not. It's the second 6 in the over, and that was contemptuously played by Brett Hutton. He just swung the ball away over long on. So 2 6s in the over, and Notts are building themselves a decent total here.
Yeah, 15 from that one.
239 for 6. Brett Hutton to 11 off just 6 deliveries, and Cheshire Pujara with a bit of thinking to do here.
Yeah, I hope the rain stays away. Like I say, I can only go on what I've been told, that we'd only get the morning rain when we had a little bit of drizzle, but they've not gone off. Rachel's on the ground, sent a photo of play, saying worth working a few hours on the occasional Saturday to be able to get my hours back so I can take them for days like this.
I just wonder whether Pujara might consider another change here, because the seamers are starting to go around the park. Rawlins has got a level of control.
There is Rawlins bowling, and Liam Patterson White throwing absolutely everything at that and just bottom edging it away on the leg side for a single. 240 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Carvelos, his first 5 overs went for 12. His next 3 overs have gone for 33. So he's going at 11 and over here, and I just wonder whether they might change things around. Yeah, Tom Clark might be a possibility.
There's Rawlins, bowls to Brett Hutton, and again he heaves it down the ground. Now then, this one not got as much on it. Oh, it has, my word, it has. 6 more. That was to the biggest boundary from Brett Hutton, and it lands somewhere between the rope and the Hound Road lower for his second maximum. Brett Hutton with a little bit of the old long arm.
Well, that's got a long, long way.
Good meaty connection, 246 for 6. Delray Rawlins might not want to float one up to Brett Hutton.
No.
Anytime soon. Here he comes again. This might be flatter, and here's and hit away for an even bigger one. Crikey, he's got hold of that one.
Wow.
Over the leg side, over square leg. It actually clattered into the fence at the base of the Fox Road stand, and then rebounded almost to the boundary edge. Back to back Sixers takes knots over 250. Rawlins in again. Once more he goes for a big hit, but as it hit along the ground down to long on for a single. 253 for 6, and Brett Hutton getting on with it. 24 not out from 9. Partnership of 38.
In no time.
Patterson White back on strike. Right hand, left hand combination not doing Sussex any favours here. Patterson White drills this one along the ground for a single. Still 4 overs to go. 254 for 6. As I was saying earlier, we've seen some colossal scores here in one-day cricket. 400s over the last 3 or 4 years. So Sussex aren't going to be chasing anything that's not been done here before. As Hutton gets a single. 255 for 6. But when they had knots 38 for 3, I don't think thought they'd probably be chasing topside of 250.
No,
Still 4 overs to go. 255 for 6, and 16 from that over. So back-to-back decent overs for knots. 15 and then 16 from the last 2.
Well, maybe key here for Nottinghamshire. They've got wickets in the bank. Yeah, which is perhaps the crucial thing in a 50-over game. You've still got 4 wickets in hand now. Ari Carvelis is going to carry on. So
there was a man called Carvelis.
Yes,
always holidayed in Barbados.
And then he comes to bowl to Hutton, who clubs this one away through backward point. He's got a very simple method, hasn't he, Brett Hutton? He just stands and delivers. Swings the bat hard through the line of the ball, and he's already on 26. This time he picks up a single. 256 for 6.
Call it Scarbados as well down there.
Yes, they do.
Might have to work on that. So
yes,
we've got Carvelis, Barbados, and Scarbados. Come on, folks, help me out.
Carvelis.
At Brace Cricket, at Adrian Harms, at what's your other one?
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Carvelis in bowls, and Patterson White hammers that one away on the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. 1 bounce over the ropes. Lovely shot from Liam Patterson White, who goes to 46 off just 36 deliveries. 260 for 6. Cheteshwar Pujara comes across to have a word to Ari Carvelis. And what were knots after 40 overs? They were 186 for 5. So in the last 6 and a bit overs, Sussex have gone for 60.
That must have been good, because Brett Hutton went all the way down and touched bats rather than touch gloves, touched bats with Liam Patterson White. Clearly he was impressed with the quality of that shot.
Carvelis in again, bowls, and Patterson, that's a super shot. That's on-driven over extra cover for 4 runs. Off drive, lovely shot from Patterson White. That takes him to an excellent half-century. 50 in just 37 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes, and just as the impetus was needed, Liam Patterson White delivers, and that was a lovely shot. Played away over extra cover, couple of bounces, 4 runs. And Sussex just need to stem the flow, because Knots are just starting to get away here and build what would be a very good total, as you said, but at one stage been 38 for 3. Patterson White on 50, 264 for 6. These two came together when the score was 215 for 6. So 1 more run, and it'll be the 50 partnership, which come up in quick time. Carvelis in, short, pulled away by Patterson White, and he will pick up a single to beat backward square, fielded up there by Daniel Ibrahim. And that's the 50 partnership, and a very fine 50 partnership as well between this pair, for the 7th wicket in just 25 deliveries. So they've stepped on the accelerator and some, of Brett Hutton and Liam Patterson White. Well, it was always going to come. There was always going to be a charge at some stage, provided there were wickets in the bank. And these two have certainly provided that. Carvelis away from us, in and bowls, and Hutton drives it firmly down the ground. They take 1. They'll think about a second. Patterson White is coming back. There shouldn't really have been a second run there, but it's well run by the pair. Brad Curry came in very quickly. I think Cheteshwar Pujara is just saying, come on lads, we need to cut this off.
Got an escaped cap again.
He's now lost his cap as...
Just shows how blustery it is, though, Adrian.
No, it is.
If these caps blow off, they've gone. They're away down the road, aren't they?
Yeah. Pujara, the skipper, doing his job, retrieves the cap for Brad Curry, but 2 more to the total. 267 for 6. 12 off this over already. Carvelos in again, bowls to Hutton, and then more runs here. It's played away to deep backward point, filled up there by Harrison Ward. One more to the total. That's the end of Harry Carvelos' over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 58 for Harry Carvelos, who's got a bit of stick in the last few overs. Knots 268 for 6. Patterson White 51. Hutton on 29.
13 from that one, so that's 44 in 3 overs. This is, I suppose, the blueprint for putting a score on the board. If you win the toss, choose to bat first, you lose a couple of early wickets, in fact 3 in Nottinghamshire's case. In the 12th over they were 38 for 3. They've rebuilt with that partnership of 70 odd between Montgomery and Lyndon James, and then the lower middle order, or the middle and lower order, have just accelerated nicely at the right time.
Well, I reckon, Dave, that Notts have scored 84 here off of the last 7 overs. So, they were 186.
3 overs to go.
Yeah.
Well done, Sussex. They've rattled through their overs. There's still half an hour to go. They've only got 3 overs to bowl. Cut-off time at 1/2. Round the wicket comes Curry, and there's going to be a run out, and that's a real shame because Brett Hutton goes. He'd advanced forward a long way out of his crease. Had it been a spinner it would have been a stumping, but he'd got that far down, and then he turned and slipped, and Allsop executes the run out. It's a strange one, that, as you can see it up on the board. Run out Allsop. It's always one of those where you sometimes have to refer what exactly constitutes a stumping, because he was so far down out of his crease, and then was just trying to get back. He's out for 29, Brett Hutton.
Good knock though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, 29 in what? 14 balls. Just the impetus that Nottinghamshire needed, and that's some welcome relief for Sussex, because I rather feared, from a Sussex angle, entertaining though it's been for the crowd, that had these two stayed together, that Sussex may be chasing something in advance of 300. They might still have to do that, but a new bat coming in is Zach Chappell. But I think that's right, Dave. So 186 after 40 overs. Redo my maths.
He's doing the maths, folks.
Yeah, it was 82 off the last 7, which will just tell you when the acceleration was required, and exactly that Notts have delivered.
Just getting a whiff of something, he says. Don't think this is embargoed. Always check to see if it's embargoed. England name a squad of 14 for the first 2 insurance test matches against South Africa.
Yes.
Stokes, Anderson, Bairstow, Broad of Notts obviously, Brooke, Crawley, Folkes, Leach, Lees, Craig Overton, Potts, Pope, Ollie Robinson of Sussex, Joe Root. Sussex seamer Ollie Robinson returns to the squad for the first time since the Caribbean tour in March. Here's Curry round the wicket, bowls, and the new man is Zach Chappell, gets a single down the ground. I'll continue. Ollie Robinson returned to county championship action last week after recovering from a back injury which has prevented him from playing any cricket since. So there we are. So that might throw some light on.
I think they're also saying, Dave, that he's going to play in this Lions game at Canterbury, although the team hasn't been announced yet for that game. That's going to be an important game for Ollie Robinson.
Curry bowls. Liam Patterson White down the track, nicely fielded by Curry off his own bowling, but they will take a single. So is that a little early? One match. Delighted for Ollie, obviously, and no guarantee he'll play. He's in a squad of 14 for the first 2 matches, but it just shows how eager they are to get him back in. He's only played 1 match.
Yeah.
Did bowl well last week, though.
Well, I just wonder, Jamie Overton's out for a while, isn't he, with injury? So, England's fast bowling resources are pretty stretched at the moment.
270 for 7. Zach Chappell back on strike. Face 1 ball, got a single. He'll push this to backward point, and again a little bit of Well, not miscommunication. They're eager, obviously, Adrian, just to take every run they can. But sometimes when it's hit straight to the fielder, you've got to know when. Zach Chappell, 26, will be 26 on the 21st of August. 270 for 7. Zach Chappell has a best score in this format of 59 not out. That was in his Leicestershire days. Next delivery, chipped away on the leg side. Only played a couple of previous one-dayers for Notts. Zach Chappell, high score of 8 not out for Notts. 271 for 7.
Good over this from Brad Curry, and certainly that run out has just slightly taken the impetus away.
Yeah.
Peter's been in touch. Hello, Peter. He says, can I have a shout out to Tilgate Cricket Club star player Daryl Brooks, who's a listener to our commentary. So,
Hello, Daryl.
Hello to Daryl. And thank you, Peter, for getting in touch. And Nicky says, why isn't the game being covered on the BBC Sports app? I think if you go onto the app and click on the link, you ought to be able to listen, Nicky.
Next ball is chipped away by Patterson White on the leg side. He'll take another single. LPW is on to 53 not out. And that's the end of a better over with regards to how many runs came from it for Sussex. Just the 4 runs and the run out. 272 for 7. 12 balls left, Adrian.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, the carnage really of the last few overs, because Nottinghamshire, say, scoring very briskly for those overs, those 82 runs coming in 7 overs between the 40th and the 47th, and Brad Curry just arresting that flow of runs. But I'm sure that Liam Patterson-White, who's played a gem of an innings here, 53 of 40 deliveries, will be keen to ease Notts towards that 300 mark.
Well, they want 28 off 12, so that might be a little bit of a tall order unless Patterson-White can clear the ropes a couple of times.
In comes Harry Cavellis. He's going to bowl his final over. 2 for 52 comes in bowl to Patterson-White, and that's exactly what he's done. That has gone many a mile. That has gone many a mile. It was too short from Harry Cavellis, whose figures have taken a bit of a dent. It was pulled away, back to the square on the leg side, and that has gone many a mile. That's a long, long way. And Patterson-White to 59. And Harry Cavellis, whose first 5 overs just went for 12 runs, has now gone for 52 in the next 4 overs and 1 ball.
I might do the lottery numbers, you know, tonight. I've made 1 or 2 decent calls today.
Yeah.
For a change.
59 off 41. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and Patterson-White, more runs here, pulls it away onto the leg side. He was looking for a reverse. He's just going to get a single fielded out there by who's out there? That's Daniel Ibrahim. Prevents anything more than a single. Relief for him.
He clearly knew width was going to be the order of the day there from Carvelos, didn't he?
He did.
He sort of played that. Probably had been a wide if Patterson-White had stayed where he was. He went that far across outside the off stump to clip it to leg.
Carvelos now bowling to the right-handed Zach Chappell. He's got that shorter leg side boundary to hit to. He's in and bowls, and he hammers that down the ground. My word, he wound himself up for that, and he absolutely belted the ball straight back down the ground. No chance of stopping that. There's a long off, but he had no chance. Good shot by Chappell. 6 off 4 deliveries, 283 for 7.
Chappell's first game of the season for Notts. He had a lone spell or 2. As I say, he seemed to be going permanently between Bristol and he did. I beg your pardon. He did play 1 blast game for Notts and did pretty well, but then went back to Bristol, continue his loan with Gloucestershire.
Here comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls and hammers that away, and Pujara does well to get down and take the pace off that, but they'll come back for a second. Ball Zach Chappell. He goes to 8, 285 for 7. Zach, now I'm probably getting with Chappell's mixed up. Did Zach Chappell play for Leicestershire for a while?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's certainly looking to get on with things here as we're in the penultimate over of the innings. Poor old Harry Cavellos' figures are taking a bit of a hammering here. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, and Chappell hammers that one away down to long off. They're just going to take a single, fielded down below us by Brad Curry, who gets in the throw. 1 more to Chappell. He goes to 9 off 6 deliveries and knocks to 286 for 7. And this over has so far gone for 14. 1 more ball to go. Liam Patterson-White is back on strike, the left-hander. 60 off just 42 deliveries from Liam Patterson-White. And Harry Harry Carvelas is in, bowls, and that's a good delivery to finish off with. Yorker right up in the block hole. Patterson White can't do anything with that, goes to Tom Alsop. Harry Carvelas' spell has come to an end. 286 for 7, Patterson White on 60 off 43 deliveries. Zach Chappell is on 9, and just the 1 over to go in this innings. And Carvelas 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 72.
My word, Chappell hit that one fiercely hard down the ground. Let's need 14 then from the 50th over, which is exactly what they've just taken from the 49th. Who's going to bowl it? Brad Curry to bowl the final over. Will be Curry's 8th over, 1 for 31. So Carvelas 10 overs, 2 for 72. Hunt the other one to bowl out, 2 for 59. 286 for 7. He bowls, hit away on the offside. Thought that was going to be interesting. Pujara couldn't get to his left. They take a single, 287 for 7. So Liam Patterson White will be swinging towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Brad Curry just pulled out of releasing that one then. I think it was just a little bit of cat and mouse just to see what Liam Patterson White was going to do.
Ian Shin has been in touch on email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, "Hi guys, I'm enjoying the match and your commentary. I've been a Sussex supporter for 60 years after finding out that my grandfather was a scorer for Sussex. I've only been to Hove once when I remember Garth LaRue catching Alan Lamb in a game that Sussex won, if my memory is correct. Now I'm retired, I hope to get to Hove a bit more often. I'm enjoying the streaming and hope Sussex win." Thank you, Ian.
Next delivery, Patterson White goes across the crease, misses it, and although it went down the leg side, that was very, very, very close to the leg stump. So happy enough with that one that it wasn't called as a wide. Earlier on I did sort of say if it's missing the leg stump by a long way, I'd call it, but I think that was close enough. That would have thudded. Right. Look how far Liam Patterson White's standing outside his crease now.
Wow, halfway up the track.
Yeah.
Well, not halfway, but he's way outside his crease.
So what are you going to do here, bowler, if you spot that? Well, certainly somebody should point it out to the bowler. You're going to bang it in short, or you're going to pitch it up. He pitches it up, and Liam Patterson White has got a scruffy single off the bottom edge past the stumps. 288 for 7. So 3 balls left. Knots require 3 fours to get to 300, or 2 big blows. Might just fall a little short, you'd imagine. Going to go round the wicket now, Brad Curry. Zach Chappell on 10. 288 for 7. Bowls a bouncer, which Chappell tucks underneath. He got down a long way, and the ball didn't bounce up too high, so that just panned out very nicely indeed for Brad Curry and for Sussex. A bouncer that Zach Chappell, who's a tall man, ducked underneath.
I think Sussex will be fairly pleased with the way these last couple of overs have gone. Yeah. At one stage, Notts were looking as if they could, well, they might still get to 300, but it looked like they may get there fairly comfortably. Yeah,
Brett Hutton gave it a bit of tap, didn't he, when he was out there, run out for 29. Next delivery on its way now, driven down the ground for a single by Chappell. Thanks to Andy. The Sussex fast bowler Carvelas played against Yorks at Barbados. The pitch was so flat, he said, that, and went off to play in Barbados. Thank you very much, Andy. Terrific. Knew somebody would bail me out. 1 ball left, 289 for 7. Liam Patterson White on 61 is on strike, and the left-hander heaves This final ball hits it down the ground to long on. They get a single, and Notts will finish on 290 for 7 after the 50 overs. Very much enjoyed the return of Royal London One Day Cup cricket to Trent Bridge. Liam Patterson-White not out, 62. It's been a very good innings indeed from him. Zach Chappell not out, 11. Brad Curry finishes with 8 overs, 1 for 35. Bowled very nicely indeed. 2 for 59 from Hunt, 2 for 72 from Carvelos. They were the only 2 to bowl out. Very much game on. Liam Patterson-White, 62 from 46 balls. He was only at the crease for an hour, 4 fours and 3 sixes. That's a good knock from him. And well, it remains to be seen how Sussex will go when they return in around about half an hour's time. But I think one thing's certain, Adrian, they've got more of a job on their hands than it looked like in the first 45 minutes or so.
No, I would agree. And 104 coming off the last 10 overs that Sussex bowled. So Sussex will be disappointed about that. I thought, in terms of Sussex, I thought their ground fielding was excellent. Just in the last 10 overs, they were under a bit of pressure. Brett Hutton and Liam Patterson-White, let's take nothing away from them, batted beautifully and put the pressure on the Sussex fielders. Ari Carvelos expensive at the end. His first 5 overs were excellent. Got a bit of tap at the end, but I thought in the main, Sussex, fielded well. They bowled well, certainly for the first 40 overs, but they've got a bit to do now. And we'll have to see how they do in that reply. Much as ever will depend on Cheteshwar Pujara, will be batting at number 4, but the Sussex top order have been in decent form. Tom Alsop back in the side, Ali Orr, Tom Clark. So there's plenty of batting in this Sussex side. But I think it's going to be a good game, Dave. And well done to Patterson-White. He batted beautifully. And I thought Matthew Montgomery, it was a lovely innings of 87 before he was caught behind.
Yeah, this competition through necessity features some players who are absolutely chomping at the bit to get an opportunity for days like this in the spotlight, an opportunity to go out there and show what they can do. And it's always enjoyable to see one or two less familiar names, I guess. We have seen, of course, Liam Patterson-White consistently in the Championship side over the last couple of years, but he's in the red ball game, he's not often had the chance to go out there and just play all his shots and throw the bat like he did today. So that was enjoyable to see. Same with Brett Hutton, exactly the same. Doesn't very often come in above 10 in the order when he plays in the Championship games. Played a gem of an innings there, a quick fire 29. But Matthew Montgomery, we know the quality he's got, just can't force his way into the county championship side. Did play the one game when Ben Duckett was away playing for the Lions. Scored 87 today. It really was a well-paced innings. Just a shame he got out like he did. But well done Sussex. They were superb with the ball early on, and then as Notts came back into it, they needed to execute all their skills. They rattled through the overs. So well done to them, and we'll see how they go with the bat when we return in around about half an hour or so's time. Very much looking forward to this, and as I say, love this format of the game. Very much enjoying being back at Trent Bridge for the Royal London One Day Cup. Yeah,
and great to see a lot of families here as well today, Dave, and the children out on the field now with bats and balls in hand as well. So let's hope the weather stays fine. I think it's going to stay fine. And just to reiterate, we were wondering perhaps why Ollie Robinson didn't play in this match. He's been recalled to the England Test squad for the first 2 matches. The squad's been announced for those games against South Africa, which are coming up. Ollie Robinson in the squad, but he's going to play for the England Lions in the game at Canterbury starting on the 9th of August, and you'd imagine that's a game in which he's going to have to prove his fitness.
Yep, very much so. Just quickly, 2 of my regulars been in touch over the last second or two. We'll give them a shout out now, because undoubtedly off for getting half an hour. T says, Dave, missed the first 30 overs, sleeping off my night shift, awoke in time for the fireworks, well battered to Liam. And Bob, more than decent given the start, Dave. Now it's there to be defended. Thanks to you too. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. At Brace Cricket, at Adrian Harms. And if you want to write a longer one, Adrian will let you at
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Thank you very much, folks. Not entirely sure when they return, but when they do, we'll be here. Look forward to your company then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge after our middle of the innings break. Nottinghamshire posting 290 for 7 in their 50 overs, so over to Sussex to see what they can do in response. Our umpires are already out there. Rob Bailey, who many of you will know, Mansour Qureshi alongside him. This is his first game at this level. He's done a lot of second 11 cricket over the last couple of years. Came through the Birmingham leagues and very much enjoying, no doubt, his first experience standing out there in the middle at Trent Bridge. Sussex then require obviously 291 to win. Their opening batsmen are going to be Ali Orr and Harrison Ward. As he has joined him out there in the middle and will take strike. Looks as if Brett Hutton's going to bowl the first over from the pavilion end. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Online, all our friends all over the place joining us for the run chase here. Glad to have you along with Nottinghamshire. Now with ball in hand, Notts in their all green with the gold names and numbers. Sussex in their vibrant pink, which I very much like, and the dark flannels. And we're going to get underway with Brett Hutton bowling to Harrison Ward, and first ball off a thickish outside edge, and it will run down here. Good stop by Fatty Singh down below us, and they come back for a couple, so the Sharks are up and running. Thickish outside edge. Harrison Ward underway, so two fielders, as I'm sure you're aware, outside the circle. Notts have gone with a third man and a fine leg. Fatty Singh at third man, Dane Patterson at long leg. Couple of slips, Montgomery and James. The other five all saving one as Hutton round the wicket bowls to Harrison Ward. Drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. Can just quickly tidy up the Nottinghamshire innings. 290 for 7 at the end there. Liam Patterson-White 62 not out, made from 46 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Zach Chappell was with him at the end. He finished on 11 not out, 9 balls, 1 4, 18 extras in the innings. 290 for 7. Hutton bowls, strikes Ward on the pad there. Rather tentative prod at the ball from Harrison Ward. Notts were interested. The umpire not quite as keen. Those of you watching the live stream can see with me there. That's if there wasn't any bat involved, that's excruciatingly close, shall we say. Crikey me, you can understand why Brett Hutton, he's still having a bit of a blather away there. Third ball of the innings. My word, we'd need the old snicko to know if he nicked it or not. If he didn't, it was very, very adjacent. Single taken here from the next ball. Ward onto 3, brings Ali Orr down onto strike. Wicket takers for Sussex. Sean Hunt 10 overs 2 for 59. Ari Carvelis 10 overs 2 for 72. They were the only two that bowled out. Dan Ibrahim 9 overs none for 38. Brad Curry 8 overs 1 for 35. Let's have a look. Archie Lenham 6 overs none for 38. Delray Rawlins 7 overs none for 40. As Hutton bowls to Orr, gets solidly behind it, eases it into the offside, and there's no run. So pretty much up to speed. Adrian's away doing Adrian-like things with BBC Radio Sussex and their followers. They'll be back before too long. Sad news from Sedbergh today then. Adrian has been talking about it today, how beautiful it is, but not today. Lancashire v Essex, match abandoned without a ball bowled. Nice push into the gap on the onside by Orr. This will race away for the first boundary of the innings. So that turns a respectable over into a very decent one there. Ali Orr getting a boundary. Harrison Ward on 3, surviving that LBW shout. 7 without loss. The other matches, just quickly whilst they're turning over here. Gloucestershire made 264, bowled out 7 balls early. Bristol, Gloucestershire playing Warwickshire. At Guildford, Surrey 246 for 8. We're between innings there against Leicestershire. At Derby, well, the home side were just bundled out for 110. Glamorgan in reply, a 34 for 2 after 10. Glamorgan, the defending champions, looking on course to win that. At New Road, Worcestershire 351 for 8. Century from Cash Ali, 79 from Ed Barnard, 59 not out from wicket-keeper Ben Cox. And the one other game, Yorkshire 353 for 5 at York. As new over starts, Zach Chappell bowls to Harrison Ward and he forces it through the offside for a boundary. Yorkshire 353 for 5. That's a 46 over game. Yorkshire and Northants, and Will Frayne made 143 and Harry Duke 111 for the Yorkies. Other cricket news: Team England have defeated South Africa by 26 runs in the Commonwealth Games at Edgbaston. Chappell comes in, Ward, second boundary in consecutive deliveries here, slashed it through the offside. This one to the right of Liam Patterson-White, the previous one to the left. He's at extra cover, no chance with either of them. So whilst I'm completing all my correspondence and catch-ups, a couple of the counties not playing today. But playing matches against the national counties. Somerset are playing Devon. Devon 181 all out. Somerset 55 for 1. Chappell bowls, and this again clipped away on the leg side, and this will be behind square for 4 more. Chappell gone for 3 consecutive boundaries here to Harrison Ward, who's come out playing his shots. 15 from 7, and Hertfordshire playing Middlesex. Middlesex who lost the other day. Was it to Books or Beds? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember. Don't let me know. I can look it up. Middlesex 392 for 8 in that match at Watford. Century from Stevie Eskenazi. In fact, 160. Chappell bowls, and that breaks the sequence of boundaries with a push for no runs in the offside. So there we are. At Brace Cricket at Adrian Harms, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, and Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to send some lengthier correspondence. Adrian doesn't mind. 19 without loss, the Sharks. Notts were fairly sluggish at the start of their innings. Lost 3 wickets in the first 12 overs, edged for 4 more. This one was a genuine edge. Ward slashed hard, the ball flying away to the left of Brett Hutton, whose second slip. Had there been a third slip in there, he'd have been very much in the game, but nobody there. And Zach Chappell has gone for a 4th boundary in the over. Seba Mead, the not skipper. Can I remind you, the first time he's had the full reins. Should have done it last year, but was then called away for England. So Peter Trigo captain Notts. And Mead's got a chase on here, as this has worked wide of him at mid-on, and they come back for 2. So a very decent over indeed for the visitors. 18 from it, 4 fours and a 2. And that's taken Harrison Ward to 21 from 10 deliveries. Ali Orr 4 from 2 overs, and Sussex have got the jump on Notts here. 25 after 2 overs. Took Notts until the 10th over to reach 25. Here's Hutton starting a new over. Bowling to Alior. And there's no run. A little bit of sunshine working its way through again as Hutton bowls, or drops this on the leg side, no run. Messages coming from all directions, pleased to say. Lots of brought Lyndon James out into catching mid-wicket position as Hutton bowls, or just squared up a little bit there. He initially made a movement across his stumps trying to work it to leg, and then reacted quickly to get back in line and push it into the offside. There's no run. 25 without loss. Sussex Sharks, not entirely sure of their batting order, but Cheteshwar Pujara listed at 4 behind Tom Clark. It's on the scorecards we've got here as Orr defends, but the scorecards did have Dan Ibrahim opening with Ali Orr. Of course they were printed in advance. Hutton and Chappell with the ball for Notts. Dane Patterson, I would imagine, will come on as first change. Lots of other options. Liam Patterson-White, Fatty Singh, both left-arm spinners. Matt Montgomery, right-arm off-break bowler. This one's dropped away by Orr to square leg, no run. Lovely to see the outfield full of people during the interval. Lots of youngsters out there with bat and ball. Lots having a little bit of a runabout. Some just stretching their legs for a wander out to the middle. Have a look at the strip. There's Hutton from the pavilion end. Bowls to Orr. Again, just restricted for room. Can't get it away. And there's no run. And that's a maiden for Brett Hutton. Well, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Zach Chappell straight away out of the attack. So Asiba Mead not afraid to make ruthless changes early on. Chappell 1 over, none for 17. Makes way for Dane Patterson. Of course, Cheteshwar Pujara didn't have to make any knee-jerk reactions at all. Carvallis and Curry, both economical in the first 10 overs of the innings. Each going through 5 overs relatively unscathed, each taking a wicket. Here's Patterson then round the wicket, bowls onto the pads of Ward, helped it out onto the long leg side, also the long side, and Ben Slater doing the fielding. Good throw. Ward onto 22, 26 without loss. Dane Patterson, vastly experienced. Of course, he's apart from all the List A matches he's played, he has played ODI cricket for South Africa. Bowls to Orr, who defends this one. This is his 94th one-day match, List A match. Played in all the matches last year for Notts. Very popular member of the squad. Be striving for an early breakthrough or two here. Comes in again round the wicket to Orr. Plays it gently on the leg side. Slater into field. Again, a good throw into the gloves of Schardendorf. 27 with Outlaws. Brings Ward back onto strike. Took 4 boundaries in previous over from this end from Zach Chappell. Can't get Patterson away. Just pushing this to point, no run. This could just be set up to be an absolute cracker. May not work out like that. Sussex might win with 20 overs to spare, or not. Might bowl them out for 150. You never know, but I just fancy could be going deep into the evening here. And a nice looking shot from Harrison Ward, who's come out playing his shots. Got another boundary, just a little bit of width offered from Dane Patterson, and whether it was Sussex's plan all along for him to go out and open the batting, or whether it's been a bit of a hunch by skipper or coach on the day. I'm not entirely sure. Adrian comes back and perhaps fill in a few other gaps in my knowledge about Harrison Ward, but he certainly likes to go after the bowling.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I thought he would open. When I saw the scorecard, I was a little surprised he was down the order.
Next ball on its way down the leg side, taken by Schardendorf and called as a wide. One more to the total, 33 with Outlaws.
He is one of a couple of cricketers who have come through this pathway that Sussex have with Oxford. Is Harrison Ward, the other one being James Coles. He's had his opportunities restricted, but he down at Taunton this year, and he didn't open in the T20 down at Taunton this year, but he hit 26 off the last over. So he does like to get on with it.
There's Patterson in to bowl to him. Works it to the left of Lyndon James, who was in there close, catching mid-wicket. Couple of runs. Slater again doing the field in 34 with Outlaws, and he played against Sussex at the weekend.
He did, yes. So both he and James Coles played for Oxford against Sussex. That was a warm-up game at Wormsdale. I didn't go to the game, but he played in that game. And well, I guess what it does to is take some of the pressure off. I mean, Ali Orr can just very much play second fiddle here.
Yeah. You certainly put the jinx on Sedbergh, didn't you? The match there has been
what a shame.
Abandoned without a ball bowled.
That's a real shame. Kate and Paul in the Hound Road stand. We mentioned it was their anniversary last week. And
have they stayed up?
They say thanks for your name check on the anniversary as he comes. Brett Hutton comes in and bowls to Orr, who's beaten outside the jump. Good delivery from Hutton, who's extraordinary really. His 2 overs have just cost 7 runs. Dane Patterson's opening over went for 9, and Zach Chappell was it 18 his opening over went for?
17, I think, 4 fours and a single.
They're calling the Sussex kit back to the fuchsia pink.
Very good.
Very good indeed. That is good. As Hutton wheels round at the pavilion end of the ground. Lots of blue sky around now. Comes running in and bowls to Orr, who's forward. Plays back down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I know you've been away doing your updates and your other business. I had the luxury of being able to see a couple of replays of the LBW in Hutton's first over, third ball.
Yeah, he thought
he didn't hit it. Well, he seemed to be standing in front of middle, but
he was convinced, wasn't he?
Yeah. Was
that to Ward or to Orr?
It was to Ward.
Right. Okay. Yes, I was in the box next door and doing some other bits and pieces and heard the appeal. And he did look some surprised, did Hutton. He's coming in around the wicket now to the left-handed Alistair. And Orr is forward and plays that to mid-wicket. And there is no run fielded there by Lyndon James.
Have they looked after you during the break?
They have looked after me. They always look after us here at Trent Bridge. I have to say it's a wonderful place to come and watch cricket, and to be able to work on cricket as well is an absolute delight. Well looked after last week, thank you. I think the tone always gets set, Dave, and I don't know, perhaps I'm a bit like a broken record. When you turn up at the ground and you can park your car and everything just, everything just works out well, and the facilities here are excellent. Hutton in bowls to or is back and across and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. In recent matches, Ali Orr has been very much the aggressor for Sussex at the top of the order, but doesn't need to do that today. Sussex off to a bit of a flyer due to Harrison Ward's 28 in just 14 deliveries. Ali Orr has faced the same amount of deliveries and has scored 5. Not that that matters. Sussex needing 291 to win, or another 257, whatever way you want to look to it. Just the one slip in place. He's standing more at second slip, to be honest, as in comes Hutton and bright sunshine bowls to Orr, who's into the pad, and Ali Orr is given out. And Hutton gets the breakthrough. Ali Orr looked as if he was looking to steer that one down to fine leg, but he's hit on the pads. The appeal from Hutton, umpire's finger went up, and Ali Orr is on his way. My first thought there was that perhaps that was a little leg side, but Hutton was convinced he'd got his man, and really all that matters is the decision of the umpire, and Alistair Orr is on his way. So a blow for Sussex, and Orr is gone for 5.
Yep, 34 for 1. Saw a replay. Yep, can understand why it was given. I don't think it was as absolute 10 out of 10 out as the one in the first over, but there we go. Umpire Qureshi raised the finger. Is that the first LBW of the day? I think it is, but we've not had that many shouts, to be fair, have we?
It is the first LBW of the day.
Reward for Brett Hutton, who's had a pretty decent day all round.
I was thinking about Zach Chappell, Dave, as he was having a fairly torrid opening over, but it was Zach Chappell who played in an extraordinary game for Gloucestershire in the T20 on this season, a game where Sussex were cantering to victory at Hove and somehow conspired to lose 8 for 23, chasing 146 to win, and lost the game. And Zach Chappell played a huge part in that game, picking up at least 3 wickets, and from memory bowled either the penultimate or the last over of the game. And Gloucestershire had no right to win the game.
I did read a match report where whoever it was who'd written it had given him the Man of the Match award for his for his bowling performance.
It was absolutely extraordinary. So he didn't have the best opening over, but I'm sure he'll be back. Anyway, the new batsman for Sussex is Tom Clark. Sussex 34 for 1 on what's now, if you look at Trent Bridge now, it looks like it's an idyllic afternoon. Lots of blue sky, sunshine out. Away to my right, there is some pretty nasty looking weather, but that's staying over there, we hope, as Hutton is on his way. Bowls to Clark, who's forward defensively, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. And it's a very good opening spell by Brett Hutton. Very good indeed. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. And Sussex are 34 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. Ward on 28. And Tom Clark yet to score. And I'll see if I can look up the details of that match, because as I say, it was a game that Sussex absolutely threw away back in June. So I'll look that up and I'll give you what his analysis was, if I can find it. Here we are. Sussex Sharks against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire made 145 for 6. And Sussex at one stage were 118 for 2 after 13 overs and lost the game, which was incredible. And Zach Chappell, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 19 was his analysis.
There's Patterson to bowl to Ward, who just drops this on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James. Did have some or a feeling or some inside knowledge, or I've been told that the Lions squad was likely to be named today, and I now understand it's going to be Friday, so we'll have to wait until Friday to see who is in that Lions squad to play at Canterbury next week. The England Lions a 4-day match against South Africa. This one has gone down the leg side through to the keeper. Not a wide called. Ward swishing away. He'll wonder why that hasn't been called, the same as I will.
Yes, I was a little surprised. Just goes to show the effect of a wicket has, doesn't it, Dave, in these matches. Wicket goes down and suddenly the impetus is slightly lost, having had a very good start.
There's Patterson. In Bowles, hit him on the back pad, asking Rob Bailey. Out he goes. Ward LBW to Dane Patterson, and it's 34 for 2. 2 wickets in the space of, 5 deliveries, something of that order. Ward out for a quick fire 28, made from just 17 balls with 5 fours. And absolutely extraordinary how this game can turn on its head. A couple of the top order left-handers have gone, both openers have gone, and now we've had 2 LBW decisions. Struck him on the back pad, I think.
Yeah, the first one I wasn't overly sure about, the one that got Alistair Orr. That looked pretty plumb to me, I have to say, Dave. I know it's around the wicket, but I think he was really caught on the crease, and I wasn't remotely surprised to see umpire Bailey's figure go up. So that's a real blow for Sussex. However, much now depending on the man who's making his way out to the middle.
Yep.
Cheteshwar Pujara. It's a nice round of applause from a very knowledgeable crowd here at Trent Bridge. And I think Sussex will need a big innings from Pujara. It's a lot of runs they've got to chase down. 290 off to a good start. Well, that's a couple of wickets have just changed everything.
Photograph of him in his Indian shirt.
Yes.
Up on the big screen here. So a proper test duel, if you like. South Africa's Dane Patterson against India's Cheteshwar Pujara. I was just about to reflect on something you said, how a wicket can change things round. I'm going to direct you in a second. In fact, we can do it now. Right at the bottom of the scoreboard, there's the par score where the side batting in a one-day game should be if and when the rain comes. Obviously, we're not hoping for any rain, and if it came now, before we've had 10 overs, it would be a washout anyway. Is it 10 overs or 20 in this? Might even be 20. We'll have to.
Yes, let me check.
We'll have to brush up on the rules, but that just suddenly went from 6 to 34 with the first wicket, the par score, and now it's gone up to 64 at this stage as Patterson is in and bowls Pujara away. First ball, we talked about it in the championship match. He just has this great knack for a batter of looking all the time as if he's got all the time in the world, and he just opened himself up and forced that into the offside for 2, 36 for 2. So you can see the par score on the scoreboard there at the bottom. I mean, it is just a guideline, of course, but if later on we do have a little bit of bad weather, it's worth keeping an eye on that one. 36 for 2. There's the score. There's Patterson. One slip. Comes in and bowls, and Pujara will run this down to third man. This time he'll just take a single. 37 for 2. Sussex are already well ahead of where Notts were. It was the end of the 12th, they were 38. Well, one ball left in the 6th over, they're 37 for 2.
I think actually a bit of credit to Hasib Hamid actually in terms of his captaincy, because it's quite easy when a bowler does go for 17 in his opening over, as Zach Chappell did, maybe to think, well, I don't want to rock the bowler's confidence too much, so I'll give him another over. But he didn't. He made a very positive decision to take him out of the attack. Ruthless
Hasib. Patterson bowls to Clark, who blocks his second ball. He faced 2 deliveries, been out there a couple of overs. 37 for 2. Applause for Dane Patterson, in on the wickets as he usually is. 2 overs, 1 for 12. The Sharks 37 for 2 after 6.
And I think that's what you need sometimes, isn't it? Authoritative captaincy. And he made that decision. He took Chappell out of the attack, brought in Patterson, who comes in, takes the wicket of Ward. All of a sudden, Sussex from flying along. Both openers are back in the pavilion. But that probably, some might say, well, it's an easy call to make. But it probably took a bit of thinking about. And he made the call, and it's proven the right one as well.
Yeah, because he hadn't gone out there with
of course not.
the idea that after 3 overs he was going to have to make a bowling change. I mean, we talked about that with Sussex, didn't we? Pujara didn't have to do that because both Carvallis and Curry were right on the mark for the first 10 overs of the innings.
In comes Hutton from the pavilion and bowls to Pujara, who's up on his toes and plays a forcing shot into the covers, but there is no run. 2 slips. A backward point, cover mid-off, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, a fine leg, and the other fielder outside of the 30-yard circle is a third man. So in this first power play of the innings, Pujara captaining Sussex in the absence of Tom Haynes, who's still out with a broken hand. And Hutton is in and bowls, and Pujara is forward, plays to backward point. I thought for a moment that was a cry of no ball from the umpire, but it clearly wasn't. It was.
It was Brett Hutton. He does have this little bit of a grunt every now and again. He certainly had it before he left Trent Bridge and went to Northants. It was every delivery you could hear it. Since he's been back, it just seems to be the effort ball.
Well, they were a fine opening pair, Hutton and Sanderson, down at Wantage Road. And he's a fine bowler, is Brent Hutton. He's in and bowls, and Pujara's. Yeah, there's the grunt again. Hutton fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. 37 for 2. All the information is up on the scoreboard there. There's all sorts of cut-off times and par scores, as Dave was saying. Probably some. Yes, there we are. I can see it now. The current run rate is 5.69. The required run rate is 5.84. So it's all there if you know where to look. That's the most important stat. Is that
you had me looking for the cut-off time there, but I found it.
Yeah,
12 minutes past 6 at the moment.
Yeah. Hutton races towards us. Bowls to Pujara, who clips to mid-on. And there is no run. It's a really fine spell, this, by Brett Hutton. He's in his 4th over, figures of 1 for 7.
While you were at the room, I was just saying what a joy it was to see all the youngsters running about on the outfield.
Yeah, really
the
good. Yeah, I thought it was excellent, Dave.
Decent crowd now, actually.
Yes. Yes, I mean, it's busy on this middle tier.
Yeah,
barely a seat to be had away to our right-hand side on this 3rd tier of this wonderful stand at the Ratcliffe Road. And now changing the field, Lyndon James has come out from second slip. He's going into a shortish mid-wicket on the matting that's covering the strip about 3 wickets away from where Cheteshwar Pujara is batting. In fact, he's going a bit deeper now.
Yeah.
So Hutton seen something that he wants to work on. Sun out brightly, in and bowls, and Pujara up on his toes and plays slowly across the line. A very un-Pujara-like shot, to be honest. He was looking to play that away into the offside, and maybe just a last-minute correction. It wasn't a chance or anything like that. He just played it down into the leg side. And he'll know, and it's you know, even for a player with the experience and the amount of runs that Pujara scored, you know, he'll know how important it is for Sussex's chances here that he stays in and plays a major innings. Both openers back in the pavilion. Hutton in, bowls. Pujara sit on the pad. My feeling was that he was fairway forward and perhaps slightly drifting down the leg side. Umpire Qureshi decides that is not out. It's the end of another fine over, another maiden over. Look at Hutton's figures. Brett Hutton, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. And Sussex, after that terrific start, are 37 for 2 after 7. Pujara on 3. Tom Clark yet to score.
Yeah, you don't often see that, do you? 4 overs, 3 maidens for Brett Hutton.
And 3 maidens on the spin, actually.
Yeah. So just was it a couple of overs, couple of maidens bowled by Sussex? No, just the one by Carvelis. Just the one. Here's Dane Patterson round the wicket, then bowling to Tom Clark. Still looking for his first run. Won't get it with this delivery as he just helps it up to mid-off to Zach Chappell. So all set for a cracking contest, I think, here. Patterson in again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. It was a quick delivery from Patterson and it just accelerated through past Clark. He was just in the process of meeting it with a forward defensive block, and suddenly the ball was on its way past him and through into the gloves of Shardendorf.
That was a cracker, wasn't it?
It was indeed. So we've seen, although in Chappell's case very briefly, we've seen all 3 Nottinghamshire seamers It's going to be an awful lot of overs bowled with pace off the ball when they stray away from this 3, as this one's pushed out to one of them, Liam Patterson-White. He's going to, well, you'd imagine, have a very senior role to do with the ball as the principal spinner. Fatih Singh, the young protege, another slow left arm spinner, and Matthew Montgomery, right arm off spinner. So it'll be very interesting to see how Sussex go against spin. Patterson bowls. Clark is away at the 6th time of asking, working it on the leg side for a single. 38 for 2. Pujara, an excellent player of spin, as we all know. So I don't think he'll be too phased about it. He's down onto strike again. Once more taking a guard from umpire Rob Bailey. If you're just joining us, Notts made 290 for 7. Matthew Montgomery top scored with 87. Liam Patterson-White 62 not out. Here's Dane Patterson bowls. Pujara with 4 through the offside. Again, just waited for the ball to come onto him and then just executed the square drive from the crease away to our left to the Fox Road stand.
That's a beautiful shot, isn't it? I mean, it has been an absolute delight this season, being able to sit here and commentate on, let's be honest, he's one of the best players in the world, and he made that look. He picked. I think that's the other thing with Pujara, that he picks the gap. It's no accident that he misses the fielder.
Patterson looking for redemption, bowls to Pujara. This time played out to Lyndon James on the leg side. That's 8 overs completed in the Sharks innings. 42 for 2, 5 from the over, including that boundary. Sussex require 249 more to defeat Notts from 42 overs at just a whisker under a run a ball.
Now, is Hutton going to carry on? I would imagine that he would.
Yeah.
He's certainly making life uncomfortable for these Sussex batsmen. He's going to come around the wicket. I think Pujara is just asking which side he's going to come. Yeah, he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. Tom Clark on 1. Sussex 42 for 2. The sun has momentarily disappeared. As Hutton is in, bowls to Clark, and Clark is forward. Plays straight back on the onside of the track. Hutton fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place. Is there a third man? Let me have a look down here. Yes, there is. There's a third man. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Forward square leg. And a fine leg.
Strong-looking middle order with Tom Alsop and Delray Rawlins.
Yeah.
Dan Ibrahim, Archie Lenham.
As Hutton is in again. You probably hear the wind getting up. Bowls to Clark. Clark is forward to ball of good length. Punches that into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, Tom Alsop's been in very good form for Sussex this season. He missed the county championship match here last week, having been hit at Lords the previous week, so under concussion protocols Tom missed out, and that was a shame because he made a very fine 150 at, sorry, a very fine 100 at Lords, a good 100 against Leicestershire the game before. As in comes Hutton, in and bowls. Oh, and Clark had a play and a miss outside the off stump. That was a bit, not a shot he'd been proud of, Tom Clark. It was a ball he didn't need to play at. He needs to bat around Pujara here. I mean, this is something that Grant Flower has spoken about a lot, about the experience of batting with somebody like Pujara. Can only, it's probably worth, I don't know, 20 sessions in the nets, isn't it? To be in a list day game of cricket, Pujara at the other end. It's a real opportunity. Hutton in bowls. Clark covers up, plays onto the onside. There is no run. He's got a couple of championship hundreds to his name this season as Tom Clark, the last one coming at Leicester back in May.
Got one against Notts.
Yes, he did. First game of the season.
Yeah, I had to smile, the one that went through into the gloves. Asiba Mead at mid-on, he must have leapt 5 feet in the air with exuberance, excitement. He thought there'd been a nick, clearly. It's a long way away, there wasn't a nick, but shows how wrapped up in it he is as the skipper.
Hutton in bowls. Clark wristily punches that to mid-on, fielded by Hasib Hamid. And again, there is no run. Really is a good spell of bowling this by Brett Hutton. And really extraordinary after the start that Sussex got. After 2 overs, Sussex were 28. I was sitting next door, 25 after the first 2 overs. With Harrison Ward, the first over going for 17. Sorry, the second over, which was bowled by Zach Chappell. He's just in conversation there with Hutton, who's now on his way in lovely afternoon sunshine here at Trent Bridge, in around the wicket bowls. Clark is forward and strokes majestically to mid-off, but not before another dot ball from Brett Hutton. What figures these are. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. And those 4 maidens have been consecutive as well. That's a terrific spell of bowling by the quick bowler. I just wonder whether he's going to be pulled out of the attack.
I think so. Hamid's just gone over and slapped him on the back.
Wow.
You don't want to do that if you want him to bowl another over, I don't think. Just quickly, if anybody is joining us, haven't heard, lunchtime, the ECB announced a squad of 14 for the first 2 test matches of the forthcoming series against South Africa. The squad of 14, Ben Stokes captain, James Anderson, Jonathan Bairstow, Nottinghamshire Stuart Broad, Harry Brook of Yorkshire, Zach Crawley, Ben Folkes, Jack Leach, Alex Lees, Craig Overton, Matty Potts, Ollie Pope, Joe Root and Ollie Robinson of Sussex. Is Patterson bowling to Pujara, plays this on the leg side. So well, Adrian raised an eyebrow or two when the Sussex 11 was announced this morning. Ollie Robinson wasn't in it. He is here on the ground, but maybe a little bit of advance notice, and maybe the ECB, of course, Robinson, a centrally contracted player. Maybe there was just a thing, can you not play him today, and we'll manage him from here on in towards the Test series. Yeah. I don't know. That's only a summation of what might happen as Pujara pushes this just to the onside of straight, and we'll get a couple. And the fleet of foot, Hamid doing the fielding. Good throw down to the far end from the skipper. Pujara on to 9, 44 for 2. All out for 5. LBW to Brett Hutton, and then Harrison Ward, who made a quick fire start. 5 boundaries in his 28. He was LBW to Dane Patterson. Wickets going down at 34 and 34. Patterson to Pujara. Defensive block into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. Ollie Robinson was named in the squad yesterday afternoon, and he's now not taking part in the 100 for the Manchester Originals, and the feeling was he would probably play a couple of warm-up matches, and he'd already said last week in an interview, Ollie, that he was expecting to play in the Lions game at Canterbury next week, and he was keen to play in these matches, so you can only assume maybe it was an ECB directive.
Patterson to Pujara, the right-hander pushes it up to Chappell at mid-on. No run.
You can only assume, though, Dave, that game at Canterbury is going to be hugely significant for Ollie, because you're going to have to get through that 4-day game and recover, and without any injury concerns. Yeah. If he's going to force his way back in to the Test side. But England, clearly got a lot of issues now, because Jamie Overton were reading yesterday out for a while as well. I mean, who isn't injured in terms of England's quick bowlers? Broad and Anderson, pretty much.
44 for 2. Next ball is blocked. Again, let's have a look who's in it. Craig Overton is in the squad. Matty Potts, of course. Ben Stokes, the skipper. Is that? Yeah, that's it. That's essentially the quick bowlers. Anderson, Broad, Potts, Craig Overton, and obviously the captain as well. 44 for 2. Of course, they can add to it should the need arise. Patterson bowls. Oh, what a catch! Oh my word, Liam Patterson-White. What an innings he played earlier. What a catch he's taken here to dismiss Pujara. That is out of the very, very top draw. It was clipped by Pujara. The speed it was going at, we can only imagine. It seemed to be racing away towards the boundary, and Liam Patterson-White flung himself to his left and hung on, not too far away from the bat. He's taken an absolute corker there. Pujara falls to Liam Patterson-White's catch from the bowling of Dane Patterson for 9. That was as good as it gets.
Well, that was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? It really was. I mean, it was going at the speed of light, and he's picked that out. That is a wonderful, wonderful catch by Liam Patterson-White. And, well, it's very early to be saying something like this, but catches win matches, and that's a massive, massive blow for Sussex. Pujara, such a key part of this Sussex batting lineup. He was furious with himself, Pujara, and he was out. He looked to clip that one away. It was in the air. But what a catch. Hold your catches, win your matches. And all of a sudden, Sussex, having had that wonderful start, 34 without loss, are suddenly 44 for 3. Pujara back in the pavilion together with Ward and Alistair Orr. And Sussex now with a bit of a mountain to climb. Tom Alsop is the new man in, who's been in terrific form for Sussex. But much depending on these two, Dave.
Well, that really was a stunning bit of work, yep.
It really was a great catch. But, you know, we said wickets change games, and, well, there's no question about that. Now, I just wonder whether Brett Hutton might carry on here, you know, because another, you know...
Well, it appears to be,
well, you know, another wicket goes down here, or another couple of wickets go down, and Notts will feel that they're in a very, very powerful position.
It's the end of the power play as well. You just wonder, another over further on, it probably wouldn't even have been in there. You know, you could push, you know, fielders are now pushed out. 4 allowed outside the circle. Here is Hutton in to bowl to Clark, who drives this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, Notts were in a similar position, weren't they, on 38 for 3. Yep. Sussex 44 for 3, so it's not all lost for Sussex, but it's a rebuilding job now. And that rebuilding job was carried out very much for Notts by Matthew Montgomery, who batted beautifully for 87 and a beautifully paced innings as well. And Sussex are going to need something similar here.
There's Hutton to bowl to Clark. Struck on the pad, asking umpire Qureshi. Yeah, that was my feeling as well. But Tom Clark's now faced 14 balls. I know it's all about giving yourself the opportunity, getting yourself settled in your environment. Just not doing anything silly early on, but he's got to pick up the pace a little bit once he gets the opportunity. 1 from 14 deliveries. We're going to get the first result apart from the abandonment at Sedbergh any time now. Glamorgan 104 for 2, needs 6 to defeat Derbyshire. As Hutton bowls again to Clark. Once more he can't get it away, playing it up to the skipper Hamid at mid-on.
Well, that's a real thumping, isn't it? And Glamorgan, a bit of a statement from the holders.
Yeah.
I'll have to nip next door in a minute.
Yeah, of course.
I'll hang around just during the rest of this over, Dave.
44 for 3. Matt Montgomery, the only slip catcher for Notts, as Clark again pushes it back to Brett Hutton, and there's no run. Montgomery, the only slip catcher, he I think he's moved several. He keeps going wider and then coming back finer. Might even be at third slip right now. He's been at first slip, he's been at second slip, he's been at third slip. I mean, without any other people alongside him, apart from the keeper, he's got no sort of reference point. You just go on hunches, don't you? As Hutton again into Clark, and he pushes, a little push and run, and they'll take a single here. That breaks the sequence of non-scoring deliveries from Brett Hutton's bowling. 45 for 3, 1 ball left in the 11th.
I think it's good captaincy this by him. I mean, he's, you know, the power play is over, but he's keeping the pressure on. He's kept his strike bowler on. I know he's picked up 1 of the 3 wickets, but he's just making Sussex work very, very hard.
Yeah, a lot of dots there. Bob says, what a big wicket that was. Just a 50-year-old says, huge wicket. That's a match-winning moment, perhaps. Hutton's 30 dot balls out of... Thank you, 50-year-old. It saved me looking. 30 dot balls out of 33 deliveries. 45 for 3 at the end of the 11th. Terrific stuff from Brett Hutton. Sussex still in this. It's by no means done and dusted, but 246 more required. In fact, as the board just points out, at the same stage, Notts were 32 for 2, Sussex 45 for 3. So Can't write anybody off here. Sussex 13 runs ahead, but 1 wicket worse off. But right about now in the corresponding Notts innings, Notts lost their 3rd wicket that ever made. Allsop's such a good player. Clark on strike again, having taken that single. Now faces Dane Patterson and pushes this to Zach Chappell at mid-off, and there's no run. Chappell just turned his arm over then. I wonder if he's about to be welcomed back into the attack by the skipper. Houghton 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. Next delivery onto the pads of Tom Clark. Clipped it away. Good stop from Lyndon James. Crowd in this as well. Very much engaged in what's going on, applauding all the stops, all the dot balls. Should say Zach Chappell will be bowling within the next 2 or 3 minutes, because again he's just turned his arm over, this time with the ball. Bowled a couple of deliveries to Liam Patterson-White then before returning it to Patterson. This is pulled away by Clark, out onto the leg side, work for Slater to do. Lovely stop on the Fox Road side of the ground by Ben Slater, and they come back for 2. Glamorgan have defeated Derbyshire by 8 wickets. That's pretty ruthless. Unbeaten half-century from skipper Kieran Carlson. Couple of wickets to Dane Patterson. Bowls, oh crikey, that one must have slipped down the leg side. It was high, it was wide down the leg side, and that was the easiest call of the day. Not sure what Dane was trying there. I'm sure there would have been a word of apology, a bit of a smile from him. That one slipped out of his grasp. 48 for 3. There's Patterson in again to Tom Clark. Drops it square of the wicket. Umpire Qureshi moves out of the way. And they take a single, 49 for 3. Rawlins, Ibrahim, Lenham, Carvelis, Curry and Hunt. The Sussex batsmen still to come. Patterson bowls, whipped away by Tom Allsop for his first run out to Ben Slater. Again, pings a good throw into the gloves of Schardendorf. That's the Sussex 50 up. Ball of the 12th over. Clark just rotates the strike again. It's down to Fatty Singh. Not seen too much of him in the field thus far. Didn't get the opportunity with the bat, Fatty Singh. I'm sure he'll get a bowl before too long. 51 for 3 after 12 is the Sussex score. Boundary in that over helping. Applause for Brett Hutton's figures being read out. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8, and the fact that he's been replaced by Zach Chappell, who in fact went for 18 in that 1 over he's bowled. That was from the Radcliffe Road end. He's now on from the Pavilion end. "25-year-old, played a bit of Lions cricket back in the day. Bowls edged short of Montgomery at slip, I think. Trying to peer through Matt Montgomery. Just wonder if we're able to see a replay. Might just have changed his fortunes completely there. Feeling was it fell short of Matthew Montgomery. Not seen a replay. Little bit of stubble there from Zach. And comes in again. Bowles clipped by Clark up to mid-on. There's no run. Clark has 6. The left-hander drives crisply up to Patterson at mid-off, no run. Stopped by Dane Patterson, goes down on his knees. 51 for 3.
Just watching Tom Clark's reaction there, Dave. I mean, he hit that ball straight to the fielder, but he was annoyed with himself, and I just think he perhaps doesn't need to be quite so hard on himself, Tom Clark. Sussex have got a lot of overs left here. There's no panic. You know, bat alongside Tom Alsop, pick up the 1s and 2s. Don't get too hard on yourself when you miss out.
Chappell round the wicket. This one's hit on the bounce to Montgomery, who'd just come out of the slip cordon into the offside. Ball following Matt Montgomery at the moment.
Again, I think that's good captaincy, Dave, because I just sense that Tom Clark's getting a little frustrated. 6 off 26, but I don't think he needs to. You know, Sussex need to do exactly what Notts did and recover from here, pick up the 1s and 2s, get the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah, Montgomery was behind the rate for a while, wasn't he? But
yeah.
soon caught up once he got going. Chappell, Bowles, a little drop into the offside, no run, and comes Sol Budinger doing the fielding. 51 for 3.
It looks like a good track, doesn't it? It's a quick outfield.
All the runs are coming from this end, aren't they? They can't get the bowling away from the far end.
And these games can change really quickly.
So Chappell, 5 dots. Clark 6 from 27. 51 for 3. Final ball of the 13th over. Zach Chappell bowls, and Clark's gone after that. So Zach Chappell comes back with a maiden, very nearly a wicket maiden. The first ball, I think, fell just short of Matt Montgomery. Didn't see the replay. 51 for 3 after 13.
Yeah, I think it was short of him. So Tom Alsop having a natter away to Tom Clark. As I say, no need for. You know, Tom is absolutely. Tom Clark is key here for us, because to come. Obviously Delray Rawlings, but I don't think you want Delray in yet. You want Delray in, you know, a little later on in the innings. Young Dan Ibrahim, it's asking an awful lot of a 17-year-old to come into a situation like this. Then you are in amongst the bowlers, you know, Archie Lemon, Carvelos, Harry Carvelos, Sean Hunt and Brad Curry. So, you know, much depending on Tom Clark here. Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, he's not had a bad day, has he, so far?
He's had a game and a half, hasn't he? He made 60-odd runs, took a brilliant catch to get out the best Sussex batsman in terms of Checheshwar Pujara. And now he's going to bowl his left-arm spin from the Ratcliffe Road end. It's an interesting field, Dave. There are 4 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a backward point, a point, extra cover and a mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary. Then on the leg side, a short fine leg. In fact, they're bringing another man inside the circle. So this is, again, Habibi's interesting captaincy. He doesn't need to bring someone else in here. You know, he wants 6 men inside the circle. The fielder's saying, you know, you need to move someone out, and he's saying, no, I want 6 men in. Fair enough. Patterson-White in. Bowls. Stop plays to Habibi. He feels some extra cover. There is no run.
There was the intention there, wasn't there, to get out of the crease and come towards him.
He does like to use his feet to the spinners, does Tom Alsop. And now they are going to change the field, and Amoeba sent the shortish fine leg down to more of a deep backward square. Happy with the field now. Sun out brightly. Patterson in bowls. Alsop does use his feet and drills that down to long on. It's fielded just down below us by Lyndon James. So Tom Alsop goes to 2. Sussex 52 for 3. For the record, Sussex need to score at 6.5 and over from here on in. And they're currently going along at just shy of 4 and over. Tom Clark surveys the field. He's on 6. Patterson wide off this short run, 5 or 6 paces, in and bowls. Played wristily by Tom Clark. Good bit of fielding. Oh, then he's going to move on here. Never run on a misfield is the old adage. It was played firmly into the onside. A very good bit of fielding in there by, looking at Dave's very well prepared sheet, Matt Montgomery. And he didn't prevent the single, but they went through for one. Well, Montgomery's hurt his hand slightly.
Ball's been following him, hasn't it?
He's just adjusting his sunglasses. Patterson might have given bowls, all sop down the wicket driving, and Montgomery again very quickly across on that. It's never easy fielding when you've got the matting on a wicket to be used in the future in front of you. But he's walking in, so he's pretty much on that wicket when the ball's delivered. As in comes Patterson wide again, and also this time finds the gap on the offside to the sweeper on that cover boundary. One more to the total, fielded by Sol Bullinger. One more to the total, 54 for 3, also up to 3. Clark on 7. The men out. Ward for a quick fire 28. All for 5. Pajara for 9. Patterson White in again. Bowls. Oh, and Clark got himself in a bit of a muddle there. Looking to come forward. He just looks a bit unsettled. Just Tommy. Just, as I say, he's such a good player. He comes down and has a word to Tom Alsop. End of the over. 54 for 3. With Alsop on 3, Clark on 7. And if you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Dave Bracegirdle and Adrian Harms, your commentary team, for the rest of today.
Yeah, we're getting through the day on the quarter to 4. Getting towards the business end of this game, but lots of cricket no doubt to come. Still think this will be nip and tuck. The par score, the board says Sussex right now should be around about 109 to be ahead if it was rained off. The 54 for 3, but that's only a guide. That's only a guide. Chappell to bowl to Alsop. Nice looking push on the offside. At least 2, and it might go for 4. Work for Slater to do. Puts the dive in. Does really well to drag it back. I said at least 2. In fact, it's going to be 3. That's good running by Alsop and Clark. Alsop on to 6. 57 for 3.
The standard of ground fielding in this game has been excellent. I mean, that had 4 runs written all over it, but it was a brilliant piece of fielding. Martin's been in touch. Martin Holonsky, I think is how you pronounce your name, Martin.
Holodinsky.
Yes. Is he a regular contributor?
He's a local to these parts. As Chappell bowls cut away nicely by Clark. Work for Fatty Singh to do. And, good clean pick up and strong throw from the 18-year-old.
And Martin says, hello Adrian and Dave, welcome back to the great city of Nottingham, Adrian. Yes, thank you. I had a thoroughly enjoyable time last week and again today. It's only a fleeting visit, it's only for today, but I enjoyed my 3 days up here last week. Thank you. A trip to Meadow Lane that Dave kindly organised.
It's a week ago, wasn't it? Last Tuesday.
Can't believe it. Where does the time go? A really enjoyable local derby it was. So thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Chappell to Clark. Clips this one onto the leg side. Going to be some runs here, but not a boundary.
Well fielded.
Another good bit of work by Liam Patterson-White out there, and a good throw as well. And Clark had to put the afterburners on to make sure he wasn't run out. Just coming back for 2. 61 for 3.
The standard of the fielding has been exceptional. I mean, they've had 4 runs. You know, it was clipped away. Not only does the ball stop, but the throw comes in and prevents a couple of runs. Excellent stuff. Good shot. Good cricket all round.
Zach Chappell from the pavilion end bowls and sticks out his size 11s and stops this on drive from Clark for going for runs. Yeah,
that's not fair. That was a good shot he got tonight. So welcome back, says Martin. Thank you, Martin. He says, Dave's mentioned last year's final between Durham and Glamorgan. I went to this and hugely enjoyed it, not least because it had been 23 long months because of COVID and the fear of COVID since I've been in the ground. I'm sure this year will be equally enjoyable. 16th of September, I think, is the date to put in the diary for the final here.
Yeah, Saturday.
Notts would love to be in that, wouldn't they?
They would. Thanks for that, Martin. There's Chappell. Bowles, oh, thickish outside edge from Clark. Goes down to Fatty Singh at third man. Again, another good bit of fielding and return, single taken. 62 for 3. Much as I love this ground, Adrian. One day final, showpiece occasionally, it should be at Lord's.
It should be. No, it should be. I couldn't agree more. There's no question. Lord's is the place for finals. But this will, it's a terrific arena here, and I'm sure it'll be a good crowd.
Chapel. Bowles again. This is played on the leg side, and there's no run. End of the 15th over, 62 for 3. Zach Chapel, who went for 18 from his first over. I think I told you 17, Adrian, when you were out there. It was 18. 3 overs, none for 26 now, so he's dragging it back.
The slight concern is the timing, which is halfway through September, but you never know in this country. You can get beautiful Septembers, you can get horrible Septembers, and it's, you could play this final of this competition in mid-July and it could hose down. But let's hope they get a good day, and let's hope there'll be a big crowd, and there certainly will be if Nottinghamshire make their way. But thank you, Martin, for getting in touch. If you want to join our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Patterson White, bowls to Tom Clark. And that howl was from Liam Patterson White, because Tom Clark turned that off his middle stump down to deep backward square and picks up a single.
It's a little bit of mild amusement to see from those following the Surrey-Leicestershire game. Louis Kimber of Leicestershire has been caught out by his brother Nick Kimber of Surrey.
In comes Patterson White and also drills that down the ground to long on.
Both from this area. Louis Kimber, I don't know about Nick, maybe Nick as well, but Louis was certainly on the part of the academy here. I'm sure Nick probably would have been as well, but one with Leicestershire now, one with Surrey.
That's a great story. Patterson White in again and bowls. Oh dear, Clark stumped. And I have to say, that is not great cricket by Tom Clark. He's looked frustrated for me, and I think I've said it in commentary for the last 2 or 3 overs. He's just no need to do that, and he's a really good young cricketer, Tom Clark. He's a nice lad, but that's really poor, I'm afraid. He's dancing down the wicket. He doesn't need to play that. Sussex, they've got plenty of overs in the tank. I know he wants to get on with it, but he'll be really, really disappointed with himself. And you could just see when he was out, he knew that he'd played a poor shot. And he's a better player than that. He's out for 13. He's been in for 36 deliveries. And that's a really big blow for Sussex. Now, who's going to be the next man out? It's either going to be Ibrahim or Rawlins. Well, it's going to be Delray Rawlins, who's going to make his way out, who quite often in these one-day games doesn't get an opportunity to bat for a long period of time. Well, he's going to get that opportunity now, and there is no need to rush. There is no rush. You look at the Nottinghamshire innings. They lost early wickets. They consolidated through Matthew Montgomery, who batted nicely with Lyndon James, and they got to with 10 overs to go. They stepped on the accelerator, 100 from the last 10 overs, and got a really good score. And Sussex need to believe they can do this. But they're really up against it now. You can only describe what you see, and in my opinion, that was poor cricket.
It was. He's having a day, Liam Patterson White. 62 not out, his highest List A score. Not played that many games. Taken a stunning catch to get rid of Sussex's big fish, if you like, Chiteshwar Pujara, and now he's come on to bowl and grabbed himself a wicket as well early on. Wonderful cricketer, just 23 years of age. Going to bowl to Delray Rawlins.
Yes, clipped away by Rawlins. Sorry, I was distracted there as Rawlins plays onto the onside. But an opportunity here for Delray, who made runs at Oxford on Sunday in the warm-up match, 82 from memory. But a lot of work for him to do now. The run rate required, it's 6.5 and over. It's nothing to get overly worried about at the moment. Patterson White comes in, bowls to Allsop, and Allsop drives to mid-wicket. There is. I keep saying about these Sussex players, a lot depended on Pujara. I think a huge amount now depends on Tom Allsop.
They do know it's all right to send out right-handers, don't they?
Yeah, that's true. In comes Patterson White, bowls, Allsop drives. Oh, well, he was slightly deceived there. Fielding in there at mid-wicket. Is that Montgomery in there?
Well, it has been.
And it isn't now. Who's in there now? I think he was deceived by the ball maybe coming off that matting. Either way, Allsop gets a single. End of the over, 66 for 4. Liam Patterson-White, 2 overs, 1 for 7. Allsop on 8, Rawlins on 1. 16 overs gone. Sussex needing to score at 6.62 an over. So the run rate is eking up, but it's not out of reach. But much work for these two to do.
Yeah, it just didn't look like Matt Montgomery down on the ground, and it wasn't. It was Solbud injured. He was flat out, absolutely wrong-footed. Zach Chappell to bowl the next over, the 17th. Chappell in bowls, and Allsop defends. I'm diddle-diddle-diddling because I was reading whilst I was watching. Peter says, good afternoon. Question for you, Dave. I was wondering if you know where the executive members area is now. My dad used to sit in the old exec box at the top of the pavilion. He was a member of Notts for over 75 years, getting his 70 not out bat from Stephen Fleming. I think they are right up on top of the pavilion still, Peter. The execs right up under the clock at the far end, as Allsop runs this down onto the offside, fielded by Budinger. No run.
Thinking about this competition, Dave, I mean, with only 3 qualifying. In fact, I do like this format, and I think it's a format they should adopt in the T20 Blast. I think if you win your Blast group, I think you should go to finals day, and the rest play off around you. But you could get a side that could win 14 matches in the Blast and then get knocked out in the quarterfinals, which just doesn't. I don't think it feels right to me.
66 for 4. Zach Chappell to bowl to Tom Allsop. Just took a stride towards the bowler and then just deflected it away with supple wrists onto the leg side. Out to Patterson-White. Single taken. Brings Delray Rawlins down to this end. Got black gloves on. Delray Rawlins. In fact, looking at the far end, there's Tom Allsop as well.
So, I think he has. Yes, he has.
Observant brace girdle. I've not noticed that before, but
do you agree, Dave, with the Blast? I mean, I just think if you win your group, you should progress.
There's Chappell in bowls, pushed back to Zach Chappell. I guess they'll say your reward is the home quarter-final, so you've got plenty of advantage there. And
actually, the counties do like a home quarter-final because generally they'll fill the ground and the revenue and the TV revenue is huge. But I just feel for the purposes of the competition, you could get the best side in the competition gets knocked out in the quarter-finals and they're not at finals day, which
no, that's happened a number of times here.
Yeah.
There's Chappell. Bowls again to Delray Rawlins, solidly behind this.
And there is some real virtue in winning the group. You win the group, you're straight into the semi-finals, and I would imagine a home semi-final as well in this competition.
Yeah.
So you play a game less. I don't know what our listeners think. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at Brace Cricket. So I think the T20 format just ought to recognise sides winning their groups.
67 for 4. Next ball is run away down to Fatty Singh. We saw that a number of times with the Sussex fielders as Fatty Singh came in. A gust of wind blew his cap off.
Yes.
End of the 17th, 68 for 4. Is the score at a corresponding stage. Notts had 71 on the board, so Sussex have now fallen behind. And certainly in terms of the par score, well, that has shot up ridiculously high. 141, says the Duckworth Lewis par score. That seems excessive, doesn't it? 223 more required from 33 overs. There's Patterson-White.
Yes, coming in from the Ratcliffe Road end, bowls to Rawlins. Rawlins is forward, nudges that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
For a simple lad like myself, though, I can quite understand the simple format in the Blast of.
Patterson-White in again. Rawlins again clips this back to the square on the leg side. They've taken 1. That's all they'll be.
4 quarter-finals. It's when you have the things like the Big Blast, where the top of the table goes to the final, and then you have eliminators and playoffs and semi-finals and challenge games and whatever else they want to call them. You can lose 2 games, still make the final, can't you?
Yeah. Patterson-White in again. Bowls. Allsop drives firmly to mid-off fielded by Patterson. Hit it too cleanly, Tom Allsop, and there is no chance of a run.
One game and make the final. Yep.
Comes Patterson White again. He's in and bowls. Forward comes Allsop again, plays that to backward point. There is no run. He's having a day and a half here, is Liam Patterson White. He's in his third over. He's only conceded 8 runs. He's picked up a wicket. Brilliant catch to dismiss Bajara.
Did you say it was a bit of a soft wicket, wasn't it?
And he made 62. And comes again, bowls. Allsop losing his feet, clips that back with a scrum on the leg side. Picks up a single. He goes into double figures. Tom Allsop, Sussex 70 for 4. And he's Sussex starting to work the ball around, get the scoreboard ticking along. Patterson White in again, bowls. Rawlins dabs that on the offside. There was never a single there. Played to backward point, and Hutton was in like a hare to prevent the single. End of a tidy economic over. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9 for Liam Patterson White. Sussex are 70 for 4, needing another 221 to win. A run rate required of 6.9 and over.
Yeah, Delray won't want to get out to Liam Patterson White, will he? You don't want to get out to a fellow spinner. Just wondering how long before we see Fatty Singh in the attack. Asiba Mead's giving Zach Chappell at least one more. Chappell 4 overs, none for 28. He was 1 over, none for 18 to begin with, so his last 3 overs from the pavilion end right on the money. He's bowling to Delray Rawlins. Crouch stance from the Sussex left-hander, and eases this into the offside, and there's no run. Which island nation is it that Delray's represented? Is it Bermuda?
Bermuda, yeah. Just looking, he's batting a long way out of his crease here, Tom Allsop. He's looking to get down the track.
Yes, beg your pardon, it is. Thank you. Allsop on strike. 70 for 4. Here comes Chappell. In again to Tom Allsop, who cut this down to third man. Fatty Singh's down there. There'll only be a single. Has at least one first-class 100 against Notts that I can remember. Tom Allsop down at the Ageas Bowl 4 or 5 years ago.
It's we're talking about when is a game in this. Apparently it's after the completion of 10 overs.
Right. Yeah.
But it's 20 overs in the playoffs, semi-final and final
right.
to make a match.
Yep. Notts just tightening things up here. Asiba Mead brings a slip in for Delray Rawlins. I think that's fair enough. He's only on 3 not out. Not as if he's been larruping the ball to all parts. Chappell in to bowl to Rawlins, who's driven that down the ground, and that's a good stop from Asiba Mead. Didn't give him much of a chance there, but makes the stop. They take the single nonetheless, but I thought that was 4 as it left the bat. 72 for 4.
I would agree with you. That was it. Was 4. It was beautifully played by Rawlins, but a really good bit of fielding that made on the high standard continues.
Yeah, that's sort of say the other thing that tends to happen. Good bit of fielding breeds more good fielding. Everybody tries to excel and keep up with everybody else. A little push here now, then an opportunity shy at the stumps, narrowly misses Sol Budinger, and Allsop might have been in a little bit of strife there with a direct hit. We'll never know. Single nonetheless follows. Allsop on to 12. 73 for 4. Last thing that Sussex need is a run out now.
Oh, absolutely. That would be in a situation like this. That would almost be criminal, wouldn't it, for that to happen? Sussex just need to keep plugging away here, pick up the 1s and 2s and keep themselves in the game.
Yes. Chappell. Strikes given. Strikes him on the pad, Zach Chappell. He's got Delray Rawlins. LBEW. Rawlins stands there. Don't think he wholly agreed with the decision. Might have just been an element of disappointment from him. And up went the finger of umpire Mansour Qureshi. And Delray Rawlins faced 9 balls and goes, and Sussex 73 for 5. They've just got to be careful. This just doesn't become a repeat of what happened in the championship match last week, when in both innings they the middle and lower order were just suddenly blown away, weren't they, each time?
Well, considering Sussex were 34 without loss, they've lost 5 for 39. I thought that was out, actually.
Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, at first look, I thought he was back in his crease. I thought it was the wrong shot to play, so I did think it was out.
That is at the only the third time of asking, but that's Zach Chappell's first List A wicket for Nottinghamshire. 2 previous matches, a total of no wickets, 67 runs, but he's got one now. Dan Ibrahim is the new man.
So, 17 years of age, 18 on the 9th of August is Daniel Ibrahim. As we were saying last week, and I've said quite a bit, the youngest player in county championship history to score a half century. So he's perfectly capable. And just to sound like a broken record, you know, he's got Tom Walsop out there who's been in good form all season. You know, Sussex need to keep themselves in the game here. You know, just push the ones and twos, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and just see where it takes. I mean, if you're in the game with 10 overs to go in a 50-over game of cricket, you've got a chance.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Sussex
they're running out of wickets.
Well, they're running out of wickets, and you know, in terms of the lower order,
yeah.
You know, I'm not sure the lower order is capable of the sort of the magnitude of a Brett Hutton, you know, 29 in 14 balls, or a Patterson White, you know, 62 not out. We shall see.
73 for 5. Good point made by Sam. I'll come to it in a second. 1 ball left in this over. Chappell to bowl to the new man, Dan Ibrahim. Thought he bowled very nicely earlier today, and he's going to get off the mark with a single. 74 for 5 at the end of that over. Chappell's successful one. He's 5 overs, 1 for 32, 4 runs from the over and the wicket. Sussex 74 for 5 after 19. They still need 217 more. Sam says the thing is with the eliminator matches, they exist to make it more likely that the best teams make it to the final. It ensures that a freak result doesn't ruin the chances of the truly best team. So in a way, having multiple knockout games is recognising group winners. That's a good point,
yeah,
Sam.
It's a really good point.
That's referring to what I was saying about the Australian way. You can be knocked out, can't you? And I think the first match is always first and second in the group. So the winners of that one go straight to the final.
Yes.
The second, although they've lost, then has another chance against, I think, the teams that finish third, fourth, and fifth.
And I think particularly in T20 cricket, where you can.
Thanks, Sam.
That's a great message, and you can get freak results in T20 cricket, particularly. Patterson White is coming into bowl to Dan Ibrahim. Ibrahim moves forward and places down the onside of the track. Patterson White with a tumbling save presents a single as Ibrahim was backing him up and prevented that single being taken. Ibrahim does some gardening down the pitch. There's a slip in place now. Knots are all over Sussex at the minute. 6 men inside the circle. Patterson White in and bowls. Ibrahim drives nicely to mid-off, fielded by Dane Patterson, who gets in the throw, and it bounces in front of Liam Patterson White. They grin at each other, but he had to sway out of the way of that, did Patterson White. Ibrahim to 2. Sussex 75 for 5.
Just looking at Asiba Mead there, very much enjoying his captaincy style. He's certainly being proactive, isn't he?
Been very good. And he comes bowls, does Patterson White, and also drills that down the ground. Too long on, where Lyndon James emerges from down below some fields. 1 more to the total, Allsop to 13, 76 for 5.
The thing is, he's about the most enthusiastic young man you could ever wish to meet, and that's not a bad trait to have as a captain.
I agree, and I thought from that first Chappell over, he absolutely stamped his authority. You know, he took him out the attack, not afraid to do it. That's it's a tough call, and he's adjusting the field here. Patterson White, left arm round, comes in and bowls. Ibrahim plays into the covers. There is no run. And I think that sets a standard for the rest of the side as well. Very impressive.
1 or 2 people wondering why he'd chosen to bat first this morning. Don't look so bad now, does it?
No. Patterson White bowls to Ibrahim, who eases that through square leg. Almost inevitably, it's Hamid who chases back from mid-wicket to field the ball. Not before Ibrahim has gone through for a single. He goes to 3. And Sussex to 77 for 5. The required run rate now 7 and over. which, you know, isn't out the way. It's a huge ground, Trent Bridge. But the trouble is Sussex have lost 5 wickets. Patterson White in again, bowls, Allsop drives. Nice looking shot by Tom Allsop. And it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. That was a good shot by Tom Allsop. He likes to use his feet to the spinners. And he was down the track and he drove it beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 17. And Sussex at the end of the 20th over are 81 for 5.
Yeah, boundaries have been in short supply, haven't they, recently? So that's a welcome one. Not forgetting my manners as a host. Can I get you another drink?
Well, I ought to go for the next one. I've got to do an update in 25 minutes. Shall I go and do it then?
If you want, and you might be able to get yourself, well, whenever.
Let's do that.
I
I will go when I do my next update.
Okay. Well,
and I'll bring you a nice cup of coffee. Coffee or tea?
Whichever, but get yourself a nice piece of cake if there's one downstairs. But not for me, thank you.
Right.
There you are, listeners. You know all about our domestic arrangements. We'll discuss after 5 o'clock. We'll be discussing who's washing the pots and who's doing the laundry.
Yeah. Who's washing and who's drying?
20 overs have gone. 81 for 5. What do you do? Do you wash or dry?
Yeah, I have to say it all goes in the dishwasher, which is a bit lazy, really.
Yes, Chapel from the pavilion end bowls cut away by Ibrahim down to third man, fielded by Dane Patterson, and everybody swaps over for Allsop.
I was just reading, Dave, about the power play because I needed to bone up on the rules as well. So no more than 2 fielders for the first 10 overs of the match. No more than 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle for the first 10 overs.
Yeah. Chapel to bowl to Allsop, who's got 17. Runs this to Budinger at point, no run.
Power play 2, no more than 4 fielders outside the fielding restriction. These are overs 11 to 40 inclusive. So in other words, the field period that we are now, you must have at least 4 fielders outside of the circle. And then power play 3, no more than 5 allowed outside the fielding restriction, and that's overs 41 to 50.
Yeah, I think we'd got that, hadn't we?
Yeah.
We were on the ball.
We were.
Sharks 82 for 5. Zach Chapel bowls to Tom Allsop. Can't get this away. The other 2 matches in this group, Bristol, Gloucestershire, no, it's at Cheltenham, isn't it? Gloucestershire 264, Warwickshire 152 for 1. They've just lost the first wicket. Rob Yates out for Matthew Montgomery, who's out for 87. And at Guildford, Surrey made 246 for 8. Leicestershire in reply 107 for 2. So we'll be facing Gloucestershire and Warwickshire and Surrey and Leicestershire and Durham and Somerset, the other teams in this group, in the forthcoming days as this is pushed into the offside Montgomery fields. In the other group, Lancashire-Essex match abandoned without a ball bowled at Sedbergh. At Derby, Derbyshire 110 all out. They were bowled out in just 30 overs. Glamorgan 112 for 2, winning that easily. At New Road, Worcestershire made 351 for 8, a century from Kashi Valley. Kent 156 for 1 in reply. And at York, Yorkshire 353 for 5. Next one is deflected by Allsop out onto the leg side. Patterson with field, lobs it back in, and they take 2 centuries in that. Yorkshire 353 for 5 for Will Frayne and Harry Duke. Northants in reply 108 for 2 after 16.
Could be a good game. Ian Scales in Findon has been in touch. Hello Ian, thank you for your email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk is some of the Sussex players who aren't playing today are making their way around the outfield with the fitness coach Matt Spence.
They were worked during the luncheon interval, weren't they?
They were, yes, many a lap of the ground.
Next delivery deflected fine by Allsop. Patterson will again do the fielding. What I will say for this pair, they are pushing hard, they're running hard, and might not mean much right now, but if they carry on doing that, just every extra run you can eke out may help you at the end of the day. 21 overs have gone 85 for 5.
Well, that's exactly what Notts did. You know, they picked up the 1s and the 2s, and although they were in trouble,
they're only 4 behind at the same stage. Well, Notts were 89, Sussex are 85,
and that's why I just couldn't explain some of that batting in the middle order. Ian goes on to say the only way Sussex would possibly win this was to bat first, as the bowling is generally ineffective. Of course, the toss was lost, so that option was removed. Now at 65 for 4 with Pujara out, we've no chance. Rawlins in for 5 minutes or so, then no more batting to speak of. I bet we don't make 100, says Ian, who's fed up in the extreme. Well, keep the faith, Ian. Tom Alsop's still there as Patterson White is in and bowls, and Alsop drives. Good diving save by Patterson White. There is no run, but what Dave makes a very good point. Sussex aren't that far behind where Nottinghamshire were, apart from the wickets that are down. It's a huge playing area. There's plenty of room to nudge. You know, you could get 6 and over without taking a huge amount of risk. Patterson White in bowls to Alsop, who clips this to mid-wicket. There's an attempt to prevent the single. Diving save by Budinger in there at shortish mid-wicket. But there is one to Alsop. He goes to 21. Sussex 86 for 5. The cloud just building up a little again. But still breezy here in the Midlands, so hopefully no rain on its way.
A couple of 70s and a 30. Sussex will be there or thereabouts.
Patterson White in again bowls. Ibrahim drives down the ground pleasantly. Lyndon James comes running in from the long on boundary to field. One more to Ibrahim, who goes to 5. Sussex 87 for 5. In terms of Duckworth-Lewis, I always get a little...
Oh, crikey.
I've no idea where we are with it, but Sussex will be behind, having lost 5 wickets. Patterson White in bowls. Alsop drives through the covers and picks up a single.
Well, it's the blue number at the bottom of the board, Adrian, right now.
Crumbs. He goes to 22, 88 for 5. So Sussex would need to be on 175, is that right?
Yeah, if we went off for rain now, yeah.
Right, okay,
they'd need to be ahead of 175.
Well, yeah, so they're way behind. Patterson White bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Hamid, and there is no run. Liam Patterson White in his 5th over. 1 ball to go in this over. Figures of 1 for 19. It's been a really good spell by the left-arm spinner, who's in again wide of the off-stump. Cut away by Ibrahim, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. 5 overs, no maidens. 1 for 19 for Liam Patterson White. Sussex are 88 for 5. Alsop is on 22. Ibrahim is on 5. Sussex needing another 203 to win in 28 overs at a run rate required of 7.25 an over. And for the record, the men out: Harrison Ward for 28, Orr for 5, Pujara for 9, Clark 4. That's sloppy of me. I didn't make a note of Tom Clark. He was out for 13. And Delray Rawlins for 4. And after the first couple, after 2 overs of this reply, Sussex were 28 without loss. The over from Zach Chappell, the second over, went for 18. 4 boundaries in that over. And now we are going to get a change of bowling. And it is going to be Fatih Singh who's coming in from the pavilion end to bowl his first over. He's in bowl short, and Alsop looks to cut that away through backward point. Ball goes through to keep it Shannondorf, and there is no run. Singh number 90 on the back of his shirt. It's very quickly in again. Left arm spin short. Alsop pulls and very nearly pulls in the hand of mid-wicket. In fact, he's going to get a boundary as Tom Alsop, but that wasn't very far away. Is that Brett Hutton in there at mid-wicket?
Yeah.
Another couple of feet, and the diving Hutton might well have picked up a catch. Alsop gets a boundary though. He goes to 26, and Sussex to 92 for 5. Singh just surveys the field. He's got 4 men saving, 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. He's in and bowls, and also using his feet and drives firmly through the covers. Only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary, but nonetheless Alsop picks up a single. He goes to 27. Sussex with 5 off the over so far. They need 7 and over, so I just think good, sensible cricket here. Sussex need to keep themselves in the game and with a chance. For the right-handed Ibrahim, 4 men now saving, 1 on the offside. There's a deep backward square, almost a fielder on the 20, on the 45. Dane Patterson, who's warming up down below us. Singh in bowls, and Ibrahim just nudges that onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 6. Sussex to 94 for 5. So that's 6 off the over. And I'm just trying to make a point that you can pick up 5, 6,
Yeah.
7 and over without taking undue
can.
risks. Dane Patterson, I think, is going to be bowling
Yeah,
shortly.
it doesn't look as if it's going to be spin at both ends, does it?
Singing bowls, Allsop down the wicket, driving to Hutton, who has to move to his right from mid-wicket to field, but Allsop picks up another comfortable single. He goes to 28, 95 for 5.
Just 18, Fatty Singh. Played 3 matches last year. This is his 4th.
Looks like a tall man, doesn't he, for 18? He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim just stretches forward, plays it into the offside. Nice way to finish the over. An over that cost 7 runs. Sussex 95 for 5, Allsop 28. Ibrahim is on 6. Sussex needing another 196 to win of 27 overs. If they're going to get there, they need to score at 7.26 an over. Well, they got 7 off of that over. Maybe they've now got to face Dane Patterson, who bowled a very good spell when he replaced Zach Chappell after just 1 over that Chappell had bowled. Picked up the wickets of Harrison Ward, and perhaps more importantly, without any disrespect to Harrison Ward, Cheteshwar Pujara. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Allsop.
5 overs, 2 for 25 for Dane Patterson. Producer Kirsty just wondering how long it'll be before Dave makes a comment on Fatty Singh bowling in sunglasses. We had Kirsty Gordon, the England and Loughborough Lightning spinner, with us one game, and she was singing the praises and very much in the wear sunglasses if you want brigade when you're bowling. 96 for 5, and I was giving her a little bit of stick. Shouldn't be allowed if you don't normally wear spectacles on the field. Don't go out there with sunglasses and bowl in them. Just teasing her along, and producer Kirsty just saying how long before Dave has a go at Fatty Singh. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. Are you?
Of the glasses?
Yeah. Not the sunglasses.
You're
not bothered either way, are
I'm
you?
not. No, no. But other things irritate me, though, Dave.
Patterson to bowl to Dan Ibrahim.
Nice
This
shot.
one's deflected away behind square on the leg side for a single. 97 for 5.
Other things irritate me. Slow over eights irritate me. Captains changing the field, when the bowler's about to bowl, irritate me.
We did all that last week, mate.
We did.
We did all that last week.
And,
Good over 8 today from
very good.
Sussex.
And noticeably running around in the field,
Yep.
which was good to see.
Yep. Patterson again to Allsop. He's on 29. Got a proper start here, Tom Allsop. Can't get that one away, though. Good bit of bowling from Patterson, who trapped Harrison Ward LBW for his first wicket, and then certainly owed a debt of thanks to Liam Patterson-White for his second wicket. A stunning catch to get rid of Cheteshwar Pujara. Rachel says if it's good enough for Graham Swan to bowl in Sunnies. 97 for 5. Yeah, well, whatever. I'd kick off if I was batting. Umpire, can you take them off? They're glinting. Next ball deflected away behind square. Single taken.
Runs that first run very hard,
Yeah,
doesn't he? Tom
yeah, they have
Allsop
been.
is racing down the wicket. There was never 2 there, but just in case there was a fumble or a misfield, you're ready and prepared to come back for the second. I think he shows intent as well, Dave.
Yeah, is umpire Bailey on the walkie-talkie or what? He seems to be talking into his arm. I don't know what he was doing then. Might have been on the walkie-talkie, but if he was, I don't know why. Patterson to Ibrahim, who's come out and just, I guess, done just what Sussex needed. He's come out, he's rotated the strike, he's got Allsop back down to the business end at every opportunity. He's pretty much done everything that Adrian was asking him to do so far. Of course, there will come a time where he'll need to accelerate, but right now he's just easing into his work, and that's good.
He's doing exactly what
Yep.
Montgomery and James did for Nottinghamshire.
99 for 5. Allsop's on 30. Final ball of the 24th. And Allsop will chop it down and take a single, and that will bring up the 100. And we've had, as I say, 24 overs. At the same stage, Notts were 106 for 3, so there's still not too much in it. Patterson's come back over has produced 5 runs, 100 for 5.
And Sussex should take heart from that, because Dane Patterson bowled that very good opening spell, or the spell at the beginning of the innings after Zach Chappell was taken off. He's having a long chat down there with Hasib Hamid. I wonder whether that's right. You've got 4 overs left. When do you bowl them? I suspect they'll probably want to keep a couple back, won't they, until later on?
You'd think so, yeah. But
7 off the previous over, 5 after this. Sussex just need to keep plugging away here.
I would imagine that's exactly what the conversation was.
Singh comes in and bowls to Allsop, who uses his feet, and Singh fields off his own bowling and shies as if to throw at the stumps, and then elects not to. Allsop does like to get down the track to the spinners. Singh in again bowls, and here he is pulling it onto the leg. That's a slightly ugly shot, but ugly or not, I think he's going to pick up a boundary.
Yep.
In fact, he does pick up a boundary. Pulled away onto the leg side. The fielder was chasing around the boundary edge and couldn't get there. Not at all where Allsop meant to hit that. But he's picked up a boundary off the second ball of the over. He goes to 35, 104 for 5. It's clouding up a bit, sad to say. I mean, it's not as breezy as it was. The flag are not billowing at the far end of the ground, and away to our right, where the weather has been coming from, the skies are lower and cloudier.
It can rain now, Adrian. It can rain now if you want.
Singh is in, bowls to Allsop, who again plays across the line to mid-on, looking to play that through extra cover. Good bowling by Singh, who's showing good composure. He's just 18, Dave.
Yeah.
Very good.
Played for England under 19s as a 17-year-old.
You can see why he comes in again. He saw Allsop coming and just put that in a little shorter. Allsop plays it back to Singh. And there is no run. Total remains 104 for 5. Singh in again. Allsop drives firmly down to long on. He's going to pick up a single. Takes him to 36 of 43 deliveries. Sussex to 105 for 5. Needing another 186 to win. That's 7 point... Is that 3-9 or 5-9, Dave? My eyes.
3-9.
3-9, thank you. And over. Singh again. Bowls and... A little neat sweep by Ibrahim down towards short fine leg. There was never 2 there because Patterson was in very quickly from fine leg to field. That's the end of Singh's over. He's bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. 6 off the over. Just the 1 boundary from Tom Allsop. Sussex 106 for 5. Allsop on 36. Ibrahim on 9. These 2 come together when Sussex was 73 for 5. They've only got 27 and 6, 33 for this 6th wicket. The partnership of Orr and Ward put on 34 for the first wicket before Orr was out, and Ward followed very shortly afterwards. And Patterson is going to get another over.
So halfway through, and not too much between the 2 sides in with the reference to where Notts were at the same stage. 111 for 3, so just 5 runs better off. Next ball is on its way down, and Ibrahim plays it onto the leg side. There's no run. Notts lost their 4th wicket in the 27th over. That was 117 for 4. Lyndon James, the man dismissed then. Required rate up to 7.5 as Patterson bowls to Ibrahim. It's well taken by Shardendorf. It's called a wide, and that's fair enough because it did go behind the legs of Ibrahim, but then it swung back, having gone past him, and Shardendorf had to alter his direction of dive, if you like. He was going to move away to his left and then had to jag back and move to his right. Made a good stop, good take indeed. Low to his right. 107 for 5. Ibrahim has 9. Patterson trying to keep him quiet. Again down the leg side. Well, I say well stopped.
We're not going to know if he got a nick on that. The reaction was...
The reaction was from the crowd, wasn't it? I don't think it was from anybody on the field.
Patterson looked a bit disappointed. I don't know whether got a little nick on that, Dan Ibrahim. We're never going to know. No,
he took the first one superbly, Shardendorf. Couldn't take that one cleanly. And certainly the crowd thought it was a drop, but as Adrian says, we're not sure. Next ball, run away for a single down towards third man. 108 for 5.
It's very unusual to see a wicket keeper without a cap on, isn't it? And possibly that we were saying earlier how it's really quite blustery here in Nottingham today. Perhaps that's a reflection of why.
Well, he's got the helmet behind him. Of course, he's been wearing the helmet when Patterson White and Fatty Singh are bowling. So maybe he's deposited it with somebody or stuffed it in a back pocket for the time being. There's Patterson to Allsop. Clip it down to long leg for another single. 109 for 5. Just almost having a little bit of a phony war here. Sussex have decided the only way they're going to get back into it rightly is just to build a little bit of a partnership here. Just take what they can in these middle-ish overs. Try and get within striking distance if they can. Get Allsop and Ibrahim playing nicely, picking off what's there. 109 for 5. Next ball down the leg side, taken by Schardendorf, and it's called for a second wide in the over.
I think Tom Allsop was a bit frustrated down here. Is at the non-striker's end, he's been waving towards that balcony, and he wants something brought out, and he just sort of slumped his shoulders in and say, "Can someone acknowledge that let's face it, Allsop is Sussex's best chance here.
Yeah.
And whatever he needs, someone should be racing down those steps and bringing it out to him."
To be semi-sticking up an argument for the Sussex dressing room, they've got that black tarpaulin acting as a backdrop, as a sight screen, blocking out most of their view at that end. A single taken brings Nelson up and takes Ibrahim to 11. 111 for 5.
He's a very mild-mannered man, is Tom Allsop, and I'm sure he's not cross, but he just the way he waved twice just made you think he's saying, "Come on."
Well, the message was eventually relayed by some of the subs who were sat in the dugout at the base of the Batman board there.
Yeah.
So perhaps wants a drink or a change of gloves. Been out there for a while. Patterson bowls to him again. Just worked away. This is a profitable over. Of course, if you send down 8 ball overs, you are going to have more scoring opportunities. 112 for 5. So 6 from it in all, and Sussex are within 3 of where Notts were at the same stage, so very much neck and neck. What they need to do is have this pair back deep into the innings. They've added 39 so far from 49 balls.
Yeah, and I'm well aware.
Have you got to go?
Yeah, I will go. I mean, I've got a little break here. A drink has now been brought up, but as I say, it sounds like a broken record, and I'm well aware it's very easy when you're sitting up here to make comment on what's going on. But Sussex have never been more than late 6s, early 7s, and over away from this, and it's a big outfield. There's been plenty of runs available, and it's one-day cricket. There's gaps.
I'm reliably informed, Adrian, once you're popping and getting a drink, that producer Kirsty is going to pop in and say hello to the listeners, which will be an absolute treat for the listeners. But wish me well, listener, over the next 5 minutes while Adrian's out the room. 112 for 5. Matthew Montgomery is coming on for a bowl. Right arm off spinner. Played very nicely earlier on in the day with 87. 22 years of age. Another one who hasn't yet taken a wicket for Notts in this format of the game. Bowled in 3 or 4 matches last year, didn't get a wicket. This is driven into the offside. It'll go all the way. That's a fine start to the over for Tom Allsop. Producer Kirsty sat down next to me. Hello. Apart from winding me up with regards to bowlers wearing in sunglasses, what are we going to talk about? I don't know. 116 for 5. Technically, how's your day going?
Well, obviously we started this morning with a bit of out of sync, but I think we've fixed that since then. And the biggest problem that we've got at the moment is the clouds.
With regards to what, the camera work?
Yeah, so as you'll see if you're watching the stream, as they keep coming over, we keep going light, we keep going dark, but...
There's Montgomery bowls, and this is driven down the ground for a single to Tom Allsop, takes him to 43, 117 for 5. Obviously, when you're in there doing your stuff and I'm in here, I'm not sure what you're up to, but I'm led to believe every single ball you're switching, deciding which camera is the one to go to, and generally, obviously, bringing the viewer the best picture on the live stream. And
Yeah.
that can't be easy because you've got an instant call to make.
So we have a bit of a formula. So as we're going for a delivery, we'll make sure that we're behind the bowler's arm so we can see the strike of the release and the strike of the ball.
There's Matt Montgomery. Tosses it up there, low full toss, worked away nicely by Ibrahim. Again, they'll run the first one quickly and come back for 2, 119 for 5. And again, watching on the live stream, a camera's panned straight away to Ben Slater, and we see him make the stop on the boundary edge.
So that in itself is quite a skill, to pick up the ball. It's a bit easier with the white ball than it is with the red ball, to then pick it up off the bat and follow it off.
Ibrahim has 13 Montgomery bowls. And there'll be another single, it pushed down the ground. Today we haven't got anybody square on, as we often have for the county championship games. Protecting the poor little souls, aren't you? Getting your camera crew at each end, doing a terrific job. 120 for 5. Next ball sees Allsop come down the crease.
Yeah, so I think as the live stream has kind of developed, obviously we started this kind of live streaming in 2020 when we were behind closed doors. We just kind of experiment a little bit, but hopefully not to the detriment of what you're seeing on screen, just to try and work out what formulas we can use in the future.
Montgomery bowls to Ibrahim, pushes it back to him. 121 for 5 at the end of the over. Montgomery's first over, 9 runs came from it. I'm looking at a live stream here. It seems fairly clear to me. And Mark says, I've got a fuzzy picture on my computer, Dave. Is that Mark? Have you been on the source again, Mark? Does he need to refresh?
I think always with these technical things, we always say give it a little refresh, maybe shut the browser and start it again. Aaron is currently manning the stream whilst I'm in here, so he'll let us know if there's an issue. But
it looks okay, the one that we've got in here. So give that a bit of a refresh, Mark. Fatty Singh is coming on to bowl. 121 for 5. Producer Kirsty, I guess you've got a bit of a challenge for your team with a couple of outgrounds coming up. We go to Welbeck, we go to Grantham as Singh bowls to the left-handed Allsop, drives this down the ground for a single. 122 for 5. Challenges in well, everywhere you look, really, getting all the equipment there, and then the setups, and I know it does take a couple of days.
You definitely asked me that question knowing the answer. Yeah, it's outgrounds is an interesting challenge, shall we say.
Fatty Singh bowls, the sun comes back, which is lovely. This one turns away from the right-handed Ibrahim into the gloves of the keeper. Fatty Singh bowling in sunglasses. Kirsty Gordon would approve. Left arm spinner bowls again. Oh, skipper's missed one there, Asiba Mead. First thing is not done pretty well for most of this innings.
Kirsty Gordon may approve. I approve.
She would indeed. My favourite score on the scoreboard there.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 50 partnership.
There you go.
50 from 54 balls. Fatty Singh bowls wide of the off stump, and Allsop mistimes his attempted drive into the offside. Are you a cricket fan, or is it just the technical gizmos and stuff that you're really into? Do you get your kick at the end of the day if not have won, or if you've put out good pictures?
Yeah, it's
Next ball pushed into the onside, no run, fielded by Patterson.
For me, it's something that's definitely developed over time. My first kind of contact with cricket was a fair few years ago, and admittedly I was a Friday night T20 Prosecco drinker.
That's why the bar sales are down. Next ball is missed by Allsop, trying to cut it away. Taken by Schardendorf, end of the 28th. 123 for 5. And I think ice hockey's your thing?
Ice hockey's my thing. I'm a season ticket holder at Panthers.
Why?
Why? It gives me something to do over the winter when we've not got any cricket.
Dear, oh dear. No, I'm not into
that at
all.
Very different sport.
Did you watch the Lionesses?
I did. Brilliant game, absolutely brilliant. And I was just saying to the team this morning, it'd be interesting to see, obviously the 100 and the women's game last year took a big chunk towards that growth of women's sport, but actually off the back of the Lionesses this year as well, will there be even more of a ramp up in interest?
Going to be Matthew Montgomery from the pavilion end bowls, and this is hit down the ground by Dan Ibrahim, 124 for 5. Must be a close relative of yours, Kirsty, here, because NRS says how about an award for the best county live stream for Kirsty. 124 for 5.
As far as I'm aware, I'm not related to them, which actually makes it even better.
Matthew Montgomery bowls again. Allsop drives into the offside. There's no run. It's grown over the last few years, hasn't it? The live streaming of games. And this one is again it down the ground. There were one or two. I know Notts were one of the foremost counties.
Yeah.
Is that another word for first? Anyway, they were one of the first counties to bring it in, and slowly everybody else sort of got on tune. And then once I think they realised that, hey, we're allowed to do this. This one's gone through to Schardendorf, 125 for 5.
It's interesting because obviously the best way to enjoy a game is to be in ground, but obviously people's circumstances don't always allow for that, especially obviously 2020 didn't allow for that. But what we hope to do is make it so you can pop it on in the background whatever you're doing.
Dan Ibrahim has 16, and he's just paddled this over his left shoulder past Schardendorf. Fatty Singh will field. There's only one run there. 126 for 5.
And it's actually quietly competitive between the counties, the media, the stream providing teams.
Do you engage with each other? Hey, what's your stream yesterday? And you do this for the replays and have this gizmo and that gizmo, and I like it, and how do you do it? Or are you just looking on thinking, well, we're better than them? Single taken, 127 for 5.
We're close watchers, shall we say. It's quite good because the counties and obviously the ECB try and pull everything together as much as possible, but every county has their own flavour to a stream depending on how they want it to look on what format as well.
Adrian Arms, by the way, is just updating the listeners to BBC Sussex and gone to get the tea round in. I would imagine the old scones are down there as well. So we may never see him again, Kirsty. So producer Kirsty, who puts it all together, keeps us on air with her team, gives you the pictures and what have you. Just popped in to say hello, which is lovely. Next one pulled away. That's going to be a boundary on the leg side. 131 for 5. At the start of the 30th over. Here's a question I'm asked, and I always dodge it because it's not fair. In fact, that's a half century for Tom Allsop. That's the most important thing to get over for the time being. Generous round of applause. Allsop been at the crease for an hour and a quarter. 56 balls and 5 fours. Very good player, Tom Allsop. It's a good half century. Who's your favourite player?
Oh, you can't ask
I know. Well,
I was going to ask you what's your favourite format, and you've gone like one level
County Championship.
higher, is it?
No problem. Fatty Singh bowls through into the gloves of the keeper as Allsop tries to give him room. It goes through to the keeper. Who's the best to interview then? Who do you enjoy interviewing? Who gives you the most in an interview? Next ball is cut away. Been no run there. 131 for 5. Because you do all these little packages as well. Not supporters will know. Maybe one or two of the Sussex supporters did watch the live stream, and you, before the start of play and after the close of play, you'll get the interviews, and there'll be some packages. Nice shot down the ground by Allsop for 4 more. He's ticking along here nicely. 135 for 5.
A little bit of rain falling out there actually.
There is indeed. Sussex are a long way behind on Duckworth Lewis, so they certainly won't be just dropping gentle hints to the umpire. It's a bit dark out here, ump, and it's getting a bit wet out here, ump. 1 or 2 spots falling. Hopefully it'll blow away. You enjoy, I'm sure, doing those packages with the players as this is driven down the ground. Another single for Allsop takes him to 56, 136 for 5.
We do, very much. And you asked me who my favourite player is, and I'm not just being political with this answer. It's really difficult to say because depending on what style of interview you're doing or content piece, you know that different players are going to give you different kind of, for want of a better word, vibes towards what you're doing. So, obviously, County Championship, we spend a lot of time with Mull. He's always brilliant in making sure that we understand what's going on, so we're able to let viewers know what's going on. But everybody's just...
Everybody's lovely. Montgomery bowls. Allsop dances down the track. Brian Jackson says, I'm watching on holiday, Dave, in Ashbourne. I have had to refresh the stream a couple of times because I'm sure it's not working properly because I've just heard you turn down a bit of cake. This next one's hit into the offside for a couple of runs, 138 for 5. Funny, Brian, very funny.
Come on then, who's your favourite player?
Of all time, Sir Garfield Sobers, there we are. Second, Derek Randall.
That was well dodged.
Next one is heaved away onto the leg side for a single by Tom Alsop. And there's a single. 140 for 5. My word. You ask me who my favourite is. My favourite's always Adrian Arms because he's brought the tees. No sign of any cake, but he's brought the tees. 139 for 5. Ibrahim on strike has 17, leaves his crease, pushes it onto the leg side. There's no run. End of the day, hopefully we'll get some reaction from the Notts camp, win, lose or draw.
We will. I've not told you this off air yet. There's
a single taken, 140 for 5.
Slight change back in our plans for today.
Well, just if you sit there for 30 seconds, just bring Adrian in for 2 minutes. He can have a blather to you. There you go.
Okie dokie. Don't ask me about the technicals of cricket, Adrian. Ask me about the technicals of cameras.
Oh, right. Okay. 140 for 5. Something of a recovery here from Sussex, who are just giving themselves a sniff. I mean, the run rate is nearly up to 8 and over, so it's still a long shot for Sussex. But all the time, these two are just keeping Sussex in the game.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's a big outfield here, isn't it? You know, you pick up the 1s and 2s, and I thought that's what Notts did really, really well.
Yeah. It's
Stop hammers that down the ground. He's going to get a boundary.
Was that Lyndon down there, I think? Lyndon James?
James all the way down in the distance. Oh, well, you've got good eyesight. Yes, it is Lyndon James. But Tom Alsop liked to use his feet for the spinners. And he was down the track and hammered the ball down the ground. And Matthew Montgomery's 3 overs have now cost 21. Sussex 144 for 5. So 19 overs left. They need 147, Sussex, at a rate at 7.7 and over. And this is just what this partnership is now worth, what, 44 plus 27, what's that, 71? Let's look at our screen. Just say on our screen here. Run rate required 7.71. Doesn't give...
Brace has just handed me his laptop very quickly.
Has he?
It's overchange. Richard Dawson has just tweeted Brace to say, I love the live streams and the commentary. I've not pre-read this, by the way. It also brings cricket into our living rooms and engages a new wider audience. Sad that there is only one more day at cricket on Saturday, Notts versus Leicester.
What's that in the season? Wow.
And no weekend cricket. Oh, daytime cricket, no weekend. Well, the stream will be there, Richard, to make sure that you can catch it. Have it in the corner of your screen at work if that's allowed.
Well, Liam Patterson-White's going to come in from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. Left arm spin, back into the attack, bowls to Ibrahim, who plays that out into the covers, followed by Dane Patterson, and there is no run. 144 for 5. Patterson-White's previous 5 overs were excellent, 1 for 19. He comes in again off this very short run. He's in and bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward and plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Hamid. We're going to get away with the weather.
Do you know what? We've got one of the best positions in the ground for being able to see what's surrounding us, and at the minute, it actually feels okay. I've seen it way worse.
Patterson-White in bowls. Ibrahim eases that down to long on, picks up a single, fielded by Lyndon James down below us.
The block of flats on the right-hand side, when that disappears, that's when you need to worry.
I've got an email here. Dear Mr. Bracegirdle.
Ooh.
That's very formal.
Very official.
Please let Kirsty know that as far as I'm concerned, the live streaming is near perfect now.
Ooh.
We get an excellent view of the game without intrusive close-ups, and the rhythm of cricket is respected because there are not incessant replays. My only fear, as we saw at Derby recently, in comes Patterson-White bowls, also driving firmly to mid-off, well fielded there by Zach Chappell. One more to Alsop, he goes to 64, 146 for 5. Is that the streaming will lead to ugly and distracting advertising maps on the pitch? Thankfully not today. Thanks and best wishes. That's from Brian David.
Okay.
So Patterson-White in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who slices this away over extra cover. He's going to pick up 1, and that's all he's going to pick up, Daniel Ibrahim. He goes to 20 off 32 deliveries.
We do genuinely encourage feedback as much as possible, like the positive and the negative.
That's brilliant.
We just try and evolve all the time, and we do take on board things such as advertising mats, too much kind of glare in your face from other bits and bobs.
Patterson white bowls to Alsop, who clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Dane Patterson. Another single to Tom Alsop. 148 for 5, so that was 4 singles off the over. Sussex needing 143 to win in 18 overs. They're going to need to score at 7.94 an over. And just as we spoke about the weather, we've got a glimmer of sunshine across the ground.
It's. I was saying to Brace whilst you were out doing your update, actually, our biggest problem at the moment is the clouds, because obviously the shadows it casts on the pitch. All our cameras are manual. We have to toggle all the settings, so sometimes you'll see a bit of a glare. Normally we're trying to, in the background, tone that camera down a little bit so you actually see the ball delivery. But on days like this where there's patchy cloud, although it's thick, it can impact on those cameras quite a bit, and the team toggling settings all the time.
It's funny, it must be funny being a cameraman. I was watching last week actually, I could see the camera just down in front of us. He's in a green t-shirt as in comes Zach Chappell. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who hammers this away down towards long on. Has that gone all the way for 6? That's a massive 6 by Tom Alsop. Belted down the ground. That's gone many a mile. Over long on for 6 runs. What a start to the over. Alsop to 71. Sussex 154 for 5.
Right over the dugouts as well, so that had some...
That's a big blow.
Yeah.
And I was watching the camera last week because you sort of have to bring all your attire, don't you? So you've got a t-shirt, then you have to bring a hat because it's hot, and you've got to bring your sun cream, and then you've got to bring a Mac in case you get a shower. So they're well prepared, are these lads.
We joke, but we say every single day, no matter what day of the year it is, bring everything for 4 seasons.
I think that's brilliant. I think that's great advice. Tom Alsop has just retaken his guard, having hit a 6 off the first ball of the over. It's always a reassurance when you're batting in these conditions. I don't need to do anything crazy now as Chaplin's in. He's doing it again, you know. And he's hit the ball again over in the same area. And this time it's 1 bounce 4. So 10 off the first 2 balls of the over. And I just wonder whether Alsop has taken the decision here that he's going to target Zach Chappell, who went for 18 in his first over that he bowled to Harrison Ward. Yep. Sussex are just fighting back here. 158 for 5. Needing 133 to win.
Let's see where this one goes. And
now there's a fielder back on that long on boundary now, so it's just prompted Hasiba just to have a little natter away at a distance from Zach Chappell. Now what's he going to do? Is he going to leave that long on out, or is he going to bring him in? Well, it was a discussion from a distance for a while, and now it's a discussion where the two are going to a little closer to each other. Let's see what's going to happen. Getting some more emails in. I'll read those in a minute. Chappell from the pavilion end comes into bowl to Tom Alsop, who's on 75 in and bowls, and pulled away by Alsop, and he's going to be caught. Zach Chappell gets his revenge, and Tom Alsop played it once too often. Difficult to criticise when you made 75, but I'm not sure that was the best shot to play. I think it was perhaps a slow delivery from Zach Chappell, and he just pulled the ball into the hands of mid-on. And that very good innings from Tom Alsop comes to an end just as it looked as if Sussex might be forcing their way back into the match. 75 off 70 balls, 8 fours and a 6, but Tom Alsop's innings comes to an end.
Very much into the same area as the last 2 balls as well, and this time Lyndon James happened to be underneath it.
He gets a good round of applause, does Tom Alsop, as he makes his way off the field. So we'll have a little change around the headphones in a minute, but Tom Alsop's innings comes to an end, and I just wonder, it's perhaps a little early to say whether with that dismissal goes Sussex chances of winning the game. Still Archie Lenham, who batted very nicely here in the 50 over in the championship game. But
so Adrian, I know that Brace asked you this quite a bit last week. Obviously you've not been here for quite a while, and now you're here twice.
I've been here for 5 years, and I've been here twice in about 6 days.
How's our hospitality?
Fabulous. And I'm not just saying that because you're here, but I love coming to this ground, and I said to Brace, from the minute you arrive into the car park, always get welcomed, easy access to the ground, so it's been tremendous. Thank you. And nice fish and chips today as well.
There you go, we've got you covered.
Just have a little swap around. Adrian just checking to see if he's got any correspondence to throw Kirsty's way before we
hand back over. You were asking me about the outgrounds then, Brace, and we're having a little bit of a giggle because it's always a bit of a technical ball of spaghetti to unravel, shall we describe it? But yeah, we've got 2 days coming up at Grantham and 1 day at Welbeck. Welbeck's actually one of my favourite outgrounds.
It is, or it isn't?
No,
yeah.
it is.
Like most cricket grounds, it's nice when the sun is shining.
Exactly.
New man is Harry Carvelis. The Sussex innings getting a welcome fillet from Tom Alsop there, but a timely, as Bob says, timely dismissal. Thanks, Bob. 158 for 6 as Chappell comes in and bowls, and Carvelis is away. 159 for 6. Well, thank you so much for popping in and saying hello. Thanks to the listeners for sending a bit of feedback, and if there's anything else that we can pass on to producer Kirsty, it'll keep us in a good books. We'd be delighted to hear it.
So just my little plug for the end of the game. Obviously, stick around once the game's finished. We'll try and get you some decent post-reaction from the team and coaching staff.
159 for 6. Next ball is dropped on the offside, and there's no run. Yes, it'll be Aaron down there with his wandering mic, I'm sure, trying to get hold of, I guess there's 1 or 2 outstanding candidates so far. I'm pleased I've not got to award a Man of the Match award. Matt Montgomery's had a very good day, so too Liam Patterson-White, and maybe might be 1 or 2 more.
Been some epic kind of fielding on the boundary rope today. I think that's been stand out for me.
Ibrahim on 20, on strike, final ball of the over. Umpire Qureshi at the far end looks on, pulled away nicely, but straight to the fielder, Dane Patterson. 160 for 6. Terrific. I know you've always I don't want to go on air, It wasn't as bad as you thought, was it?
It is, and I'm getting more and more confident about wanting to talk about the cricket as well, which is good after, I've only been here since 2017.
Come back and see us soon.
Thank you very much.
That's producer Kirsty, who with her crew gives us the live pictures, and is always first here, last to leave, sets it all up, and just about one way or another keeps us on air through the afternoon.
And it's well received as well, so well done, Kirsty.
Mark says many thanks to Kirsty, helped us to feel connected during COVID times. I'll pass it on, Mark.
Liam Patterson-White in bright sunshine now, coming around the wicket to bowl to Nan Ibrahim, who sweeps this nicely down towards fine leg. Is it going to go for a boundary? No, it's not. It's a brilliant piece of fielding down there at fine leg. They come back for the third. Was a chase around the boundary by, I'm not sure whom, because I can't see his number from where I am. It was a long...
Fatty Singh.
Well, it was a brilliant piece of fielding. Chased around the boundary, pulled the ball in. 3 more to Ibrahim, who needs to become the senior partner. Now, I know he's not in years, but in terms of batting ability, you would imagine that he is.
Do you know in terms of runs, Sussex are ahead again?
Well, see, that was the thing. I mean, Tom Alsop had gone 6-4, and perhaps it was a good bit of bowling from Chappell, but it was, he went to go for it again, didn't he? And he was caught, was Tom Alsop. But he's given Sussex a chance, that's the thing. I mean, it's still a long shot. Sussex needing 128 to win at 7.5 and over.
Well, like you said from the start, give yourself a chance going into the last 10.
Yeah,
Just
I think
give
so.
yourself a chance.
Patterson-White in bowls. Carvelis clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Fair to say, not too much with all due respect. Archie Lenham, though, we saw play nicely in the Championship last week. Brad Curry and Sean Hunt.
In comes Patterson-White, plays into the offside, does Carvelis, and picks up a single because Sheddendorf needs to come from behind the stumps to field. 1 more to the total. Carvelis to 2. Made a half-century at Lord's on his debut a couple of weeks ago, so he can bat, but you feel it needs Ibrahim probably to be the mainstay here. Patterson-White in bowls, and Ibrahim clips that onto the onside. Hamid has to come running in from mid-wicket, but they nip through for another single. So that's just the 3 off the over so far. 165 for 6.
You know, you need 8 and over for 16 overs. You're almost looking for 16 boundaries, aren't you?
Yep.
A boundary and 4 singles and over. So 16 boundaries will probably get Sussex home.
Patterson-White bowls, and again it's another single just clipped by Carvelis into the onside again. Hamid needs to run round to his left to field at mid-wicket. It is the end of the over. Sussex 166 for 6. Carvelis is on 3. Ibrahim is on 25. Sussex needing to score at 7.8 and over. It's a tall order, 16 overs left in which to score 125. Not impossible, but not certainly have got the upper hand.
I've just added them up. They've scored 15 boundaries so far and a 6.
Right.
Probably, as I say, 8 and over, you need a boundary and over and 4 singles. You know, I know it doesn't work out like that, but over the average. So I'm going to need a lot of rope finding in the latter stages here. 34 gone, 166 for 6. Zach Chappell from the pavilion end bowls, a play and a miss from Harry Carvelis.
Yeah, and I'm not sure necessarily Sussex haven't got a Brett Hutton.
No.
You know, I mean, we saw Archie Lennon bat here very bravely against the Quicks last week in the Championship. But he's he's a nudger and a ones and twos man. Is Archie? You know, I'm not doing him down, but it's difficult to see him running down the wicket and smashing sixes all around the ground. I might be wrong.
Chappell into his 8th over now, 2 for 48. Remember, he went for 18 from his first over. This played with soft hands down towards third man. Fatty Singh quickly to it, single taken. Warwickshire closing in on a victory at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. They're in the same group as Notts and Sussex. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 264. Warwickshire almost home. They're 234 for 2, so they need 30 from 15 overs. They're going to win that. And the other game in this group, Surrey 246 for 9, Leicestershire 190 for 3. Leicestershire need 57 from 16 overs. Next ball is run by Ibrahim to Budinger at backward point. No run. Might be a little bit of a surprise on, in terms of the resources for Surrey and Leicestershire, but then you look at maybe the Surrey starting 11 today and the Leicestershire starting 11 won't be too far away from their normal. I
think Surrey as well, I was reading, have lost 13 players to the 100.
Yeah.
So they are. But actually, I was just looking at this Warwickshire side. I mean, that's a pretty strong Warwickshire side, Bowling wise, Craig Miles, Liam Norwell, Oliver Hannon Dalby.
There's Chappell bowls. Ibrahim just drops it, takes the single. So there are some results that you wouldn't necessarily imagine if both sides up and down the country were able to put out their strongest 11. So we'll take a guess a few matches before it all settles down into some sort of a pattern, and you can have a little bit of a look and see who are likely to be the contenders for the top 3 places in each division. Certainly Glamorgan have set their stall out. Bowled Derbyshire out for 110 today. Glamorgan knocking them off in 22 overs. Terrific performance there. That's hit him on the pad. There must have been some bat involved because nobody appealed there.
I think you'd have been out, if you ain't got a little nick on that. When I'm just looking at some of the sides in the other group, Kent against Worcestershire. I mean, the Worcestershire side: Pollock, Ali, D'Oliveira, Libby, Ali, Barnard, Cox, Leach, Baker, Pennington and Gibson. I mean, that's a strong side. There's not too many missing from that Worcestershire side, and not many missing from the Kent side either, to be honest.
Well, I've just got the Kent scorecard up. I was looking to see what Joey Everson might or might not have done today. This is dropped on the leg side, single taken, 169 for 6. Joey Everson made 19, didn't bowl, but Ben Compton, formerly of this parish, 75, and Ollie Robinson, or as he's known, the other Ollie Robinson, 144 not out currently.
Good player.
He's been on loan with Durham, hasn't he, during the blast. Now showing that he can play white ball cricket for Kent. End of that over. The Sharks 169 for 6, and up on the board, just a reminder for everybody that at the same stage Notts were behind. They were 163 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Kent side: Compton, Everson, Robinson, Blake, Stevens, George Lindy, the South African, Grant Stewart, Matt Henry, Hamidullah Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist, Matthew Quinn. That's a strong side,
and it's a trophy. It's a trophy at the end of the day.
Couldn't agree more. Patterson White in, bowls to Carvelis, who's forward, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run.
Of course, very often, he's out of your control. If some players are whisked away to play for the 100, you can only field what you're left with.
Patterson White in again, bowls. Carvelis finds the gap on the offside, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Sussex needing to score at just over 8 and over here.
I would imagine Derbyshire are bitterly disappointed, because I know they felt they could have a real old go at it with no players away for the 100.
Yes. Ibrahim down the pitch, drives, and that's a nice looking shot by Daniel Ibrahim, and it's going to run away for 4 runs. Good shot, use of the feet down the track, getting after Liam Patterson-White. Nicely over mid-off for a boundary, a welcome boundary for Sussex. Ibrahim, who's batted very nicely here, goes to 30. Sussex to 174 for 6, another 117 needed. At a required run rate of just over 8 and over. Not impossible. Yeah, I'm just looking at that Derbyshire side actually, as in comes Patterson White, and plays a little cheeky sweep there to a full toss, and it's another boundary for Daniel Ibrahim, nudging that one down to fine leg.
Just deflected it off his leg stump, hasn't he?
He did. I mean, it's it's a shot that you might think is a risky shot, but these players do practice these shots a lot. From up here, you think for a minute, oh crumbs, what's he doing? But he's got back-to-back boundaries. He goes to 34. Sussex 178 for 6. Amib immediately, having seen those 2 boundaries, then makes a change to the field. He's been very active in the field. I've been impressed by his captaincy. He's now going to that short, fine leg position. Here's Hasib Mead, who seems to be enjoying being skipper. Patterson White in again, bowls, and he beats Ibrahim outside of the off stump, who does the honours of picking up the bails, because wicket-keeper Shannon Dorff whipped off the bails. Needless to say, it's got quite gloomy here again at Trent Bridge. Patterson White in, driven firmly by Ibrahim to mid-off. They take a single, fielded out there by Zach Chappell. 1 more to the total, and that was a good over for Sussex. An over that saw 10 runs coming off of it, so Sussex up with the rate with that over. 179 for 6, Carvelos on 6, Ibrahim on 35. Patterson White 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39. 14 overs to go. Sussex needing to score 8 and over if they're going to get the 112 they need to. And looking at that Derbyshire side, Lewis Rees, Billy Godleman, Harry Kane, Tom Wood, Brooke Guest, Anyus Dahl, Mark Watt, Matty McKinn and Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Nick Pott. So that's a decent side. And you look at the Glamorgan side very quickly. North East, David Lloyd, Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, Joe Cook, Dan Douthwaite, Andrew Salter, Tim Van der Hoogten and Jamie McElroy. That's a really good side. There's some good sides around.
Yeah, I'm not sure of Mr McElroy, but the other 10 well-established players. There's Brett Hutton back into the attack. Bowls to Ibrahim, pulls it out onto the leg side to Ben Slater. They take a single. Just looking at the Nottinghamshire innings, Adrian, it started to run away from Sussex the 45th, 46th, 47th over.
Yes.
With 44 runs coming in 3 overs. Sussex at some stage are going to have to counter against that if they're to remain in touch. What's the score, Adrian?
Yes, it is. It is your 180 again. We had that. Now, maybe that's an omen for Sussex, because you asked me to do that in the last, in the Notts innings.
We dropped on that both times in the game. The darts maximum. This one's helped away by Carvelis, and we'll get 4 runs. He just sort of lifted it up and over mid-wicket. There's nobody out there, and the ball runs away for a boundary. Touch of gloves between Ibrahim and Carvelis, and quick as a flash, they've added 26 from 23 balls here. That's one of those 16 boundaries I was talking about. 15 more. 184 for 6.
That was a nice shot.
They had a couple in the previous over, didn't they? Yeah, it was a nice shot.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, as I sound like a broken record, but there was no need. They lost some wickets, didn't they, in the middle order, when there's no need to panic.
No need to panic.
No, absolutely,
Captain
Mr.
Mandarin.
Warren. Yeah, absolutely. Give yourselves a chance. But as I say, what Sussex do lack here is a Hutton at the end, I fear. But at least they're giving themselves a chance.
107 more required. Quite look as many when it's down to double digits. Crikey, gust of wind there, blowing all our notes everywhere. Single taken, 185 for 6. Listeners would be staggered to know that we actually do take notes, wouldn't they?
They would. Yeah, my rather untidy book that I have that I spilled coffee all over earlier this season. It looks like something out of the. I could be better off in a museum, really. but it's got all the info in there somewhere.
Century for Nick Welsh of Leicestershire in that run chase at Guildford. Crikey, Notts were pummeled there last year. Next ball pulled away, and Slater will cut it off. A tumbling stop, probably should have got 2 there, Adrian.
I agree.
They were running hard when Rawlins was out there with Allsop, but probably missed it out on a couple there.
No, I think you're right, because Slater had good ground to make, and he had to sort of tumble over to stop the ball, and I think there was certainly 2 there.
I wonder if this game might be concluded with the floodlights on.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? It's got really quite gloomy.
186 for 6. Duckworth Lewis says 218. I know that does still represent something of a deficit for Sussex, but it's getting closer and closer, isn't it?
Well, at one stage it was the best part of 100 runs, and I thought, crumbs, it's not even a contest, but they've...
Great innings from Allsop. If Sussex get close, he'll be one of the reasons, but there's a bit of work to do. Carvelis on strike. Sensible cricket, drops it on the leg side.
Should be 2 here.
And they will go for 2. Slater with the throw to Schardendorf. Into the gloves, but back comes Carvelis. Good running.
Well, good running and good cricket.
Yeah.
The mid-wicket is a long way out. It's a big outfield here. He dropped it onto the leg side and set off straight away for 2. It's been a good over this for Sussex. Looking
9 so far from 5 balls.
Yeah. Now, was that a signal? Yeah, the fine leg. Dane Patterson is coming down to fine leg from inside the circle. And the long on is coming up.
He'll sleep tonight, I see Bermead.
He will.
He's never had so much pressure.
It's good, isn't it? He's
188 for 6.
Hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
Captain's second 11 sides, so I can only presume by that he meant Lancashire, because he's not done it for Notts. Carvelis on strike, can't get this away. Good finish to the over, so 9 from it. 188 after 37. Sussex still 3 overs ahead, but as I say, there's a real momentum lift for Notts coming in about 10 overs time, so Sussex need to be well ahead by that stage. 188 for 6. It's Carvelis on 13, Ibrahim on 37.
Wow.
My word.
Look at that.
That's very, very kind.
Jam and cream scones, personally delivered.
Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
No doubt been dispatched by producer Kirsty. That's what happens, you see, if we're good to her. See what we get in return.
Isn't that wonderful? In comes Patterson White, bowls to Ibrahim. He's just at the backward point, and just momentarily, I thought Dan Ibrahim might be in trouble.
Now what we've got is a scone or a...
Scone.
How did I know you were going to say that?
A scone, he says.
And there's no argument here about jam or cream, because it's all the top. The top is on the bottom, isn't it? So it's all in there together.
Looks very nice. That was a
Thank
single
you, Aaron.
To Ibrahim. Getting a bit brighter, actually, as Patterson White comes in and bowls to Carvelos, who plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by the skipper, Hamid. There are some brighter skies drifting in, so...
Might save that for the final whistle.
No, I agree with you. It looks too good to hurry, doesn't it, in between deliveries. Patterson White. And again, bowls Ibrahim driving through the offside. That's a lovely shot by Daniel Ibrahim, who used his feet and drilled the ball past mid-off for 4 runs. That's beautifully played. In fact, I do apologise. I'm distracted by my scone.
Scone.
It was Ari Carvelos who drilled that through mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 17, 193 for 6.
Warwickshire, in the same group as these, have defeated Gloucestershire by 8 wickets. Dominic Sibley, 106 not out. So there's another player who's fresh from the England ranks, playing in the Royal London One Day Cup, smashing hundreds.
Patterson White bowls again to Carvelos down the leg side. There's an appeal for a caught behind, which is turned down by the umpire. I wondered the fact that it was down the leg side, whether it maybe flicked a bit of pad or something, because otherwise I guess that might have been given as a wide. Nonetheless, it's a dot ball. 193 for 6. Sussex needing another 98 to win.
Suspect it brushed something.
7.95 and over. Patterson White in again. Carvelos is forward and plays that onto the onside. Patterson White feels of his own bowling, shies at the stumps, but there were two men backing up, Dane Patterson being one of them and Zach Chappell the other, so no chance of an overthrow. 194 for 6. Bit of blue sky appears above Trent Bridge and just the glimmer of a little bit of sunshine. It's been a little gloomy for the last half hour.
Yes, it's not first week of August weather, but touch wood, we've not lost any time yet.
Patterson White in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who nudges that through mid-wicket and picks up a single, does Daniel Ibrahim. That's another 7 have come off the over so far. And that is the end of the over. 195 for 6. Carvelos on 18 off 19 deliveries. Ibrahim 39 off 46. 12 overs to go. Sussex needing 96 more runs to win. And they need to score at exactly 8 and over. At this stage...
19 ahead.
Yeah, 176 for 5.
Yep, 19 ahead.
Were Nottinghamshire. So, you know, Sussex, we've been saying all the way along, you know, the panic early on when they lost that sort of cluster of wickets. Clark... Pujara, Rawlins, it just needed someone to bat around and pick up the ones and twos, and they've done that very well in the last 20 overs or so.
The Clark stumping, he was...
Clark, yeah, that
know,
was...
He was done like a kipper, really, came dancing down to Liam Patterson White, and whether he was expecting the turn or whether Liam saw him coming and pushed it a bit quicker, but he was stumped by yards. Here's Hutton to bowl to Ibrahim on 39, and Dan Ibrahim comes down the track and slaps it to wideish mid-on. There's only a single. 196 for 6.
I think Brett Hutton will be desperately disappointed to see Ibrahim playing that sort of shot. You know, dancing down, he's only so often... He's a quality bowler, Brett Hutton. But again, easy to save from up there. I just wonder whether Sussex might be better off. This is Hutton's... He's only got 3 overs left after this. If Sussex could pick up 4 or 5 off of each of Hutton's over and look to score the runs the other end.
He's only got 2 after this. This is his 8th. He bowls now. Hit 2, just short of mid-on by Carvelos. Didn't quite carry. Well, it didn't carry. It was well in front of Chappell, who has got up and is immediately waving to the dressing room. He's showing the umpire and everybody his hand.
Ouch.
So either split the webbing or the end of the finger or whatever. Zach Chappell's got to go off. Now then, Zach Chappell's bowled 8 overs. I was just looking at the bowlers at the disposal of Asiba Mead. This is Hutton's 8th over. Chappell's had 8. Dane Patterson 7, Liam Patterson White's had 9, Fatty Singh 4 and Montgomery 3. So there's 3 overs to be made up between Singh and Montgomery.
Yeah.
Thought he might have used those a little early on. Here's Hutton. Into bowl, heaved away and out. Straight to Ben Slater. Dan Ibrahim couldn't have hit that any better out onto the leg side fence, and Ben Slater didn't have to move a muscle.
Why did he play
Straight
that
down
shot?
his throat.
Why did he play that shot? I just don't know. He's batted so well, Daniel Ibrahim. I mean, he's only 17, so you can't be too critical. But Sussex have got themselves into a position where 8 and over needed. Hutton has only got 2 overs to bowl after this, and they're running down the wicket to someone as experienced as Hutton, and he pulls the ball straight to deep backward square, and he's out. I just think if they could have seen Hutton out, picked up the runs at the other end. I mean, he's batted very well, Daniel Ibrahim, and he's getting a good round of applause, and rightly so, but you'd hope you'd learn a lesson from that. It's a fine knock. I just think he gave it away.
Yep.
I'll probably get criticised for saying that, but I think he did, and I think Sussex was still in with the shout.
Obviously sensed that was the time he...
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree. I don't think you take liberties against a bowler like Hutton. Pick up 6 and over, 6 singles, keep yourself in the game.
Another day, though, a yard either side. I mean,
yeah,
anything on that side, and it was
agree.
4 or 6 straight to Ben Slater. He absolutely didn't have to move a muscle, apart from perhaps just a slight bend of the knee. Had to crouch just a little bit to take it. But
we did say earlier in the over, didn't we? You know, maybe see Hutton out. Not sure about those shots they're playing. Carvelos was very nearly caught by Chappell. Well, he's hurt his finger trying to take the catch. But
well, now Chappell's off the field, and you know there might still be an issue here for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, it's just a disappointing end to what had been a really good innings by Dan Ibrahim. But there you go. You have to hope that, you know, when you're young, you learn by your mistakes, and I'm afraid that is a mistake.
Played nicely for his 40, but has gone. Brett Hutton getting his 2nd wicket. Great figures for Brett Hutton.
Yeah.
2 for 19. This is his 8th over. 4 maidens. Bowled, it was 4 in a row, wasn't it, early on?
Yes, he did. Which brings out Archie Lenham, who we know can bat. I'm not sure he's going to hit towering sixes like Brett Hutton did, but he can, you know, nudge and stay there.
Coming in at 9, 197 for 7. This one is run to backward point. If you didn't hear us earlier, all the previous 51 matches, 51 meetings between Notts and Sussex in one-day cricket, it all began with a first meeting in the old John Player League, or the Players County League as it was called in that first season. 1969, a meeting here, and Len Lenham, Archie's granddad, was the top scorer with 70 in the match.
Yeah, amazing.
70 here will just about do it, won't it? Anyone? 94. Hutton bowls to Lenham. He'll get away with a single, pushing it into the offside. 198 for 7.
I would just like to see Yari Carvelos here just see out this over from Brett Hutton. Don't take any risks. As we keep on saying, keep yourself in the game. You know, give yourself a chance of winning the game. There are still 11 overs left.
You know, it's never got up to 10 and over.
No, it hasn't. It's not. I mean, it's just
over 8.
Just over 8. I mean, Sussex are ahead of where, in terms of score, of where Notts were at the same stage.
Hutton to bowl. Final ball of the 39th. Single taken by Carvelos. Don't think they'll risk a second. Out to Slater, who has shown once again that he's a very capable catcher. Out in the deep end of the over, 199 for 7, so 4 from that Brett Hutton over, and the wicket of Daniel Ibrahim.
So, the equation is Sussex need 92 more runs to win. There's 11 overs left. They need to score at 8.36 and over. At the same stage, Nottinghamshire were 181 for 5.
Zach Chappell's back on the field, so
that's good news. We
just split a finger or whatever. Well, he's showing everybody. Can you show us, Zach? He's showing everybody else. Having a look at it now.
Well, he might have perhaps popped the end of it or whatever, but he's back out there.
It is his right hand.
Now, Dane Patterson has still got 3 to bowl. So Hutton's got 2 to bowl. Patterson has got 3 to bowl. Now, without wishing to preclude anybody else, they are 5 overs when it may be tough to score at 10 and over.
Yeah. They've got to find 3 overs from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sort of the 6th bowler, if you like, or the 5th bowler. 5th and 6th bowler. Fatty Singh and Montgomery have only bowled 7.
In comes Patterson, bowls to Carvelos, or helps that down to 3rd man. They've taken one. I don't think they'll come back for the second. Oh, they are going to. It's good running actually by Carvelos. I thought for a moment he was going to struggle, but the throw came in from all the way down there at 3rd man from Sol Buttinger. But 2 more to Carvelos, who goes to 22 of 22 deliveries. And Sussex are past the 200, 201 for 7. Patterson makes his way back. It was a good shot. It was a low-risk shot. It was outside the off-stump. Didn't do anything he didn't need to do. Patterson in and bowls, and Carvelos just covers up to a ball of good length, pushes that into the offside, and there is no run. No drama. 90 more for Sussex to win. Carvelos is just asking umpire Qureshi at square leg a question. I don't know quite what that was, but he's waiting now as Patterson bowls, and Carvelos up on his toes and just plays that into the offside. Picks up a single to backward point, fielded there by Hutton. He goes to 23 of 24 deliveries, 202 for 7. 89 needed for Sussex to win, needing to score 8.48 and over. But just to reiterate, in terms of runs scored, or runs at the total, Sussex are ahead of where Nottinghamshire are. But Brett Hutton, 29 off just 14 deliveries, and Liam Patterson-White, the pair really stepped on the accelerator in the last 10 overs. 104 coming off the last 10 overs. Patterson in bowls, Archie Lenham rather feeling for that outside the off stump. That was an un-Archie type shot. He was looking to run it down to 3rd man, beaten by pace.
I would dearly hope that umpire Qureshi's enjoyed his day. Lovely to to sort of hear the story. Had a natter to him out at the toss. Come through the Birmingham League's umpiring. Last couple of years he's been umpiring county second 11 cricket, and now on the list. And this is his first game, if you like, at this level between 2 counties.
Patterson in and bowls. Lenham again beaten outside the off stump.
I think he had one LBW to give early on in this innings, but in the Nottinghamshire innings there was it was a Seba Mead, wasn't it? There was a catch low down, and he didn't rush into a decision there.
No, he didn't.
He went across and called Rob Bailey over and just had a little discussion, and probably the right decision was made in the end. Not seen anything to suggest it wasn't a cleanly taken catch, so he's had a pretty decent day.
He has.
Hope we see more of him.
Patterson again bowls to Archie Lenham, who's back on his stumps and just plays that into the offside, followed by Lyndon James. Got over by Patterson, in which he just concedes the 4 runs. Importantly for Sussex, they didn't lose a wicket, and again importantly for Sussex, it's another overgone of Dane Patterson. I thought that was played fairly sensibly by Sussex. So Sussex are 186 for 5 after... Sorry, the Outlaws were 186 for 5 after 40 overs. Sussex are 203 for 7. So Sussex are actually 17 runs ahead of where Nottinghamshire were at the same stage. The big difference is that Sussex are 7 down and Notts were 5 down. So Sussex needs to take heart from that. They're not out of it. But I probably sound like the eternal optimist. But it's just a frustration that this game is not over.
So we did say Seba Mee has got to find, in all probability, if it goes 50 overs, Adrian, he's got to find 3 overs from elsewhere, assuming that he wants Chappell, Patterson, Hutton and Patterson-White to bowl out. Fatty Singh's had 4, Matt Montgomery's had 3. Well, Fatty Singh is going to come back for his 5th over, and his first ball is just paddled away by Lenham. Down here, chase for Dane Patterson, who does well. Good stuff from the South African.
Very good.
Just remembered this morning, I was out there as he was taping his run-up, Dane Patterson. So, how many... what did I say? Did I say how many feet or yards? Because he corrected me meters, Dave. Meters. He says 21.7. 21.7. Yeah, 21.7. That's his marked run up. But here's Fatty Singh off about 2 paces. Bowls to Archie Lenham. Can't get him away.
Required run rate 8.9 and over. So they've got 2 so far. Brightening up all the time, Dave, which is good news.
Lenham bowls down the track, comes Lenham, will get a single into the offside. Just the 1 taken. Notts can have 5 fielders outside the ring. They've got 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off. And the other 4 fielders, 3 of them on the offside, 2 of them behind square, short of a wall of 2 fielders at short third man. Deep backward point, call it what you like. Another single taken. And the other one is Zach Chappell at shortish fine leg.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that Sussex are going to need to take the runs off other than Hutton and Patterson, who've got 4 to bowl between them of the 9 remaining.
Police car going past. It sounds almost as if the batteries are running out on the alarm or on the siren. Oh, there we are. It's a little bit better as it gets closer to us. 207 for 7.
Yeah, he was looking to punch that one away through backward point. Didn't quite time it properly, Archie Lenham. It's a dot ball.
Lenham has 5. Now got 6 as he works it on the leg side. Won't be a second out there. And isn't. Another result in our group, Adrian, at Guildford. Leicester should defeat Surrey by 7 wickets. Century for Nick Welsh. 208 for 7 after 41 here.
So 5 off that over, which is a lot less than Sussex require. But I still think the message here must be to stay in the game. The run rate required is up to 9.22 and over. So this is really where Nottinghamshire really got away from Sussex in the final overs. So of 41 overs, Notts were 198 for 5. So Sussex still with their noses in front. There's still 10 runs ahead, but this is where Notts really set about the Sussex bowling. Anyway, Liam Patterson-White is coming into bowl to Archie Lenham. He's in and bowls, and Lenham cuts this one away to backward point, and it's a misfield, and they could get a couple of runs here. It goes through backward point. Lenham is going to come back for the second. He'll need to hurry as the throw comes in. And that was a misfield. There haven't been too many of those. I think that was Brett Hutton. Lenham goes to 8. Sussex 210 for 7. It's plenty of room on the leg side here. There are 3 men saving one on the off and 1 on the leg. 5 allowed outside of the circle. Patterson White in the bowls, and then plays sensible cricket and tucks that one away on the leg side and picks up a single. Lyndon James comes in and fields. I think that's sensible. 3 off the over so far. Carvelos, I think it's probably fair to say, looks the more likely to hit boundaries, and Sussex will need to hit boundaries at some stage. Patterson White, with all due respect, probably have got more chance of hitting the boundaries off of the slower bowlers than perhaps Dane Patterson or Brett Hutton. Carvelos waits. Patterson White in his final over. Bowls, and Carvelos plays comfortably down the ground to long on. Again, Lyndon James is in action. Another single to Carvelos. 24 of 25 deliveries. 4 off the over so far.
Kent's Ollie Robinson, 192 not out.
Wow, what a knock.
Kent are going to beat Worcestershire.
Patterson White in bowls to Lemon, who runs this away into the offside. Picks up a single.
Just milking it, aren't they?
Yeah, 5 off the over. They need a boundary here, Sussex. The run rate required up to 9.36 and over.
Well, it's his last ball, isn't it? You don't want to give him a wicket with his last ball.
No, Carvelos keeps asking the umpire how many balls to go in the over, and he said 1. Patterson White in, and playing a miss. Well, he was looking to hammer that one around the offside. It's good bowling by Liam Patterson White. Oh, there's 1 more ball to go in the over. I thought that was the last ball of the over. I don't know if there was a... I missed one there, but no. So here comes the final ball. Figures of 1 for 51. Patterson White in Moles, and Carvelos eases that one away through backward point. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll be. So 6 off the over, and a good spell of bowling. Liam Patterson White, 10 overs, 1 for 52. A quite brilliant catch to dismiss Checheshwar Pujara, which could have been the catch that went a long way to Notts winning this match, if that's what effectively happens. And he made a very good 62 as well, coming in at number 7. So a good day for Liam Patterson White.
Yeah, he's a handy player to have in this format. He's very much a 3-dimensional cricketer, and he's delivered on all 3 fronts today.
He has indeed.
It'll be Brett Hutton to come back. So he's 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21. So Fatty Singh just got the 1 over in there. So Asiba Mead maybe just banking on getting another wicket, keeping Sussex quiet before he has to get those last 2 overs in from either Fatty Singh or Montgomery. Not that there's anything wrong with either bowler. He's left it very late to use them, hasn't he? Hutton is in, bowls, pulled straight to mid-on, and out goes Carvelos, and it was a good decision from the skipper, who celebrates as loudly and as extravagantly as anybody else. Hutton, the bowler, and just slapped straight to Zach Chappell at mid-on, and Harry Carvelos will be a little disappointed there. He's played very nicely for his 26 in for 40 minutes, faced 29 balls, 2 fours, but his departure sees Sussex slumped to 214 for 8. Carvelos caught by Zach Chappell at mid-on from the bowling of Brett Hutton, who's now got 3 wickets.
Yep, and I rather fear that may be it for Sussex. I mean, clearly when you're looking at the best part of 10 and over, you've got to hit boundaries. I'm not sure that was probably the right bowler to take on, and perhaps Sussex would have been better off saying, well, let's try and attack the slower bowlers when they come on. Nonetheless, can't criticise Harry Carvelos. He's done his bit, and out comes Sean Hunt, just Brad Curry to come. And I think from this position, it's a mountain to climb for Sussex. I need to go and do my update, Dave, but I'll be back with you.
Thank you, Adrian. So Brett Hutton with his 3rd wicket, 3 for 72. Believe it or not, is Brett Hutton's best figures in one-day cricket. This is his 2nd spell with Notts. He had 3 years at Northants. 3 for 72, his best figures in this format. Well, he's currently got 3 for 21, so almost certainly he's going to do better those. New man is Sean Hunt, 214 for 8. Sussex requires 77 from 47. This would be some turnaround from Archie Lenham, Sean Hunt and Brad Curry. if Sussex were to threaten the total now. There's Hutton in to Sean Hunt, works it away for a single. They run, no, so if they really went hard, would force Ben Slater to come in and find a good throw, but I think they realised that there was never likely to be a comfortable second there, so why risk the possibility of a run out? 215 for 8. There's Brett Hutton. Passed on by Qureshi. Oh, nicely done by Lenham. He's scooped it over his left shoulder, but he's hit it too close to Dane Patterson, who keeps them to 1 with a agile bit of fielding on the rope down here at long leg. 216 for 8. The first time the required rate is up to 10. Maybe a tall order. Sean Hunt on strike. Hutton bowls and over the shoulder of Hunt, but not over the head. So the adjudication is that it's absolutely fine. Might even be experiencing the best conditions of the day now. Good light out there and blue skies overhead. Nottinghamshire closing in on an opening victory here in the Royal London One Day Cup. Hunt on 1. He's paddled this down to Patterson. Another single, 217 for 8. Bit of a turbocharged throw-in from Patterson, apologising to everybody as he fires it in over the head of Schardendorf, but there were plenty of backer-uppers. Bodinger and the skipper were there. Brett Hutton just moving leg side fielders around a little bit. Difficult to see over on that Fox Road side of the ground now. The sun's shining. This one well outside the off stump. A bluff from Brett Hutton. 9 overs, 3 for 24 his figures. Sussex 217 for 8 after 43 overs. Exactly the same score as Notts were at the same stage. Notts, however, had lost me a bit of paper. Same number of runs as Notts were at the same stage. Back comes Fatty Singh. Going to bowl to Sean Hunt on a couple. Can Singh get his first wicket for the Notts senior team? LBW shout, yes he can! There it is, maiden wicket for Fatty Singh. LBW against Sean Hunt. Sussex 217 for 9. Looked very out indeed, I must say. Sean Hunt played all around that. And there's only one more to come, and that's Brad Curry. So just an announcement, there'll be an autograph signing session out on the field for all the young spectators that are in the ground. The Nottinghamshire players will get themselves together on the boundary edge at the far end of the ground, I'm sure. 5 minutes or so after the match is concluded. Sean Hunt has gone. New man, last man, is Brad Curry. On his way out to the middle. $217 for 9. Lots have started this campaign as I'm sure they would have wished. New man is Curry. Just to say, those of you watching the live stream, if you stay tuned, once Adrian and I have said ta-ta, the end of the match, whenever it is, might be half an hour's time. Stay tuned to the live stream. Aaron's going to be down there, and we'll. This is going to be a single as play restarts. Let's have a look at umpire Rob Bailey. No, a run to Brad Curry. Producer Kirsty says Aaron will be down there in the autograph queue. He'll be interviewing. I guess if he's going to be down there, he'll be able to get a word with many of the Nottinghamshire players as Lenham gets a boundary away through the offside. This isn't done and dusted yet. 69 from 39 as Lenham finds the boundary rope to move on to 15. T says, I'm so pleased for Fatty. The large lady is warming her tonsils. Enjoy your scones, gents. Thank you very much, T. Bob says, fantastic. First wicket of many for Fatty. Congratulations to the young man. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, T. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch today.
Yeah, it's been good, hasn't it? We've had lots of people getting in touch, which has been great. Best part of the day now, weather-wise.
69 from 39. This one's going to be the end. No, it's not going to be the end of the game. I beg your pardon. It was just lifted into the offside. Thought that was straight down the throat of Sol Budinger, but it just got a bit of a firm and sailed over him. So a single. No, 2 runs taken, in fact. 224 for 9. Any bits of correspondence that you need to bring to air?
No further emails at the moment.
This one is again slapped down the ground. So again, thanks very much to Adrian for taking the trouble to read out all the emails in this game, and to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Start of the Royal London One Day Cup competition. Lovely to see so many people here and to get to know there's been a lot of people that have enjoyed the live stream. We'll be going here, there and everywhere up and down the country over the next 2 or 3 weeks. There's another one, surely, and game, set and match to Nottinghamshire. Fatty Singh gets his second LBW of the over, and that is it. Sussex are all out for 225. So Notts have won by 65 runs, and Fatty Singh has finished with 2 for 37 in his maiden wickets for Nottinghamshire. Couple of wickets in that over. Archie Lenham finishes 18 not out, and it's all done and dusted in 44 overs. What Sussex could have done, Adrian, with those other 6 wickets. I beg your pardon, those other 6 overs. 65 short, we'll never know, but on the day, Notts have started the campaign with the victory. Not to be today for Sussex. 290 was always going to be stiff, but I think once Pujara had gone, we sensed that might be a pivotal moment.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I think you have to say that, you know, Notts getting 104 off the last 10 overs was perhaps the deciding part of the match. Brett Hutton and Liam Patterson-White, but you know, I think this has been a good one-day pitch, and I don't think, you know, it was a tall order. Sussex started off like a train, then lost those 3 wickets. Pujara's wicket is always absolutely key, and it was always uphill from then. But Tom Alsop and Daniel Ibrahim gave Sussex hope. That was a good partnership of 85. But once Alsop went, you always felt it was an uphill battle. I still think that was chaseable down from Sussex. I think there was 1 or 2 shots there in the middle order that were unnecessary. Tom Clark dancing down the wicket, I don't think was the best shot, and Delray Rawlings, you know, LBW. So the middle order was ripped out, and from 73 for 5, it was a long way back. So huge disappointment for Sussex, because this is a competition, you know, without losing too many players to the 100, they'd have felt that they had a chance of doing well in it. It's not off to the best start. It's not the end of the world, of course, because there are still another 7 games to play. But I think on the day, Notts worthy winners and deserved winners.
Well, a reminder, If you just stay tuned to the live stream, Aaron will be down there. He'll grab them. They'll just pop inside the dressing room, and I'm sure they'll congratulate each other. Just a little bit of a word with Peter Moores, and then they'll be back out there signing autographs for the youngsters, which is always a delight to see. But chatting away to Aaron as well. I've lost my I've completely lost my bit of paper with the Nottinghamshire scorecard on, so we'll find it online. Notts won the toss, opted to bat first. They made 290 for 7. They were in a little bit of strife early on, 38 for 3 in the 12th over. New skipper Haseeb Hamid winning the toss, wanting to bat. He was the third one out, following Slater and Budinger. Sussex were right on the mark with the ball early on, but then splendid partnership in the middle of the innings was 79 between Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James. James made 37. Schardendorf run out for 15 just when he was starting to accelerate. That brought Patterson White out to join Montgomery. And between them, they really gave the back third of the innings a real impetus. Matthew Montgomery 87, Liam Patterson-White 62 not out. Brett Hutton was run out 29 from 14 balls and 290 for 7. As we've seen in the past, not guaranteed to win a game by any means here. Notts knew they'd have to bowl well, knew they'd have to pick up wickets fairly regularly, and they did exactly the same as Sussex had done by getting 3 wickets in the early phase, including that of Cheteshwar Pujara out for 9. Tom Alsop top scored with 75 for Sussex, but it wasn't enough. Too many wickets had gone in a bit of a heap either side of his 75, and in the end Sussex bowled out in 44 overs for 225. So it's Notts that take the points. And well, we've both got 7 games left to play. Adrian, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
Yes, it will. I mean, I think from that point of view, you could probably afford. You might get away with losing 2 games. I think if you lose many more than 2, you're really going to be up against it, because only the top 3 qualify. And as we've said, you look around the counties and some of the sides that counties have been out today. A lot of people are saying, well, the 50 over cup will be a competition for younger players and academy players. Well, look at some of the sides that are playing. That is definitely not the case. Warwickshire, strong side. Glamorgan, Kent is a good Notts side here today as well. So there's plenty of counties putting out strong sides, and you get your first win. It's important in this sort of competition, and Sussex now with it all to do. Could I just thank everyone here at Trent Bridge, Dave? Thoroughly enjoyable as ever. Great to work with you. Always great fun. And good luck to Notts for the rest of the competition.
Thank you very, very much, Adrian. The same to you and to Sussex, their followers, and of course everybody back down on the south coast. Let's hope it's not 5 years before you come here again. A little bit of a nonsense. Lovely pictures on the live stream to finish the day of blue sky overhead. It hasn't always been like that today, but the Royal London One Day Cup is up and running. Notts have started with a victory here, thanks to everybody involved, particularly producer Kirsty, who popped in and gave us both a little comfort break during the course of the afternoon, to the camera crew that have been out there bringing you the pictures, and to everybody else involved today in getting this on. Many thanks, but principally we do it because of you, the listener, you, the viewer. Thanks for your correspondence. Please stay following, those of you on the live stream, when you'll be able to hear the interviews with Aaron. Safe travels, mate.
Thank you, Dave. Great to see you.
From us both here at Trent Bridge, we wish you all a very pleasant Tuesday evening.
Okay, our thanks to Dave and to Adrian there for today's commentary, and a little stint there from producer Kirsty as well. I've got to say thank you to her because she made me, so there you go. But yes, it is a victorious day for your Notts Outlaws as they do beat the Sussex Sharks by 65 runs. They set a target of 291 to win, and they managed to get those 10 wickets with about 6 overs to spare as well. So we'll be catching up with a couple of the players and maybe a coach as well. So just stick with us for the next couple of minutes while the players come down the steps. They'll be signing some of these autographs to the children behind. Did you enjoy that? Yeah! Who won? Notts! Are we happy about that? Yeah! Come on, you can be a little bit louder for everybody. They're sat on their sofa. Oh, okay, fine. A little bit louder. Did we enjoy that? Yeah! There you go, there you go. Okay, so we'll catch up with the players and the coach very, very shortly. Do stick with us. Okay, so I'm now joined by Liam Patterson-White. First game of the Royal London Cup here at Trent Bridge. We've got some fans behind us. You enjoyed yourselves, didn't you, again? Yeah! It looked like you enjoyed yourself with the bat, first of all. That not out 62, I believe it was. Bit of damage there.
Yeah, look, it's nice to get a little bit of form, especially in the first game, and to contribute to a win like that is really special.
And obviously a nice catch when it came to dismissing their captain. Bit of a catch that as well.
Yeah, just stuck in, to be honest. It came quite fast and just stuck in. So, again, it was nice to get Pajara out. He's a big wicket for them. So, it's always a bonus.
Now, obviously in the morning, it was quite cloudy, a little bit of drizzle around. Haas won the toss, chose to bat. when we were 3 down after a few overs in that power play, did you think, we might have made the wrong decision there, or is it always thinking about the longer game?
No, never. I mean, again, in the longevity of the game, 50 overs is a long time. And whatever the skipper goes with, no matter what format it is, everyone backs it, and we backed that decision today, and we came through it and won the game eventually.
Exactly, by 65 runs as well. Now, this competition, there's a lot of players missing from this competition for a lot of teams, but for us especially with the 100 on. What has happened over the last few days to kind of gel this team? Because there's a mixture of people like yourself, Lyndon just behind us, that have been part of that county championship team, but then also people that have played in that second team come in and really feature in this format.
To be honest, I think it's just being with each other all the time, to be honest. I mean, even in the county championship, there's a couple of the lads upstairs that come in 12th man, or, Monty made his debut the other day and, got a great knock of 80. So, I think we all know each other well enough now, and we just gel straight away. And again, it's just a really nice feeling around the changing room when, everyone backs you and your ability to go out and perform and put on a show.
Now, as I just mentioned, their first game here at Trent Bridge, got a victory. We now go on the road for a couple of games. What can that bring? A little bit of an away trip, obviously outgrounds is a thing in this format as well. Is it just carry the momentum and know where we want to go to in this format and this competition?
Yeah, I think so. I think momentum's a big thing in cricket, regardless of whether we're home or away, we're always going to, again, back our captain and back the decision of where we're about to go and what we want to do, first. And again, it's whether it's home or away, it doesn't really matter. As long as we gel as a side and go out and put performance in, I think we'll be all right.
Okay, now I know I can't keep you forever because you've got some signatures to do as well, so I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to go, if you just want to try and get the coaches. Look, he's on his phone, he's just busy, isn't he? Always busy, Pete. I'm going to let you go. Well done, buddy. All
Cheers.
Right,
Cheers, thanks a lot.
What a good day all round, eh? That bowl for catch.
I just spoke to him. I said a nice knock there. It looks obviously made a dent in that Sussex part of the first innings as well. Nice catch and some bowling as well. So he's had a good day there, hasn't he?
He's had a really good day. I mean, I thought the catch was probably one of the highlights. It was a brilliant catch, and in many ways, a lovely bit of captaincy by Hatt. It's something he talked about before we went out to field, that he felt that somebody short square leg might be a chance to get a catch. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it looks great. But it was to be fair, there's nothing wrong with the shot. He clipped it really well. Very high quality reaction catch by Liam, but he had a good day, batted beautifully. I think credit to the way we got to that point. So I thought Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James built a partnership. It's tough up front, we had a bit of weather, tough pitch to bat for the first 10 or 15 overs, and we lost 3 early ones. Then to get ourselves to a position where we could be aggressive in the back 10 or 15 overs gave us a great platform to defend.
Does that show the maturity of these players when you talk about Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James, even Liam as well? These are young guys, but in that position where we've lost a few wickets, as you just mentioned there, early doors, to show that maturity, to build that partnership first of all, and then build and really assess the situation and get us to that point of 290.
I think so. They played that like they've been playing 50 over cricket a long time, a lot of them. I thought, again, with the way Liam Patterson-White played at the end, he wasn't reckless. He picked his shots, he picked the right sort of area, slightly shorter boundary on one side, and picked his options well, and got well supported by Brett Hutt and Zach Chappell at the end. So, yeah, couldn't be more happy in the score we posted in the end after a tough start. And then after they got out of the blocks very quick, Brett's, I don't think I've seen nearly 5 maidens in a row there, bowled beautifully, backed up by everybody else. And I say we got a bit of a stranglehold on the game, but no sides out of it at Trent Bridge because you score so fast. So you're always a bit twitchy watching because you get a good partnership, you can score quick. So credit, we kept taking wickets all the way through.
I just wanted to talk about Haas for a second, because obviously being captain in this format with Stephen Mullaney away with 100, felt very much like everybody was together out there, especially in the field when we came out to defend that total. But he also backed Zach Chappell as well at one point, which made me think, that's captaincy there, in the sense of, Chappell, you went for 18 in that first over, but that plan to get Alsop out as well, he's just hit 2 shots down here, but he goes and speaks to him, gives him a pat on the back, keeps that plan, and then the wicket next ball. It kind of, because you know, it's a different format, isn't it, to captaincy? So I thought he did especially well with the way he managed the game as well. You know,
yeah. I mean, I think he spoke really well to the group when we met up a couple of days ago. I thought today he did a couple of really good things. He was calm all the way through. I think taking Zach off after 1 over showed a bit of strength as a captain. Didn't look right. There's nothing against his bowler. Decided I'm going to change straight away and bring on Dane, which you know, I think Zach went with, quite rightly so, and then got him back in the game as soon as he could, got his confidence going, backed him at key times in the game. So I think Zach, by his own admission, would say he didn't get it right all the time today. What we do know with Zach is he's a fine one-day bowler. And like most things, he can come in and get you a key wicket at any time. So it was a generally very good all-round performance by the bowlers, I think, because they kept taking wickets throughout and created pressure over periods of time, which made it difficult for the Sussex batters.
Just finally, this is a format that sees us go to Outgrounds, but how nice was it to have the first game here at Trent Bridge in front of this crowd? Sunny weather at the end of the day, but to get off to a victory as well at Trent Bridge builds momentum for the rest of the campaign.
I think it's quite important. We didn't play a 50-over game here last year, so I think we prepped up here yesterday. And playing here today, I think the lads have really appreciated it. You know, there's a lot of young lads here who've watched a lot of cricket going here and haven't had many chances to walk out and play at the home ground. So for them to play in front of their own fans and a good turnout of people coming to watch was brilliant. We actually go and play in another, you know, we play at Taunton County Ground and then at Bristol third game. So 3, what I would say, really good grounds to play at, 3 international venues. So it's a really nice start to the tournament, and then we get a chance to go in places. You know, we go to Grantham, and where we really enjoyed ourselves last year. All the outgrounds we get looked after great by everybody. So we enjoy both, but to be at Trent Bridge in front of our fans is lovely.
And you can't beat it by a 65-run victory as well, Pete.
Exactly.
So well done.
Thanks, Aaron.
Wish you well for your 2 away games, and we look forward to seeing you at Grantham. I think it's next weekend.
Yeah.
All rolls into one, Pete.
It does. It keeps coming.
It keeps coming at you, doesn't it? Cheers.
All right, Aaron.
Thank you
Catch you
very
soon.
much.
Thanks.
Thanks to head coach Peter Moores there. So yes, the lads did get off to a victory here at Trent Bridge. 65 runs they beat the Sussex Sharks by, and they start the campaign with a W. So thank you very much for joining us here at Trent Bridge Live. We will be back for the home game at Grantham, which I believe is a week on Friday. Just keep a view on all the social media channels here at Trent Bridge. But Trent Bridge Live will be with you throughout the Royal London Cup campaign, and we look very forward to seeing you there. But I'm just going to leave it to these people to say bye-bye to you all. So do you want to wave to the camera and say bye? Bye!